Welcome to the first chapter of our story, titled, The Heart of a Demon Never Has Regret, Even in Death. We begin with a tense confrontation. Fang Yuan stands amidst a gathering of his enemies. They shout threats and accusations at him, demanding he surrender the spring-autumn cicada. One voice cuts through the chaos. Fang Yuan, quietly hand over the spring-autumn cicada, and I'll give you a quick death. Another voice joins in, old bastard Fang. Stop resisting. Today, all the major factions of justice have gathered to destroy your devil lair. This place is already covered in inescapable nets, your head will roll tonight. The scene is grim. Fang Yuan has been accused of heinous acts, including the deaths of thousands, all in pursuit of power. The atmosphere is charged with anger and a thirst for vengeance. Fang Yuan, dressed in tattered green robes and surrounded by enemies, stands calm and collected, despite the dire circumstances. Blood covers his body, and the ground beneath him is soaked. He realizes that escape is impossible, yet his expression remains unfazed. For 6 hours, they circle him, the tension thickening as day turns to evening, casting an orange hue across the mountain. In this moment of stillness, Fang Yuan gazes at the setting sun and reflects on his life. He muses, the sun sets above the blue mountain, the autumn moon with the wind of spring. The morning is fine like hair and night is like snow, whether you succeed or fail when you look back, there's nothing left. These words echo his thoughts as he recalls his past life, a scholar on earth, who was thrust into this world and has now lived for over 5 centuries. Memories flood his mind, and with them comes a sense of acceptance. Fang Yuan sighs, acknowledging his fate. He has embraced the path he chose, understanding the cost of his ambition. To be a demon is to be merciless and cruel, he thinks. He knows the world has no place for someone like him. With a newfound determination, he declares, if the spring-autumn cicada that I have just cultivated is effective, I shall still be a demon in my next life. His laughter erupts, breaking the tension. The warriors around him react with alarm, fearing a final attack. They urge him to surrender, shouting warnings that in that moment, Fang Yuan releases a blinding surge of energy, and the night transforms as spring rain begins to fall on Qingmao Mountain. Down below, Guyu village comes alive with lights, creating a stark contrast to the chaos above. This scene unfolds during a grand ceremony that the villagers hold dear. The head of the Guyu clan prays earnestly for the success of the ceremony, hoping it will bring forth talented young individuals to carry the clan's legacy. Around him, clan elders share their hopes and concerns, particularly about the rising talents in neighboring villages, especially a young prodigy named by Ning Bing. They are aware of the potential in Guyu Fang Yuan, whose exceptional abilities could one day rival the best. If he shows A-grade potential, he could elevate the Guyu clan to new heights. As the clan head reflects on the hopes resting on the young generation, he feels the weight of responsibility. He instructs the elders to maintain fair play in the upcoming competition. With a firm voice, he reminds them that unity within the clan is paramount. As the elders disperse, the atmosphere shifts to one of anticipation and concern. At the same time, Fang Yuan, now gazing out the window, marvels at the lights of Guyu village. He realizes he has been reborn, transported back to a time 500 years ago, thanks to the spring-autumn cicada. This mystical creature, ranked 7th among the 10 big mystical Gu, grants him a second chance at life, and with it, the wisdom of his past experiences. He looks at his youthful hands, the softness of his palms a stark reminder of his new reality. This is not a dream, he muses as the rain gently falls around him, drenching his figure. In this moment of profound clarity, he speaks to the universe, reciting a poem that defines his resolve. There is always a way out, as long as I want to walk, the road is beneath me, although everything has to restart all over again, so what, however difficult it might be, the challenge will be overcome. Risking all becoming spirit of the universe, my heart still gazes the sky, be it 1,000 times difficult, be it everything dangerous. With these words echoing in his mind, Fang Yuan prepares himself for the trials ahead, determined to carve his path through the unfolding narrative of his new life. Chapter 2, Going Back in Time with 500 Years of Knowledge, we're introduced to an ancient myth. Legend says that the river of time exists in this world and it supports the flow and circulation of the world. It's rumored that with the power of the Chuanqiu cicada, one could defy that flow and go against the time flow of this world, the power to reborn. But no one really knows if this legend is true. As Fang Yuan gazes at the river, he wonders if it's truly the river of time and reminds himself of his own resolve. Even through death, the heart of a demon never feels regret. This sets the tone for the ruthless determination that defines him. Suddenly, he's hit by memories from his past life. He sees himself and his younger brother, both only 3 years old, crying in the rain over their parents' bodies. Villagers are gathered around, murmuring, "Such pitiful children, they are only 3 years old and their parents have already passed away." Another voice replies, "AI, exactly. Good thing their aunt and uncle adopted them. That's as fortunate as it gets." But Fang Yuan knows these words are empty. He's aware of the cruelty that awaits him and his brother. The memories continue. He watches his younger self and brother being comforted by their aunt and uncle. The uncle says, "Don't be too sad. It's your parents' glory to have sacrificed themselves for our clan." The aunt adds, "From now on, auntie and uncle will be your new family." Fang Yuan, watching this scene, scoffs, "Humph, family huh." Then he witnesses a brutal memory, his uncle beating his younger brother, who cries out to Fang Yuan for help. Fang Yuan sees his young self looking at his brother in pain and swearing, "Damn it, they're too much. What relative? They are basically treating us like dogs." He realizes he has to do something to make life more bearable, so he decides, if I want them to make our life easier for us, then I must make them see me in a different light. Looks like I can only expose some of my worldly knowledge. As Fang Yuan watches, he's stunned by his own words and thinks, "This world? What am I saying?" He then sees his younger self reciting an otherworldly poem, "You can't see, the water of the yellow river comes from the sky, running to the sea and never ending." The people around are in awe, calling him a genius and praising the poem. Fang Yuan realizes, something's not right. This poem, the scene shifts, and Fang Yuan's aunt and uncle are suddenly treating him with respect, calling him young Master Fang Yuan and doting on him because of his talent. They flatter him, "Aya, our precious son, you went to write poems again. You must be hungry. He auntie and uncle will personally go cook your favorite braised red pork for you. Our family's Fang Yuan is so smart. Who knows, maybe you will reveal a first-class aptitude. If this is true, then you'll become someone great in the future." As Fang Yuan heads to his room, he thinks to himself, "These poems weren't written by me. I merely recited some popular ancient poems that people have long forgotten about. But because I exposed some of my talent, I also incurred some jealousy from my younger twin brother." Then, he reveals his hidden thoughts, "Sorry little brother, but I can only wear a cold, indifferent expression on my face, in order to protect my secret that I came from another world." This statement from his younger self shocks Fang Yuan, and he suddenly recalls everything. "I remember now. I was originally a normal scholar living in the human world. I came across this world through a lucky opportunity. Enduring hardship for 300 years, and wandering around the world for another 200 years, 500 years worth of time was rather long, yet short. But as for why I came to this world, I can no longer remember. Everyone's so-called genius was merely just an intelligent, mature soul who recited a few popular poems from the ancient times that people had long forgotten about." Reflecting on this, he thinks, only people with first-class aptitude can be truly called a genius. Ah! Fang Yuan realizes he's actually gone back in time. He looks at his hand in amazement and says, "The legend was actually real. But it's a pity that I've lost the Chuanqiu cicada. Such a good goo didn't get to reborn with me. But that's also fine." He clenches his fist, rain soaking him as he declares, "If I can cultivate one in my past life, then I can also cultivate one for this life." he looks out the window at the rain, thinking of the future. Moreover, I've retained my past life's memory. I can rise to the peak again. My future is very promising. Just then, the door opens, and his brother, Fang Zheng, enters. Brother. It's cold and windy at night, why are you standing in the rain by the window? Fang Yuan looks at him and replies coldly, oh, it's you, Fang Zheng. Do you need something? Fang Zheng hesitates, saying, no, it's just, I heard sounds coming from the rain, so I thought maybe you didn't close your windows properly and that I should come over to close it. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. I don't want brother to get sick right before it. You are our village's hope, the genius in everyone's eyes. If this affects your test for tomorrow, then. Fang Yuan interrupts coldly, how unnecessary. Get out. Fang Zheng, hurt, bows his head and says, then. See you tomorrow. As Fang Yuan lies down on his bed, he thinks to himself, humph, what genius. I'm only a third-class talent at best. The real first-class talent is you. Guyue Fang Zheng. The day begins bright and beautiful as Fang Yuan stands by his window, his eyes closed, exuding a calm and majestic presence. Suddenly, his peaceful moment is interrupted by the voice of a servant girl calling out to him with admiration, young Master Fang Yuan, you're awake. Servant will go prepare some water for you to wash up right away. Later, as the girl combs his hair, she gushes, young master, did you know, everyone thinks you're going to reveal a first-class aptitude for this year's awakening ceremony. Her cheeks flush as she adds, even the girls are talking about you. They are saying, whoever gets to marry you will be the luckiest girl alive. Servant feels very lucky to be the one serving you. You don't even know how many people are jealous of me, but Fang Yuan's mind is far from charmed. He sees through her act, thinking to himself, Shen Chui'er. My aunt and uncles watch I, huh? Your mother, Nanny Shen, taught you well in the art of seduction. In my previous life, I fell for your trap and genuinely loved you. But when you found out I was only a third-class talent, you turned hostile, acting as if you didn't know me. Ha! As this memory unfolds in Fang Yuan's mind, his younger brother Fang Zheng watches from a distance, jealousy evident on his face. Noticing Fang Zheng, their grandmother calls out to him, Fang Zheng, what are you standing there for? Hurry and go inside. Finished with the girl's assistance, Fang Yuan coldly dismisses her with, you can go. She obediently replies, yes. At that moment, the servant girl's mother, Nanny Shen, appears and greets Fang Yuan, oh. Young Master Fang Yuan, is my family's Chui'er serving you well? Fang Yuan remains silent, his attention shifting to Fang Zheng. He approaches his younger brother and asks, are you ready? Fang Zheng nods and says, yes. Without further words, Fang Yuan instructs, then, let's go. As they step out together, Fang Zheng's face reflects a mixture of sadness and resignation. Walking beside his brother, Fang Yuan strides gracefully, exuding an aura that draws the attention of everyone around. Whispers break out among the crowd, look. It's Fang family's twins, the one walking in front is Fang Yuan, the one who writes poetry, so that's him. He acts completely indifferent, just like the rumors say, that's right. And that's his younger brother. What was his name again? He's just a useless trash, never mind him. Hearing these harsh words, Fang Zheng's expression turns even more sullen, while Fang Yuan reflects, this is a good example of the saying. It's the taller trees in the woods that get their tops blown off. It's always the people who have talent that incur jealousy and hate from others. That's why it's natural for everyone to turn against me the moment I reveal my third-class talent. As they continue walking, Fang Yuan thinks back to the treatment he and Fang Zheng received from their adoptive parents. In order to instigate a rift in our brotherly relationship, our adoptive parents gave me preferential treatment for everything. Pairing me with Shen Chui'er, while assigning Fang Zheng a fat and old nanny. He recalls how in his previous life, he and his younger brother were both too inexperienced, and Fang Zheng was too naive to see through their manipulative tactics. Our adoptive parents succeeded in creating a rift between us back then. However, in this life, Fang Yuan's thoughts turn dark as he inwardly smiles. I can completely suppress Fang Zheng, not to mention that little cheat Shen Chuier. Even my adoptive aunt and uncle, and the clan elder, if I choose, I can manipulate them with underhanded, demonic methods. I could play the entire village in the palm of my hand like livestock. But a cold clarity returns to his thoughts, but they aren't worthy. In the vast river of time, they are only side characters. Plotting against them would be too much of a waste of time. His expression hardens as he concludes, although I say that, if anyone dares to block my path, I'll make them wish they were dead. Their journey brings them to the village's academy elder, Guyu Esher, who stands before the gathered young clan members. He addresses them with authority. Very good, everyone came here on time. His words carry weight as he continues. Today is the awakening ceremony and also a major turning point in your life. I'll skip the boring talk. Now, follow me. He leads the group of students down into the depths of an underground cave. As they descend, the elder recounts their clan's history. Hundreds of years ago, our Guyue clan migrated from the Middle Plains to the southern border and settled down in Qingmao Mountain. It's all because we found this spirit spring inside this underground cave. Gesturing to the cave, he adds, this spirit spring is the foundation of our Guyue clan. It produces a large number of spirit stones essential for cultivation, especially for Gu masters. The elder's voice grows serious. So, children, remember this well, wherever you go, having resources is the most important priority of all. Finally, they arrive in a grand chamber filled with a breathtaking sea of moon orchid flowers. The students gasp in awe. Wow! It's a sea of moon orchid flowers. Amidst their excitement, Fang Yuan smirks, a cold determination in his gaze as he thinks, ah! We're finally here. The starting point for cultivation. As the chapter opens, a sea of pale moon orchids sways in the light, casting an ethereal glow across the riverbank where Gu clan students stand in anticipation. The elder's voice cuts through the stillness, grave and informative. These moon orchid flowers are food for most types of Gu. This flower sea is our clan's biggest cultivation medium. A murmur of awe passes through the group as they gaze at the moonlit petals shimmering with unearthly beauty. But before anyone can speak, the clan master arrives, his imposing presence causing a quiet to ripple outward. The elder nods in respect, and the clan master's reply is terse but heavy with meaning. We can start. The elder turns back to the students, his voice taking on a steely edge. All right, everyone. Listen as I call your names. Those who got their names called must cross this river bank. Walk as far as you can go. Of course, the farther you go, the better. Do you all understand? Understood, the students answer, their voices brimming with both determination and a twinge of fear. The elder's gaze shifts to his roster. Up first, Gyu Chenhua. Chenhua's voice rings out. Here, he steps forward, beginning his walk across the riverbank. As he crosses each step, the pressure mounts, pressing down on him with an unseen force. Suddenly, he can barely lift his foot. Inwardly, he gasps, such a strong pressure. It's almost feels like I'm being crushed by a wall. Not good. I can't hold on for much longer. Is this the end? But just as he fears his strength may fail him, a warmth floods his limbs. The pressure eases, and he's momentarily bathed in a soft yellow glow. His heart leaps. I can move another step. I can still move forward. I need to become a Gu master. I want to change my fate. With renewed grit, he advances, each step fired by his desperate desire to escape the life of a servant. The elder's voice calls again. Next, Glyli Mabe. Mabe strides onto the path, his body soon glowing with the faintest glimmer of yellow light. His steps echo softly through the flower-lined riverbank as he advances step after step. A hush falls over the crowd as the count reaches 36 steps. Congratulations to Elder Machen. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, followed by, your grandson is not bad, right? Elder Machen glances smugly at his rival, Elder Chilian, who stands frowning. The elder's assessment is stern and approving, second-class talent. Guyumabe, come over here, let me take a look at your inner primeval sea. After his examination, the elder nods in satisfaction. Glyli Mabe, primeval sea measuring 6 by 6. Can be vigorously trained. Continue, next. A girl among the students leans toward her friend, whispering, what does his talent even mean? Why are the elders placing so much importance on him? The boy beside her explains, voice low, one's talent is measured by 4 classes, from 1st to 4th. Walk less than 10 steps, no talent at all. 10 to 20 steps, 4th class. It'll take them years of cultivation just to reach even a low rank. But those who can walk 30 to 40 steps are 2nd class. They can become a rank 3 Gu master in just a few years and even rise to the status of an elder. Meanwhile, the elders murmur amongst themselves, it's already been half an hour. But we've yet to see a single first-class talent. And most aren't even meeting any standard, another elder shakes his head sadly. Our Guyu clan's younger generations are getting worse each year. Our bloodline is getting thinner, their words are absorbed by a figure standing silently to the side, Guyu Fong Yuan. His gaze is sharp and unyielding as he hears mention of the legendary flower wine monk, a figure as mysterious as he is powerful. When the next student, Guyu Chicheng, steps forward, he manages 36 steps as well, prompting a smug HM. My Mabe is still stronger. From Elder Machen. Observing all this, Fong Yuan's expression doesn't betray his thoughts, but inwardly, he is calculating. Chicheng is really only a 3rd-class talent, helped by his grandfather's connections. Should I use this to my advantage? His eyes narrow. Finally, the elder's voice calls out his name. Next up, Guyu Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's gaze sharpens as he steps forward, already aware of what this moment means. This moment has finally arrived. Fong Yuan steps onto the flower sea, the crowd's eyes locked onto him, expecting him to show off some insane first-class talent. As he walks, he's not just feeling the pressure on his feet, he's dissecting it, analyzing what's really going on here. This intense pressure in the flower sea, Fong Yuan thinks, it's all coming from the spirit spring. He knows this spirit spring is overflowing with chi energy, and that's what's creating this brutal force that slams down on each step. And here's the kicker, when you hit your absolute limit, something mystical happens. When you can't take the chi pressure anymore, a few gu appear, he thinks. And these gu, they're known as the hope gu. Each little spark of light in the distance. That's a hope gu, a spirit tied to this ancient legend, passed down since forever. In his mind, Fong Yuan slips into the story. Back in the day, the world was a raw, brutal place, all savage wilderness and danger. And that's when the first human, Renzu, appeared, barely surviving, constantly on the run, always watching out for this vicious pack of beasts called the Kunjing that couldn't wait to tear him apart. One day, Renzu was cornered, down and out, when a strange light appeared. "Oh human, we heard your cry," whispered the light, almost like an ancient echo. "From now on, if you give us your life, we'll help you survive anything." Renzu, pretty much out of options, answered in a daze. "My life," but fear became courage. "All right, that I swear. I'm willing to give up my youth to the biggest gu." With that, the first gu entered his body, hitting him with a blast of strength that wasn't his own. Suddenly, he was untouchable. He tore through the Kunjing like a storm. But power has limits. He quickly learned that he couldn't just brute force his way out of every problem, he'd need recovery and strategy, not just to drain himself dry. Renzu decided he needed more than raw strength, so he offered his middle years to the most dazzling gu he could find. In return, it granted him wisdom. But eventually, time caught up with him. Renzu grew old, his body breaking down, weak and struggling. He tried to trap another gu but collapsed from exhaustion. As he lay there, the other goo spirits looked at him and spoke, "Oh, human, that you're already old. What more can you give us?" they asked, totally indifferent. "You've got nothing left to offer." And with that, they bounced, leaving him there, defenseless. But then, surrounded by Kuanjing and waiting for death, he noticed one last goo, a tiny, almost unnoticeable light. "Oh human." It whispered softly, "Offer yourself to me, and I'll help you escape these Kuanjing." Renzu laughed, almost bitterly. "Sure. But I've got nothing left. Power goo and wisdom goo ditched me, and all I've got left is old age. If I give that up, I'm dead right here," he sighed, barely audible. "I want to live just a little bit longer. That even a second would do." But the goo spirit didn't flinch. "Give me your heart," it said, simply. After a moment, Renzu agreed, giving the last piece of himself he could. And the hope goo burst into a brilliant light, wiping out the Kuanjing. This final goo, the hope goo, revealed a truth about surviving anything. When you're cornered, the story says, just put your heart into hope. Back in reality, Fang Yuan is pushing forward. He's taken 20 steps now, every muscle straining, his body screaming at him to stop. He's hit his max, but he knows, this isn't just about talent. It's about grit. As Fang Yuan steps into the flower sea, there's this heavy expectation hanging in the air. The elders are buzzing about him, clearly hoping for a show-stopping first-class talent. But as he takes each step, the pressure grows. 25, then 26 steps, and on the 27th, something shifts inside him. It's like he's hit this mysterious, almost otherworldly place. Awakening, he realizes. It's this surreal process, happening somewhere between reality and something far beyond. They call it different things, the purple space, the indigenous pool, but most people know it as the primeval sea. In this endless yet microscopic space, a hope goo releases a warm, glowing light that fills his body, forming the green primeval sea within him. For Fang Yuan, this isn't just some mystical experience, it's a confirmation. I'm back on the path to becoming a goo master. He's calm, almost like he was expecting this. But the elders? They're stunned, and not in the way you'd think. As they watch him stop after only 27 steps, there's a collective gasp. The whispers grow louder, only 27 steps. So he's a third-class talent? That's barely above average, and for someone they pegged as a potential genius, it's a massive letdown. Even his brother is shocked, and the clan elders are visibly disappointed. They can't believe their eyes. There's no room for error in this ritual, and they've been watching him the whole time. It's not like he could have faked it. But he had all the signs of a genius, one elder mutters, struggling to understand. The high-quality primeval sea, the intelligence, the agility. He had it all. But talent isn't guaranteed by these traits alone, and his performance was, by their standards, far from stellar. The more you hope, the harder you fall, they conclude, lamenting the fading glory of their clan's golden days. As whispers of disappointment and mocking laughter ripple through the crowd, Fang Yuan stands there, completely unfazed. In his mind, he sees a flashback of his previous life, reliving his younger self's raw frustration. Back then, he'd been crushed, spiraling in disbelief. Why? This can't be real, his past self had whispered. A third-class talent? There's got to be some mistake. I know so much, I should have been destined for greatness, for immortality. He'd been heartbroken, even apologizing to his younger brother for his failure. In this moment, Fang Yuan looks at that old version of himself, beaten and bitter. Do you hate them? He asks his younger self, almost like he's talking to a stranger. The past Fang Yuan glares back, bitterly. I hate the heavens for being unfair. I hate the clan for being so heartless. From now on, I don't care how they see me. My dreams were supposed to be bigger than this. Present-day Fang Yuan sighs, almost amused. Fine, he replies to his past self. Suit yourself. They're all just passers-by, here today, gone tomorrow. People chase their dreams, and the rest? They're dust in the wind. In his voice, there's an acceptance, a kind of peace. I'm just a fish swimming in this vast river of time, Fang Yuan says. But I'm a fish that swims against the current. His younger self fades, and Fang Yuan whispers a final goodbye to that angry, disillusioned version of himself. He's let it go. He's truly different now, focused only on his own path. The elders, a bit deflated, call up his younger brother next, Guyu Fangzheng. But as Fangzheng steps up, he trips over a rock. The crowd bursts into laughter, and the elder groans in disappointment. The Fang family's twins, amounting to nothing much, he scoffs. Fangzheng's face burns with embarrassment, but before he can react, Fang Yuan is by his side, grabbing his collar and whispering in his ear, "Go. Our future path is going to be an interesting one." As Fangzheng watches his brother walk away with that unwavering calm, a flood of questions runs through his mind. Why? You're only a third-class talent, Fang Yuan. How are you so calm? If that were me. He trails off, feeling the weight of his own uncertainty, his fears clawing at him. Fangzheng steps onto the water, feeling the depth of his own life, the loneliness, the neglect. He remembers overhearing his aunt and uncle talking about possibly disowning him, as if he were some unwanted extra in their lives. His heart aches as he recalls Chui'er, the servant girl he thought cared for him, only to have that hope shattered too. Why must everything belong to Fang Yuan? He seethes. His fists clenched. After this awakening ceremony, I'm going to fall into some bottomless pit, and I'll never get out. His voice echoes in his mind, filled with the raw desperation of a young man who feels unseen, abandoned. I want respect, I want people to care about me. I don't want to be alone anymore. I want to be seen. His thoughts drift to his parents, their faces vague memories in his mind. Mother. Father. If you were here, would things be different? His vision blurs with tears, a single tear rolling down his cheek, carrying years of pent-up pain. I want to change everything, but then, something changes. With each step he takes on the flower sea, the crowd begins to stir. Noticing he's still going. 35, 40, then finally, 43 steps, gasps ripple through the onlookers, a first-class talent. Holy crap! Who would have thought Fang Yuan's little brother, that good-for-nothing, would turn out to be this gifted? The clan members are in shock, whispers swirling, each more intense than the last. This is unbelievable, someone mutters. The Fang family's bloodline has ties to our Qi family. I should be the one to adopt Fangzheng. Ha! You think you're qualified, old Qiuyan, another retorts. You're not fit to raise him. It's not right to mistake someone else's child for your own. The clan leader, Guyu Bo, silences them with a commanding shout. Enough. If anyone is fit to guide Fangzheng, it's the clan leader, and that's me. Any objections will be taken as a challenge against me. Fangzheng stands there, barely believing what's happening. His heart pounds, his face lifted to the sky in pure gratitude. Mother. Father. God heard my prayers. A spark ignites within him, and he clenches his fists with newfound confidence. Brother, from today on, everything will be different. He glares in the direction where Fang Yuan had left. I'll show you who the real genius is. You're no longer the mountain sheltering me in your shadow. And I'll no longer be known as Fang Yuan's little brother. With fire in his eyes, he declares, everyone who laughed at me before, you'd better remember this moment. From today onward, I am Guyu Fangzheng. A week has passed, and the classroom buzzes with the voices of newly awakened students. The elder stands before them, guiding their first steps into the world of Gu cultivation. His voice is steady and full of authority. Humans are the pinnacle of all creatures, he declares. Gu are heaven and earth's gifts to us. There are over 1,000 types of Gu, a vast spectrum of voodoo bugs that strengthen our cultivation and grant us powers. The students listen with eager curiosity as the elder paints a vivid picture of the mysterious Gu. Goo can take countless forms, he explains, lurking in soil, hidden in grass, nestled within beasts. They might be in the bodies of birds or even buried in gems or demonic creatures. They are the essence of life itself, the elder continues, shifting his focus to the room's newly awakened Goo masters. Since you all achieved awakening last week, you're ready to cultivate. Now, you must use your primeval seed to nurture Goo, to feed, refine, and control them. From here on, you're officially rank 1 Goo masters. Then, a student named Gyue Mabe raises his hand, looking unimpressed. We know this already, he says, clearly bored. Can you explain more about the differences between rank 1 and rank 2 Goo masters? The elder raises an eyebrow, but obliges. Fine, he says. If you're a 4th class talent, your primeval seat fills only about 20 to 30%, capping you at rank 2. 3rd class talents can reach 40 to 50% and might even make it to rank 3 if they're lucky. 2nd class. They get 60 to 70%, with the potential to become rank 4. The room falls silent, hanging on his every word as he moves on to the topic everyone's most curious about. Now, 1st class talents. The elder's tone shifts with reverence. Their primeval seat fills to 80 to 90%, and they're natural-born geniuses, made to excel. They can even reach rank 5, a curious student can't resist asking, what about rank 6 and beyond? The elder sighs. Legends, my dear student. Rank 6 and above are myths to us. Our clan has never seen a rank 6 Goo master, only a few remarkable rank 5s. A hushed awe spreads through the room, the elder pauses, reminiscing on their history. There were only 2 rank 5 Goo masters in the entire history of our Guile clan. The first was our founding clan leader. The second was our 4th generation leader, a gifted master who reached rank 5's peak. If it hadn't been for the flower wine monk. He trails off, his expression darkening. The flower wine monk was a demon, a notorious rank 5 who plagued our lands with wicked deeds. Fong Yuan, listening but slouched at his desk, shifts slightly. The flower wine monk. He mutters to himself, stirring faint memories. That battle, fought between the revered 4th generation clan elder and that wretched monk, was well known in their village. It was a tale of betrayal, a tragic end for a hero. Fong Yuan recalls the story clearly. Their 4th generation leader, merciful even in battle, had been on the verge of sparing the flower wine monk's life when the demon cowardly struck back, dealing a fatal blow. Their hero had, of course, vanquished the monk in his final moments, but not without paying the ultimate price. But where did he die? Fong Yuan muses, barely hiding a smirk as he stretches. Where did he fall? I combed the village for his remains in my previous life and found nothing. A scheme slowly forms in his mind. He remembers that in about 2 months, a heartbroken Goo master from the clan, deep in drink, would attract a rare liquor worm, leading him to a hidden underground entrance in the mountains. As the elder drones on about the heroics of their ancestors, Fong Yuan's thoughts drift far from the present. If I find the 4th generation elder's remains, he thinks, I might just uncover the legacy he left behind. The faint glint in his eye is the only sign that Fong Yuan's spirit is anything but crushed. Alright, let's break it down. So, Fong Yuan's got this story in his head, a tale about a guy who stumbled on a legendary liquor worm while half drunk, which basically supercharged his life. This guy's cultivation skyrocketed, his ex came running back, and he became the village celebrity. Naturally, Fong Yuan is all in on the idea, trying to replicate the same conditions. So, what's his plan? He buys wine every day, gets wasted at night, hoping to lure out a liquor worm. But, well, no luck. And time's ticking, a month flies by, and soon enough it's April. He's realizing that maybe this plan isn't working out. Now, cut to the academy. Fong Yuan and the other students are sitting in class, listening to the elder go on about primeval stones. These stones are like gold for Goo masters, They're rare, valuable, and if you use them right, they can boost your cultivation by a mile. Think of it like an energy drink, but on a cosmic scale. The elders got their attention now as he explains that these stones can even help weaker students cover for their lack of talent. For a lot of them, this is their golden ticket. Then the big announcement drops. They're getting their first assignment as goo masters. Head to the goo room, pick out their very own goo worm, and refine it. Oh, and there's a little bonus. The first student to do it gets a stack of 20 primeval stones as a reward. Now everyone's really listening. Of course, someone's got questions. Teacher, what if we pick a goo above our rank? The elder's like, let me level with you. Goo worms are ranked, just like goo masters, and if you pick one that's out of your league, you're basically setting yourself up for disaster. The cost of maintaining a high-rank goo is insane, and unless you're flush with resources, you'll burn out fast. Not to mention, there's a good chance you just can't handle it. When class ends, the students rush to the goo room. Fong Yuan somewhere in the line, mulling over his choices. Inside, he sees rows of moonlight goo, the standard pick for his clan's students. These aren't just any goo, they're produced by the clan using a secret technique, practically a badge of honor. But Fong Yuan's not exactly thrilled. He'd really set his heart on that elusive liquor worm. He's running out of options, though, so he figures he'll grab a moonlight goo for now and try his luck again later. Next stop. The wine shop, as usual. He orders his 2 jugs, same as every day for the past week. The shopkeeper can't help but comment on it. You sure can hold your liquor for someone so young. She says. With a raised brow and a knowing grin. Fong Yuan takes his wine but does some quick math, his wallet's running on fumes, and without that reward money, he won't be able to afford more wine after tomorrow. Just then, a voice calls out, "Brother, you're buying wine again?" It's his younger brother, looking all concerned. He tells Fong Yuan that uncle and aunt want to see him and gives him a bit of a pep talk. You've got to get back on your feet. We're all worried about you. Fong Yuan, though, just looks back at him with that same hollow stare. His brother's trying so hard to connect, but something in Fong Yuan's eyes holds him back, like there's a wall between them. The younger one's thoughts are racing, he knows he's different now. He wants to be strong, to reach out, but he can't seem to get the words out. Fong Zheng is caught up in his own thoughts, convincing himself, I'm the real talent here. The real genius. He's determined to prove himself, especially against his brother, Fong Yuan. Lost in these thoughts, he doesn't even notice Fong Yuan already leaving, until he snaps out of it to find his brother walking away, calling out in that usual cold tone, "What are you standing there for? Leave already." The 2 brothers arrive at their aunt and uncle's place, where they're greeted warmly. Their aunt beams, marveling at how quickly they've grown, and now that they're both goo masters, she's thrilled to reward them with spiritual stones. Fong Zheng is overjoyed, eagerly thanking them. His aunt and uncle smile, assuring him that he's like their own child. She sighs, adding that she and her husband have no children, and it would be wonderful if they could truly become a family. Then comes the twist, his uncle announces that they'd like to adopt Fong Yuan and Fong Zheng as their official children. Fong Zheng's heart leaps. Of course I'm willing. He says, deeply moved. Finally, he thinks, he has a family of his own. Overcome with emotion, he bows, addressing them as mother and father. His aunt and uncle hold him, brimming with satisfaction, then they turn to Fong Yuan, awaiting his response. But Fong Yuan only stands there, silent. The uncle, sensing his hesitation, tries to keep it cordial. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. You're 15 now, and you'll need to learn to be independent. We prepared a support of 200 spiritual stones for you. Fong Yuan coldly rejects the offer. No need, uncle. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Fong Zheng, concerned, tries to persuade his uncle to let him talk to Fong Yuan, to make him see reason. But his uncle waves him off, saying with a sigh, "Some things just can't be forced." Later, the scene shifts to his uncle alone in his room, his kindly smile replaced with a hardened scowl. "That Fong Yuan brat," he mutters, furious. "If only he'd let us adopt him, we'd inherit his parents' fortune." But, no, he didn't fall for it. His aunt frowns, murmuring, "He's clever, that boy. What if he becomes a problem?" "No worries," the uncle sneers, his voice darkening. "We'll have him expelled from the clan before he turns 16. Then he'll lose his right to any inheritance. I gave him a chance. But if he insists on opposing us, he'll see just how heartless I can be." Meanwhile, Fong Yuan is out in the forest, alone under the pale moonlight. He feels the crisp, biting chill in the air and whispers to himself, "The wind tonight is a bit chilly." As Fong Zheng is focusing on his studies, the servant girl enters with a respectful bow. "Young Master Fong Zheng, how about a bath first? I've prepared hot water for you." She smiles, adding softly, "Then come inside." Fong Zheng freezes. Wait, did she mean that the way it sounded? His face flushes red, and for a second, he's so thrown off he nearly stumbles over his own words. "So, what do you think? Innocent offer for him to go in first? Or maybe she knows exactly what she's doing." Fong Zheng might have his eyes set on his studies. But it seems like this girl knows how to shake up his concentration. 3 days after the rain started, we see Fong Yuan in deep focus, working to refine his moonlight goo. But the task isn't easy. He's only managed to refine about 1/12 of the goo and is already using more than half of his primeval essence. Frustrated, he reflects, refining a goo is truly difficult. Suddenly, the servant girl Shen Chui appears, carrying food and wine. She greets him with a sweet tone, saying she brought these gifts to help with the boredom. Fong Yuan, already wary, allows her to come in, noting to himself, "She's finally come." As she steps closer, Shen Chui grows more seductive, remarking that the food is delightful, and the wine will help kill the boredom. She then places herself on his lap, whispering that she's always liked him and wishes to stay by his side, no matter what his talent grade is. Moving closer, she even suggests, "Tonight, your servant would like to give her body to you." Now, here's where things get intense. Fong Yuan, utterly unfazed, sees right through her act. He responds with a cold glare and mocks her, still pretending, "Huh. It was actually just a mere seduction plot." Shen Chui tries to play innocent, but Fong Yuan isn't having it. He grabs her by the throat, showing his ruthless side as he accuses her, "Looks like uncle and aunt let you come over to seduce me and frame me, didn't they?" Then, in his typically cutting style, he scorns her with a line that's as brutal as it is revealing, "Who do you think you are to seduce me? Did you really think it would work with these 2 rotten pieces of flesh on your chest?" With that, he releases his grip, but the threat remains in his voice as he warns her, "Shen Chui, don't you think I can kill you?" Terrified, she listens as he continues, explaining that out of mercy, he'll let her live this time. But he offers her an option that's almost as chilling, "You always longed to escape servitude, go find my little brother." He's not only foolish but also naive. His message is clear, he has no sympathy for her or her masters. Shen Chui, shaken, leaves the room in silence, and outside, her co-conspirators confront her, asking, "Did it fail?" Her stunned expression says it all. Inside, Fong Yuan reflects on the trap his relatives set, remarking, "They've actually arranged such a beautiful bait, it is indeed more innovative than in my previous life." But then he closes with a dark promise, "Uncle, Auntie, you are too affectionate. I shall remember this." In this chapter, we follow Fong Yuan as he seeks a temporary refuge outside his manipulative family environment. Upon finding an inn, he quietly tells himself, "It seems I can't stay at home anymore. I better find another place to sleep." As Fong Yuan enters, the inn's worker sizes him up and says, "My dear sir, our inn isn't that cheap. Judging by your appearance, we're afraid you can't afford the price. Calmly, Fang Yuan places several primeval stones on the counter. Is this enough? He asks. The worker's attitude flips instantly. Of course, of course. That's definitely enough. We're deeply sorry for offending you, sir. Please rest for a moment, your room will be ready very soon. He quickly directs another waiter to bring food and wine. Inside, Fang Yuan takes a seat and considers his situation. He thinks to himself, I have only 4 primeval stones left, and I need at least 7 or 8 in order to refine the moonlight goo. Not to mention flower wine monk's liquor worm. That's far from enough. I'll need at least 20 to refine the liquor worm. The only thing I can do right now is place my bets on flower wine monk's legacy. As he eats, he wonders, but I've been trying to lure the liquor worm for an entire week already. Why is it still not working? Across from him, a rowdy group of hunters is in the middle of a heated discussion, drinking and toasting one another. Big Brother Fong, let me offer you a toast. Taking down single-handedly a black-skinned wild pig, that's a real man for you. Another hunter raises a glass, saying, come on, drink up. But Big Brother Fong hesitates, laughing nervously, I really can't keep going anymore. One of them, attempting to impress, asks the waiter for the inn's best wine. We do have good wine, the waiter responds, but it's quite expensive. 1 jar costs 2 pieces of primeval stones. The hunters are taken aback. 2 primeval stones. Don't be foolish. Is there really such an expensive wine? This exchange catches the attention of a nearby rank 1 Gu master, who sneers and interjects, truly hilarious. Look at you all making a fuss over nothing. If you can't afford wine, you should just obediently keep your mouths shut. One of the hunters quickly apologizes, realizing the man's status. We are deeply sorry, Sir Gu Master. We didn't mean to offend you. The Gu Master, named Jiangya, smugly orders the most expensive wine. As the waiter brings it over, Jiangya inspects it, saying, smells truly exquisite. It is actually high-quality green bamboo wine. He turns to the hunter who tried to buy it earlier and sarcastically offers, if the master likes it, then please feel free to take and drink it. It is an apology from me for offending the master. Jiangya's face darkens. He suddenly pours the wine over the hunter's head, taunting him. You bunch of hunters must be really rich, even richer than I am, to actually spend 2 stones on wine. Not bad. In one swift motion, he smashes the jar on the hunter's head, declaring, do you think that you lowly scum are even worthy of this wine? Seeing the hunter cower, his female companion, another Gu master, intervenes. That's enough, Jiangya. You already taught them a lesson. You probably don't care about your reputation, but I do. Jiangya scowls at the crowd. Humph. If you think you have the guts to continue drinking, then go and drink green bamboo wine. I want to see who else dares drink this wine. Just then, a calm, defiant voice breaks the tension. Waiter, give me a jar of green bamboo wine. All eyes shift to see who would dare challenge Jiangya, and the crowd is stunned as they recognize Fang Yuan, sitting at the table, completely unfazed. Observing the other patrons, one Gu master, Jiangya, sizes Fang Yuan up, sensing his cultivation. The aura of primeval essence. No surprise he is not afraid of me, Jiangya thinks. To maintain a semblance of camaraderie, he addresses Fang Yuan with a hint of mockery, saying, oh, it was actually a junior brother. That's a different story. Then, soon after, Fang Yuan instructs the waiter, I'm going out for an errand, I'll be back later, before setting off into the forest, leaving behind the inn's noisy atmosphere. The rain has stopped, and Fang Yuan, walking through the forest, holds a jar of green bamboo wine he purchased. He murmurs to himself, this is very good. The breeze is particularly fresh after the rain, now is the best moment to spread the smell of wine around. And this is the last area I haven't searched yet. With calculated intent, Fang Yuan pours the wine onto a large rock, hoping its scent will lure the liquor worm he's been pursuing. He reflects on his dwindling resources. I have only 2 primeval stones left. If I fail to find his legacy once again, I'll be in grave trouble. Tonight shall be considered my final gamble. After some time, Fang Yuan stares at the wine-soaked rock, disappointment flickering across his face. It failed after all, huh? He sighs, preparing to walk away. It's time to stop, or I won't even be able to refine the moonlight goo. As he begins to accept this failure, he contemplates, this is the helplessness of life, but it's also the charm of living. Suddenly, a faint sound catches his attention, making him turn back toward the rock. His eyes light up as he sees the elusive liquor worm, drunk from the scent of the wine, guiding him toward the hidden legacy of the flower wine monk. It's the liquor worm. It is already drunk, and it is gonna lead me to the flower wine monk. With a surge of determination, Fang Yuan chases the swift liquor worm through the forest until it slips behind a waterfall. Uncovering a hidden cave, he stops in awe, realizing, it was actually over here. The cave behind the waterfall, huh? I see now why I never got any clues. Inside, he finally encounters the skeleton of the flower wine monk, and with a triumphant sneer, he declares, "Humph, I've finally found you, flower wine monk. Your liquor worm and legacy shall be mine." But just as Fang Yuan reaches out, a cold voice echoes from the darkness, "Don't even try to move." Fang Yuan freezes, his mind racing as he wonders how someone managed to follow him into such a well-concealed location. Fang Yuan experiences a sudden shock when he realizes he's being watched. He thinks, I was followed. By whom? Who in the world followed me? Damn it, I have no chance of winning right now. I'm weak, way too weak. His internal frustration reflects the limitations he feels in his current cultivation. A voice interrupts his thoughts, coldly informing him, "You have already been poisoned by my unique poison goo. Without my other goo that acts as the counterpart to it, after 7 days you will turn into pus and blood and die." Recognizing the severity of his situation, Fang Yuan offers, "You're here for the liquor worm. You can have it." This calm response reflects Fang Yuan's adaptability under pressure. Suddenly, he begins to witness a flashback of the flower wine monk's confrontation with the Guyu clan's former clan head. In the memory, the flower wine monk mocks the Guyu's hero, cultivating to rank 5 at such a young age. "I did believe you were a worthy foe at first, I never would have thought you were actually this pathetic, desperate," the clan leader begs, "Sir Flower Wine, please remember my clan's generous hospitality earlier and spare my life." But the flower wine monk scornfully replies, "Generous hospitality? You even dare say that? I originally came here to trade fair and square, and you dared poison my wine." He sees through the leader's deceitful attempt to gain honor by killing him. Cornered, the clan head tries to negotiate further, "Sir, please spare my worthless life. The primeval stones of my clan are all yours." Yet, the flower wine monk shows no mercy, demanding 3,000 primeval stones and 15 kilograms of moon orchid petals every week as the price for sparing his life. Just when it seems he's subdued, the clan leader retaliates, revealing a hidden goo, Moonshadow, which prevents the flower wine monk from using his primeval essence. He taunts, "You're done. Surrender to me nice and gently, and I might spare your lowly life." In a decisive move, the flower wine monk pierces the clan head's chest, killing him, though his victory comes at a cost as he begins to feel the effects of the Moonshadow goo. Gripping his stomach, he vows, "I let you live this time, but I'll be back." Before he escapes the ambush, after witnessing the end of the flashback, Fang Yuan reflects on the history hidden by the clan, muttering, "Huh, so this is what happened. The clan elders actually rewrote history." This revelation deepens his understanding of the clan's ruthlessness, as he realizes the truth was suppressed out of fear. No surprise that Goo Master didn't dare keep it secret. If it were to be discovered by the clan elders, he would have been eliminated. With newfound resolve, Fang Yuan searches the flower wine monk's skeleton, dismissing any fear of being caught. Even if they find out, what's the worst that could happen? No risk, no reward. He finally feels the thrill of claiming the legacy he fought so hard to obtain, whispering triumphantly to himself, finally. Fong Yuan explores the legacy left by the flower wine monk. Upon examining the remains, he mutters, he had only 15 primeval stones left. What a beggar. The discovery disappoints him as he realizes that most of the goo left behind have died from neglect, with only the liquor worm as his gain. He thinks, this is way worse than I expected. No surprise that Goo Master reported it to the clan, however, Fong Yuan's mind quickly turns to opportunity. He dismisses the idea of informing his clan and ponders selling this information to rival villages instead, deciding, rely on the clan. I'm not as naive as last time. He regards his clan only as a stepping stone for his greater ambitions. Returning to the inn, Fong Yuan considers the resources needed to refine the liquor worm into his vital goo. Reflecting on his limited wealth, he thinks, I need at least 5, at most 8 to refine the moonlight goo, and at least 11, at most 16 to refine the liquor worm. Knowing the liquor worm is a rare goo, even though it's now a low-level rank 1, he understands it will significantly boost his primeval essence. He steels himself for the challenge. I've decided, I'm refining the liquor worm. Fong Yuan begins the process, harnessing his primeval essence to suppress the liquor worm's own will. But the worm, once a rank 5, strongly resists. He thinks, this liquor worm has a really strong resistance. It's as if I'm having a confrontation of will with the flower wine monk. He realizes that even his 17 primeval stones won't be enough for this arduous refinement. After a grueling night with little progress, Fong Yuan is resigned but determined, thinking, no matter what, I need that goo for the future. Just then, his brother interrupts him, demanding an explanation. Why didn't you come back home last night? Tell me, what in the world did you do to Chuyer? The emotional conflict between Fong Yuan and his younger brother, Fong Zheng, comes to a head. The morning confrontation is tense, with Fong Zheng demanding answers about Shin Chui, who had been distressed after leaving Fong Yuan's room. Ignoring his brother's accusations, Fong Yuan calmly requests more food, his indifference cutting deep. Fong Zheng's anger rises as he accuses him, ever since she came out from your room yesterday, she cried all over the place. The more I comforted her, the harder she cried. Don't you have anything to say in your defense? As Fong Yuan continues to brush off Fong Zheng's concerns, Fong Zheng digs deeper, saying, Guyue Fong Yuan. I know that you are upset. Because you have only C-grade talent. But she has served you for so many years, I have seen her gentleness and care towards you. You can't unleash your anger on her just because of your own misfortune. This isn't fair to her. In response, Fong Yuan suddenly slaps Fong Zheng, his tone cold and dismissive. Insolent brat, you dare talk to your big brother like this? Shen Cui is a mere servant. You would do anything for her, even forget that I'm your big brother. Fong Zheng, shocked by the slap, stammers, big brother. You hit me? You've never hit me before. Struggling to understand his brother's actions, he finally bursts out, I know now, you're jealous. You are only C-grade. And you envy my A-grade talent. But you also cannot blame me for it, this is all heaven's plan. The accusation of jealousy only provokes Fong Yuan further. He slaps Fong Zheng again and responds with biting words, naive fool, you've already forgotten how I treated you since we were kids. Do you really think you would have survived until now without my protection? And now you are questioning me because of a mere servant? Did you feed your good conscience to stray dogs? These words trigger memories in Fong Zheng of all the sacrifices and acts of protection his brother had shown him in the past. But Fong Yuan, unmoved, declares, whatever, you even abandoned your own parents and admitted someone else. What am I worth to you, as merely your big brother? From today onwards, you are not my little brother, and I am no longer your big brother. Don't you like Shin Cui? Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. She's still a virgin, untouched and pure. Trade her for 6 primeval stones, and she will be all yours." Horrified yet desperate, Fang Jing replies, "Big bro, how can you?" Fang Yuan's response is cold and final, "Trade, or not," in bitter submission. Fang Jing agrees, saying, "I will. Why wouldn't I? But I have only 5.5 left." Fang Yuan takes the stones without hesitation, closing the deal with a chilling declaration, "Deal, these stones are mine now, you can leave. And you better get lost before I change my mind." Once alone, Fang Yuan contemplates the hollow nature of their relationship, HMPH. At the end of the day our brotherhood appears to be worth only these few stones. Meanwhile, Fang Jing, still reeling from the confrontation, clings to a glimmer of solace, "Cur, I can finally have you rightfully as mine." 2 days later, Fang Yuan remains deeply engaged in refining the liquor worm, his determination unbroken. Reflecting on the process, he mutters, "This liquor worm is still harshly floundering. I spent 2 days and 2 nights, only resting 2 hours each day, and I spent 12 pieces of primeval stone. But I've refined less than 7% of it." The worm's resistance is fierce, echoing the will of its former master, the flower wine monk. Despite the setback, Fang Yuan is unrelenting, "Being behind for a while doesn't matter, once I complete the liquor worm." Suddenly, he senses a powerful aura that jolts him from his focus. This aura is familiar. No way. Is this Spring-Autumn Cicada? The realization sends chills through him, recognizing the unique signature of the Spring-Autumn Cicada, the rank 6 gu that facilitated his rebirth. The next morning, Fang Zheng's uncle was pacing back and forth in their family hall, his fingers twitching as if grappling with an unsolved mystery. When he saw Fang Jing approach, his face darkened. "What did you just say? You gave 6 primeval stones to Fang Yuan in exchange for Chui'er?" Fang Jing looked at his uncle with a resolute expression, though uncertainty flashed in his eyes. "Yes, uncle, nephew believes helping others in need is one of the core virtues. Ordinary people or not, we must help them no matter what. Poor Chui'er can't stay in Fang Yuan's vile hands, so nephew spent his several stones to free her." The uncle's eyes closed as he pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly struggling with his nephew's naivety. He muttered under his breath before speaking again, his voice laced with exasperation. "My foolish child, Shen Cui is ours, she is not his belonging. If you wanted her, you should have just asked me. Well, whatever, I'm giving you once more 6 primeval stones, don't waste them this time. Go back to your room and focus on refining your gu, you have already wasted a lot of time." Shame burned on Fang Zheng's face, and he dipped his head, guilt welling up inside him as his uncle's words sunk in. "Yes, father, son is truly sorry." As Fang Zheng left, his uncle turned to his aunt, frustration brimming in his eyes. "Fang Yuan, this little brat. He dared to sell our servant as a merchandise. How cunning." His aunt placed a hand on his shoulder, attempting to ease his frustration. "Dear, calm your anger. It's just 6 primeval stones. You understand nothing, woman." His uncle threw up his hands, his voice growing even more aggravated. He can only rely on having a large amount of stones with his C-grade talent. At first having only 6 was far from enough, but now 12 is a completely different story. If a gu master has enough resources, his progression can be pretty fast even if he is only C-grade. The aunt's brow furrowed, confusion still clear on her face. "Husband, your cultivation is at rank 2, why are you still afraid of him?" He turned on her, his tone sharpening. "You dumbass, do you really think I can challenge him as the elder of the family? The clan has strict laws about this. One gu master must have the cultivation base of middle rank 1 in order to start a household at 16. If he really manages to achieve that, I have no power to stop him. Everything in this damn house is his parents' heritage. When the time comes, it will be all his. Do you get it now?" Her face paled as the implications dawned on her. What? What should we do then? The uncle's gaze turned calculating. A sly smile creeping onto his face. He is 15 this year, that means we have 1 year left. If we can't confront him face to face, we shall plot against him once more. As long as he doesn't get to middle rank 1 next year, he won't inherit anything. The aunt still seemed unconvinced. But Fang Yuan is so hard to deal with, he is always out of our line of sight. He not only didn't fall for the seduction plot but also turned it around and got himself 6 primeval stones for free. Is this really a 15-year-old boy? The uncle sighed heavily, his voice lowering as his frustration and helplessness intertwined. Sigh dash. If he was as stupid as Fang Zheng, that would have been great. However, Fang Zheng seems to despise him, he might become our greatest weapon in the future that will take him down. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in his secluded corner, a gleam in his eyes. His thoughts were filled with the revelation from earlier. Never would have thought the spring-autumn cicada was actually reborn with me. So it's actually not a one-time use goo. What's even more uncanny, it is my vital goo of this life. Originally, the moonlight goo was a medium-quality pick, as for liquor worm it was high-quality pick. However, compared to the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, they are nothing but mud on the ground. Fang Yuan's gaze hardened with grim satisfaction as he traced his fingers over the faint pulse of power in his aperture, the faint life of the spring-autumn cicada. Thing is, it is extremely weak right now since it suddenly went back 500 years in time. Once having great vitality, it just looks like dead wood now. But, it's fortunate. If this cicada was at its peak state, my weak rank 1 aperture could not even tolerate it, the majestic aura of the cicada would just make the space aperture burst and I would die. Then, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he continued, although I can't use it for now, I can use its overwhelming pressure to suppress other GU. Well then, refining goo will be like snatching a candy from a baby. Finally. Hahaha, with the spring-autumn cicada in my hands, it's as if I had power of the heavens. From today onwards, refining any low-rank goo will be effortless, I won't even need to use any primeval stones. A rank 1 goo master that has rank 6 vital goo, that's truly some fairy tale. A wry smile crossed his lips as he thought about his next steps. It seems that my plan changes then. First of all, I'm gonna claim the reward I wasn't supposed to earn. At the clan's entrance, the guard stationed at the main gate suddenly perked up as a figure approached. Recognizing him, he hurried inside to deliver the message to the clan elder, reporting to SIR clan elder. There is a student from the Fang family waiting outside, saying that he has refined the moonlight goo. The elder's face lit up with a smile as he prepared to greet who he assumed would be Fang Zheng. Oh, Fang family, who could it be except him? Alright, let's check this out. The elder strode out, clapping his hands in congratulation before he even saw the figure's face. Very good Guyu Fang Zheng, you indeed didn't disappoint me. That's A-grade talent for you, those B, C grades and so on are no match. As he approached closer, his steps faltered slightly, and Fang Yuan gave him a polite yet mischievous smile. Hee, elder, you've mistaken me for someone else. Guyu Fang Zheng is my little brother. Scholar Guyu Fang Yuan greets the clan elder. Fang Yuan's unexpected arrival and his bold announcement had left the elder and the guards in utter disbelief. Their jaws slackened, eyes wide as they stared at Fang Yuan. You are Guyu Fang Yuan? One of the guards stammered, his voice thick with incredulity. What? You finished first. Fang Yuan's gaze was steady, a subtle smirk playing at his lips as he replied, it seems so, somehow, if no one was faster than me. The clan elder found himself speechless, his thoughts racing. The C-grade Fang Yuan, outpacing even the most talented students. The next day, an elated Fang Zheng burst into the clan hall, his face glowing with pride. I've refined it. I've finally refined it. I am an A-grade talent and I was so hardworking. No one can be faster than me, no one. Big brother, and those who look down on me, from today onwards, you're gonna see me in another light. However, his celebration was short-lived as one of the guards greeted him with a mischievous grin. You are Guiyue Fangzheng? You indeed look like your big brother. Huh, you're too late, your big brother has already earned the reward. Fang Zheng's world tilted, his proud smile fading as his heart sank. He is number 1 in this assessment. That's impossible, he's only a C-grade talent, there must be a mistake. The guard shrugged. This was verified by clan elder himself. You can check later the proof once it is displayed. Turning, Fang Zheng's gaze fell on a freshly displayed poster in the hall. Winner of the Gu Refining Assessment, Guyu Fang Yuan. Special award of 20 primeval stones. Shock rooted him to the spot. His hands went to his head as he whispered, how can this be? How did he do that? If it were B grades like Mo Bei or Qi Cheng, I would be fine with it, but why does it have to be him? I train and work way harder, while he is getting wasted, but he still was number 1. Where the hell is the logic behind this? The great mountain I thought I've climbed over, is now once again. Damn it, why? Meanwhile, members of the Mo and Qi families murmured among themselves. The rumors about Fang Yuan's unexpected win had spread like wildfire, and they were quick to chalk it up to sheer luck. In the solitude of his quarters that evening, Fang Zheng clenched his fists, staring out at the night sky as determination welled up in his heart. Big brother. It has only just begun. I won't lose next time for sure. 10 days later, the students gathered in the clan's training field, buzzing with excitement. The instructor's voice rang out, commanding their attention. The Moonlight Gu is the symbol of our clan, many of you here have also chosen it as their vital Gu. I will teach you now how to attack with it. Firstly, you use your mind to mobilize the Moonlight Gu, then you can move it to any part of your body. The attack can sometimes be unpredictable. But usually, your Moonlight Gu is in the palm of your hand, since it is easier to control like this. Then shift your inner primeval essence in order to pour it inside the Moonlight Gu. And finally, fire it. Demonstrating, the instructor directed his essence, and in an instant, a gleaming moon blade sliced through a grass puppet, cutting it clean in half. The students gasped in awe, excitement bubbling within them as they visualized their upcoming assessment. Fang Zheng's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. Big brother was lucky last time, but you can't always rely on that as a Gu master. That's why this time I will be the winner. Just as he declared this to himself, a flash of light cut through the air. Fang Zheng's head whipped around to see a grass puppet severed cleanly, the blade sharp and powerful. The instructor's voice rang out, impressed, that moonblade was pretty good. Who fired it? Was it you? The student over there, all eyes turned toward Fang Yuan, his expression calm yet faintly triumphant, a subtle power emanating from him as he stood among the students. The teacher points at a student standing beside Fang Yuan. His voice echoes sharply, was it you? The attack seemed to come from your position. The student hesitates before sighing deeply, admitting, sighs, "Huh. I guess so." Nearby, Fang Zheng lets out a quiet breath of relief, his tension melting into relief as he mutters to himself, "Phew. It wasn't him. Stop scaring me." 2 more students successfully demonstrate their moonblade attacks. Watching enviously, others in the group whisper amongst themselves, sigh, I envy these high-grade talents. D grades like US can only become some sidekick GU masters. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan remains quiet, deep in thought, I better not show them what I've got yet. I almost got spotted, huh? After the training session, students begin to disperse, but a familiar voice rings out from the corner of the field. It's the Gu master who once caused trouble at the inn, now trying to hawk his wares. Junior brothers, class is over. Do you want to buy a grass puppet Gu? It's not just for practicing purposes, it has lots of other uses too. Ho ho ho, the students ignore him, walking past without a glance. Frustrated, he mutters under his breath, PFFT, saving your primeval stones for New Year's Eve? Bunch of misers. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupts his grumbling, Senior brother, 10 moon orchid petals. It's Fong Yuan. The salesman lights up with a grin. Hey. You've come, junior brother. You are the one who knows how to spend money. Please wait a moment. Handing over the petals, he cheerfully bids Fong Yuan farewell, 10 petals, take care. With a subtle nod, Fong Yuan replies, thank you. Later, Fong Yuan is seen sitting at an inn, enjoying a modest meal. His thoughts, however, remain focused on the ever-present challenges of being a Gu master. Right now, feeding my GU is a major issue. The moonlight Gu eats moon orchid petals, and green bamboo wine is the best option for the liquor worm. I have to use almost one entire piece of primeval stone each day just to feed them. I did obtain quite a lot of stones through different means lately, but feeding and refining them also cost me a lot. My amount of stones has gone down from 44.5 to 20. In addition, I'm lucky that the spring-autumn cicada absorbs directly from the Time River. Otherwise, there is just no way I could afford to feed a rank 6 Gu. At the moment, I'm not in that good of a spot. It seems that I will have To show my true colors in 3 days. The innkeeper approaches Fong Yuan with a respectful bow, delivering news, my good sir. There will be a group of merchants stopping by our village in 10 days. They usually buy a great quantity of green bamboo wine. When the time comes, I'm afraid we will be on a shortage. Owner knows green bamboo wine is Sir's love, that's why I'm telling you beforehand. Fong Yuan nods, his mind quickly analyzing the situation. With 1 jar of green bamboo wine, the liquor worm can drink for 4 days. If I switch to a cheaper wine of lesser quality, I'll need to buy way more jars. And people might suspect me. I must get more while I still can. Out loud, he replies with a calm assurance, yes, that's so. I will buy 5 jars of green bamboo wine. Come with me and bring them to the dormitory. The waiter beams and responds enthusiastically, yes sir. As the waiter leaves, Fong Yuan chuckles to himself, raising a GU is like raising a mistress. This is indeed true. The scene shifts to the training grounds, bustling with students. A burly close combat master addresses them, his voice booming. Basic melee combat is an inescapable step in GU Master's early stage of cultivation. Pay attention, everyone. Or you will regret it in the future. The students buzz with excitement and tension. Among them, Fang Zheng stares intensely at his older brother, determination burning in his eyes. The teacher explains the rules, form groups of 5 students. Come over here group by group. Each student fires 3 moonblades. It is 1 point if you hit the limbs, 2 points for the stomach and chest, 3 points for the neck, and 4 if you cut the head off. Maximum mark is 12. The one with the highest mark is number 1. Is everything clear? Alright, today is the assessment. Let's see the result of your efforts. The first group performs poorly, prompting the teacher's sharp rebuke, what is this accuracy? Did you really practice? Later, when Guyu Mo Bei and Guyu Chi Ching compete, their performance captures the students' attention. Wow, a duel between 2 B grades. This is gonna be interesting. The teacher announces the results, Guyue Mobei, target hit 3 times. 5 points. Guyu Chi Ching, target hit 3 times. 6 points. Chi Ching won. Chi Ching smirks smugly. Easy. Mo Bei retorts with frustration. Humph. You just got lucky. Chi Ching brushes him off, turning his attention toward the next participant. The real threat left is Fang Zheng. Let's see how he performs. The teacher calls out, next group, Guyue Fang Zheng. Excitement ripples through the crowd, it's Fang Zheng's turn. The fun finally begins. Let's see if he is worthy of his A grade. Fang Zheng steels himself, breathing heavily. He murmurs under his breath, #huff equals big brother, I will surpass you for sure this time. The teacher commands, start. Fang Zheng prepares his moon blade, but as he aims, a cold, sharp image of Fang Yuan's piercing gaze flashes in his mind. His concentration shatters. Shit, I missed. The crowd gasps in collective shock. What? The training ground is filled with suspense as Fang Zheng fires his moon blade. It whirls through the air and lands precisely on the puppet's neck. A collective gasp rises from the students. It was actually a direct hit on the neck. So skilled. That's A grade for you. Fang Yuan remains silent, his expression indifferent as if the result means nothing to him. The teacher comments, his tone neutral, luck is smiling to you. You still managed to hit despite the bad aiming. Fang Zheng wipes the sweat off his brow and thinks to himself, that was close. I was aiming for the chest. I got lucky, but I can't risk it again. A short while later, the teacher announces the scores. Guyu Fang Zheng, target hit 3 times. 7 points. That's the best mark we've got for now. The students murmur in awe, whispering among themselves, wow, normally, getting 9 points is the maximum. What beginner could ever hope to cut off the head? Seems that Fang Zheng already won then. Their attention shifts as someone interjects, wait, there is one last group. Eyes widen, and nervous laughter ripples through the crowd. OH. It's him. It's Fang Yuan's turn. A student jeers loudly, mocking, him. If he gets the best score, I will eat shit in front of everyone. Another laughs but cautions, don't say that. He is the well-known hope of the clan, the C-grade genius. The group bursts into raucous laughter, dismissing the possibility of Fang Yuan excelling. Amid the noise, Fang Zheng stares intently at his older brother, his expression serious. As Fang Yuan steps forward, the teacher calls, last group, start. Ready. In the crowd, Fang Zheng clenches his fists, his mind racing, come on, big brother. Show me what you've got. Even the teacher muses silently, his gaze fixed on Fang Yuan, Guyue Fang Yuan. Was it just luck at the first assessment? The air is thick with tension as Fang Yuan's first moon blade slices through the air. The blade misses the target completely, slicing through some leaves instead. The students explode in laughter. Where are you aiming at? What is this aim? Trash will stay trash. The teacher closes his eyes, shaking his head in disappointment. I had still a glimpse of hope. So it was actually just luck. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng is unable to contain himself, bursting out laughing. PFE. He sneers inwardly, I won. You have 2 chances left. How can you beat me with an accuracy like this? Even if you get stupidly lucky and hit the neck twice, that's only 6 points, or maybe you might cut the head. Oh, then come. You think you'll do better next time? That's just a lie parents tell their kids to comfort them. I won. Surrender. It's over. Not even heavens can help you this time. Fang Yuan fires his second moon blade, his expression calm and focused. Fang Zheng sneers in his mind, still not giving up. Fine, let me see how you struggle. After this assessment, I will be the true #1 genius. Everyone will acknowledge me. No one will ever dare mock me. The blade sails through the air, and all eyes widen as it moves with precision. Fang Yuan's thoughts are resolute, the only one who doesn't acknowledge you. The moon blade strikes the puppet cleanly, cutting it in half. Is yourself, little brother. The crowd freezes in disbelief, jaws dropping as someone stammers, cut it off. It's 8 points. Fang Zheng's shock is palpable. His voice trembles as he mutters, he is. Then #1. This is extremely hard to pull off. On top of that, that Guyu Fang Yuan. How could it be? His eyes bulge as realization dawns. What? I lost? No way. There is no way. I am an A-grade talent, train hard every day. And he is just C-grade. His mastery of this attack can't be higher than mine. And cutting it off with 2 at the same time is even less possible. It was definitely luck. It was definitely pure luck. This shall not stand. I want to compete once more. The uproar is interrupted by a voice calling out, "No, he cheated." The teacher, startled, turns sharply. What? Fang Jing shouts in anger, his voice trembling. He cut through the neck only once. How can it count as 8 points? It's at most merely 7 points. It's not over yet. The clan head observes Fang Jing closely, thinking to himself, what's wrong with him, overreacting like this for a little test? This is the man that will become the future clan head. I can't let him behave as he pleases. The teacher responds calmly, pointing at the dummy, look at the cuts. It is like this only if the 2 moonblades cut consecutively. If only one cut through, one side would be cut deeper than the other. We can clearly see the 2 cuts of each moonblade. There is no mistake, it is 8 points. So, the number 1 of this assessment is Guyu Fang Yuan. Hearing the verdict, Fang Jing feels a wave of frustration and despair. Tears well up in his eyes as he thinks, damn it. Why? Why do you absolutely have to stand in my way? Gu Shui. Gang Xian. Fang Yuan gazes down at his younger brother, his expression cold and indifferent. What a pitiful sight, my foolish little brother. As he turns away, memories of his previous life flash through Fang Yuan's mind, hatred and envy. Back in my previous life when you were crazily oppressing this big brother of yours, you had this same face. Fang Jing glares at Fang Yuan's back, his anger boiling. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan walks away. A faint smirk on his lips. Spring is truly a wonderful season. Later, Fang Yuan receives his reward. This is the clan's allowance and the reward. Fang Yuan nods, responding politely, thank you, clan elder. The elder commends him, not bad at all. Keep it up. In class, the other students are left grumbling, damn it. He got the first place again. Is this skill or pure luck? The teacher addresses the class, shifting their focus. You've been attending class for quite some time now, and you are familiar with how to use your vital GUAS well. I will now teach you how to enhance your cultivation base. The higher the rank of a Gu Master, the more compact his primeval essence becomes. Rank 1 Gu Masters have green copper primeval essence. Rank 2 Gu Masters have red iron primeval essence. Rank 3 Gu Masters have white silver primeval essence. When you climb up an entire rank, your primeval essence will be 10 times stronger. You must all remember, the Gu are just tools that we use. Cultivation is the foundation of US Gu Masters. The higher it is, the stronger the Gu you will be able to refine, feed, and use. The teacher then announces the 3rd assessment. We're moving now to the 3rd assessment. Whoever reaches middle stage rank 1 under 3 months will be rewarded 30 primeval stones. The students murmur in excitement at the prospect of the reward. Fang Jing clenches his fists, thinking, huff. Clan elder is right. I can't let my emotions take over. Becoming class head means when Big Brother sees me in the future, he would have to bow and automatically greet me. So, I won't be using tricks of any kind. I will beat Big Brother fair and square. The teacher concludes the session. Alright, that's enough for today. See you next time. As the students leave, they whisper among themselves, where's Guyue Fang Yuan? How did he leave so fast? What a sneaky escape. I guess it was pure luck again. Humph, 3rd time's the charm. But I won't let you have this luxury. The next test, we will have to only rely on our aptitude. I'd like to see how you beat US. Some students head toward the door, to go home. Standing by the door, Fang Yuan mutters to himself, I'll let them have the positions of class head. Such insignificant things are truly for hot-blooded teens. What they don't know is all this is a mere tool of the clan elders. The students notice him and sneer, "Why is he standing by the door? Who cares? He's probably waiting for someone. Humph, every time I see him with this edgy gaze, I get heated. A mere C grade who thinks he is a genius after being number 1 twice thanks to pure luck." One of the students mocks, "Orphans indeed have no future." Fang Yuan remains composed, thinking to himself, every organization has one common goal, resources. And the mandatory resource a GU master needs. Suddenly, Fang Yuan strikes, hitting the face of the nearest student. The impact is loud and shocking, as Fang Yuan finishes his thought, "Is primeval stones." The students stumble back, yelling, "What the hell? Handsome face. Are you out of your mind?" Fang Yuan steps forward, his aura chilling and menacing. He declares coldly, "Everyone must surrender a piece of primeval stone before they can leave. I'm robbing you." The students start shouting among themselves, spreading the news that Fang Yuan is trying to rob them. Guyu Beiju, known as one of the big 3 among the younger generation, steps forward. With an angry expression, he challenges Fang Yuan, daring him to act against him. Fang Yuan wastes no time and delivers a swift kick to Beiju's most vulnerable spot, rendering him incapacitated. Furious at Fang Yuan's audacity, the students yell for a collective attack. Fang Yuan charges head-on into the group without hesitation, taking them on alone. Another group of students learns of the situation and arrives to help. Despite the increasing numbers, Fang Yuan remains calm and systematically beats down his attackers. Demonstrating overwhelming strength, the students are shocked, questioning how Fang Yuan could be so powerful. Gumo Bei, a skilled and confident B-grade martial artist, arrives at the scene. He demands to know what's happening, and a beaten student explains that Fang Yuan is extorting primeval stones. Fang Yuan dismisses the student's complaint with more physical punishment, mocking him for still having the energy to speak. Mo Bei loses his temper and loudly proclaims his superiority. Mocking Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, he boasts about his lifelong martial arts training and charges at Fang Yuan with full confidence. As Mo Bei lunges at him, Fang Yuan counters with a precise jab to the neck. Neutralizing Mo Bei instantly, the remaining students watch in shock and worry, realizing the extent of Fang Yuan's abilities. Turning to the rest of the crowd, Fang Yuan calmly extends his hand, demanding their primeval stones. He warns them that they'll suffer the same fate as the others if they resist. 2 girls in the group whisper nervously about Fang Yuan's brutal methods. Expressing concern about whether the beaten students might survive, Fang Yuan reiterates his ultimatum, standing firm as the students, intimidated and beaten, are left with no choice. Overlooking the commotion, the elder watches Fang Yuan overpowering his classmates. A guard informs him about the incident. The elder acknowledges Fang Yuan's strength, noting that his dominance has a battlefield charm. The guard questions whether the elder plans to stop the situation, calling it a farce. The elder dismisses the idea of intervention, instead expressing enjoyment and remarking that the fun has just begun. Another student threatens to go all out but is swiftly knocked unconscious by Fang Yuan. 3 frightened girls try to deter Fang Yuan by threatening to use their gu. Fang Yuan coldly reminds them that using gu within the academy is forbidden and punishable by expulsion. The girls hesitate. Fang Yuan swiftly knocks out 2 of them with ease. The last girl falls to her knees, crying and pleading for mercy. She offers all her primeval stones to Fang Yuan in desperation. Fang Yuan calmly reiterates that he only needs 1 stone. He takes a single stone and allows her to leave unharmed. The guard expresses his frustration to the elder, complaining about Fang Yuan's public arrogance. The elder rebukes the guard, asserting that Fang Yuan's actions are helping. The students grow stronger. As Fang Yuan beats another student, the elder recognizes his potential as a natural battle gu master, lamenting only his C-grade aptitude. The guard persists, criticizing Fang Yuan's disregard for authority. The elder reprimands the guard, reminding him of his servant status and the superiority of those with the Guyu surname. Displeased by the guard's insubordination, the elder relieves him of his position, reflecting on his actions, the elder muses about leadership, stating that servants must be reminded of their place through a balance of rewards and punishment. Fang Zheng arrives with his friends and is shocked to see his classmates defeated. Confronting his brother, he questions how Fang Yuan could attack their fellow students. Fang Yuan responds with his usual demand, 1 primeval stone each, or face the consequences. Fang Zheng, surprised, asks if he is included in this demand. Fang Yuan reassures his younger brother that he is exempt from the demand. Fang Zheng feels relieved, and his friends envy his familial connection. However, Fang Yuan completes his statement, warning that if Fang Zheng refuses to pay, he will meet the same fate as the others. Fang Zheng is left in shock. Fang Yuan strikes, halting his hand just before touching Fang Zheng, warning, "I hate to say things twice." Observers call him ruthless for targeting even his own brother. Fang Zheng, seeing the hopelessness of resistance, advises the group to comply, stating, "A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him." Grudgingly, the students hand over their primeval stones, muttering that Fang Yuan will regret his actions when they report to their master. Despite receiving the stones, Fang Yuan blocks their departure. Fang Zheng questions him, "Are you actually going back on your word?" Fang Yuan smirks and retorts that he won't waste time searching through everyone's bodies for hidden stones. Leaving them speechless, Fang Yuan calculates his loot, 56 stones from classmates plus his previous gains, totaling 79 primeval stones. He purchases 20 jars of wine, lamenting the high cost of sustaining the liquor worm. Realizing his increasing expenses, Fang Yuan resolves to make extortion part of his daily routine. Fang Zheng recounts the incident, angering his uncle. After Fang Zheng leaves, his aunt hopes Fang Yuan will be expelled, calling it good news. The uncle disagrees, arguing that the clan values individuals with a warrior spirit who can thrive in a harsh world. He emphasizes that Fang Yuan's actions, though bold, are within the academy's rules. The aunt insists Fang Yuan must face consequences. But the uncle dismisses direct action. Instead, he suggests manipulating Fang Zheng's feelings to create a counterattack against Fang Yuan. Qi Qing complains about the lack of family support. His grandfather explains that intervening would make Qi Qing appear weak, damaging their family's reputation. The elder reveals he helped Qi Qing impersonate a B-grade talent, emphasizing the importance of Qi Qing becoming strong on his own. At night, Fang Zheng debates whether to defend his brother from possible expulsion. His thoughts oscillate between loyalty and resentment, torn between helping his brother and the humiliation of being extorted himself. In frustration, he questions aloud, "What should I do?" 3 days later, students train diligently in melee combat, recognizing its importance. The teacher praises their efforts but notes Fang Yuan lounging lazily nearby. The elder observes with amusement, remarking, "This little guy lying there created this situation." 4 days later, on allowance day, Fang Yuan positions himself at the school's exit. Students, remembering their prior humiliation, vow not to lose again. Fang Yuan calmly reiterates his demand, 1 primeval stone each, or face the consequences. Mo Bei steps forward, accusing Fang Yuan of excessive bullying and declaring his intent to fight. Despite Mo Bei's efforts, Fang Yuan dodges his attacks effortlessly and knocks him unconscious with a single strike to the neck. Qi Qing tries to intervene, boasting about his secret technique, but is quickly kicked away by Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng attempts to join the fight but is punched and knocked down by Fang Yuan. The other students, seeing Fang Yuan's strength, hesitate to fight him and watch as he leaves with a bag full of primeval stones. A servant helps Mo Bei stand up, but Mo Bei swears he will never forgive Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan reflects on the nearly 100 primeval stones he's collected, pleased with his success. At an inn, a man from the Mo family arrives, furious over Fang Yuan's actions, and threatens him, saying the young miss is coming to settle the score. Earlier in the day, Guyu Mo Yen, Mo Bei's sister, a rank 2 middle stage Gu master, returns home. Mo Yen learns Mo Bei has been bullied at school. She notices his bruised face and the puppet he's been using to practice fighting, which bears Fang Yuan's drawing. Without revealing her emotions, she excuses herself to attend to some business. Mo Yen goes to her grandfather to report on another matter regarding wolf pack activity. She states the wolf pack's growth rate indicates no attack this year, but next year there will be one. Additionally, there are 3 Thunder Crown wolves in the pack. Mo Yen raises concerns about Mo Bei's bullying. Her grandfather dismisses it as part of Mo Bei's growth. Emphasizing the value of rivalry, he advises Mo Yen not to interfere, lest the Mo family be seen as weak. Mo Yen respects her grandfather's philosophy but resolves to use her own methods to handle the situation. She instructs the guard Gao Wan to find Fang Yuan. Gao Wan flips Fang Yuan's table and demands he face Mo Yen. Observers discuss Fang Yuan's predicament, comparing the strength of rank 1 Gu masters to physically strong mortals like Gao Wan. Amid the chaos, Fang Yuan sits calmly, holding his chopsticks, unfazed by Gao Wan's intimidation. Mo Yen finds Gao Wan interrogating Fang Yuan. She confirms if Gao Wan found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately identifies her as a rank 2 Gu master by noticing her belt. Mo Yen taunts Fang Yuan, suggesting he might enjoy tasting her punches more than his food. Fang Yuan calmly deflects. Who told you I was Fang Yuan? Mo Yen angrily realizes Gao Wan has potentially mistaken him for someone else. She notes Fang Yuan's composed demeanor and wonders if he might be Fang Zheng, the promising young Gu master of the clan. She becomes frustrated with Gao Wan's poor investigation and resolves to discipline him later. Gao Wan points out Fang Yuan's bag, claiming it contains the stones he extorted earlier. Mo Yen orders Fang Yuan to open the bag, but he counters by offering to lead her to the academy instead. She remains cautious, noting that Fang Yuan's calm demeanor feels too perfect for a 15-year-old. Despite her doubts, she follows him. Guards block their way, stating that only Gu masters can enter. Mo Yen asserts her status but respects the rules, convincing the guards to let her and one escort enter. Fang Yuan leads Mo Yen. He enters a room, and Mo Yen waits outside. Mo Yen notes the room is empty and presses that she's looking for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan responds, "When exactly did I tell you I wasn't Gu Fang Yuan?" She laughs and prepares to attack Fang Yuan. He reminds her, no one is allowed to intrude upon the dormitory to capture students. Don't tell me you don't know this. This reminder makes her hesitate, as breaking the rule would implicate her family. He calmly claims, I didn't lie to you. I said I would lead you to Fang Yuan, and here he is. If you have anything to say, go ahead. When Mo Yen remarks that he cannot stay in the dormitory forever, Fang Yuan mockingly counters, it's night, I've got a bed to sleep in. Do you? Mo Yen threatens to enter the room, but Fang Yuan invites her to try, spreading his arms in a mock challenge. This makes her hesitate further. Her doubts, she internally reflects. He's just an arm's reach away, but it feels like we're separated by a ravine. Fang Yuan sees through her hesitation and smirks as he reflects on human limitations. Humans are bound by the rules they create. Even with her superior cultivation, Mo Yen is restrained by societal expectations. He deems her inability to act as truly tragic and begins cultivating in her presence, taunting her further. Mo Yen tries to provoke Fang Yuan into stepping outside, but he remains unfazed. Frustrated, she leaves the academy, instructing Gao Wan to keep an eye on Fang Yuan. While cultivating, Fang Yuan notes that his liquor worm-enhanced primeval essence has reached middle stage rank 1. His middle stage essence doubles his cultivation efficiency compared to others who use initial stage essence. When activating his Moonlight Gu, its moon blade becomes significantly stronger. Fang Yuan sees this advancement as his edge over his peers, marking a critical step in his cultivation journey. With an evil smile, he mutters, now then. I've got unfinished business. Fang Yuan observes that only Gao Wan, the guard, remains outside the dormitory. The guard mocks him, underestimating his resolve. Fang Yuan notes the limitations of his C-grade aptitude, requiring significant primeval stones to maintain his cultivation pace. Despite the cost, Fang Yuan prioritizes speed and efficiency. Fang Yuan steps forward to confront Gao Wan, preparing to eliminate the threat. Fang Yuan targets Gao Wan's vital points with precision, but his strikes seem ineffective. Recognizes Gao Wan's near-peak physical prowess as a mortal, making him a formidable opponent in close combat. Acknowledges the risk of being overpowered or even killed due to Gao Wan's superior strength. The guard realizes Fang Yuan's attacks are viciously precise, aimed with the intent to kill. He admires Fang Yuan's cunning but is cautious, knowing he cannot kill Fang Yuan without severe repercussions from the Guyu clan. Fang Yuan uses rapid movements and finger gestures to distract Gao Wan, creating openings to exploit. Fang Yuan and Gao Wan continue their fierce fight, exchanging attacks and counters. Fang Yuan aims to hide his middle-stage primeval essence to avoid exposing his possession of the liquor worm, which would attract dangerous attention. Gao Wan accuses Fang Yuan of breaking the rules, to which Fang Yuan retorts confidently. Fang Yuan uses the moonlight goo to injure Gao Wan but realizes the attacks aren't potent enough. As the fight progresses, Fang Yuan strategically targets Gao Wan's injuries. Increasing pressure, realizing the need for greater power, Fang Yuan reluctantly uses his middle-stage primeval essence. He unleashes a powerful moonblade. The moonlight blade lands a severe blow, leaving Gao Wan deeply wounded and terrified. He tries to escape, screaming for help, but the outside guards ignore his pleas. Assuming Fang Yuan won't kill anyone, Fang Yuan assures Gao Wan that no help is coming. In a swift and brutal sequence, he slashes Gao Wan's neck and then decapitates him. The guards witness this and are horrified. Fang Yuan demands a sword from a guard while evaluating the situation. He recognizes the need to erase all witnesses to prevent his middle-stage primeval essence, and thus the liquor worm, being exposed. Deciding to eliminate every witness, he concludes coldly, "They shall all die." Realizing his limited primeval essence and the large number of guards outside, Fang Yuan decides not to kill them all. Instead, he drags Gao Wan's corpse into his room. The guards are terrified by Fang Yuan's ruthlessness but do not interfere further. Students gossip about Fang Yuan killing the Mo family guard, spreading fear among peers, especially Mo Bei. Fang Yuan is summoned and acknowledges using the moonlight goo, breaking academy rules. He defends his actions, claiming Gao Wan tried to kill him, and spins a narrative that Gao Wan might have been a spy. The elder realizes Fang Yuan is manipulating the situation but has no evidence to refute him. He worries about explaining this to the Mo family. Fang Yuan shocks the elder by revealing he dismembered Gao Wan's body, placed it in a box, and left it at the Mo family's back door. The chapter ends with Mo Yan opening the box and discovering the grisly contents. The elder confronts Fang Yuan, telling him there's no use lecturing him. He simply informs Fang Yuan to prepare for punishment. Fang Yuan agrees with an evil smile, accepting the punishment. Mo Yan, furious, intends to seek revenge, but her grandfather, Mo Chen, stops her. He interprets Fang Yuan's actions. Sending the box to the back door is both a provocation and an invitation to reconcile. It warns the Mo family to avoid escalating the conflict while showing Fang Yuan's willingness to resolve it quietly. Mo Chen recognizes Fang Yuan's intelligence, despite his low aptitude, and acknowledges the young man's careful balance between offense and compromise. Mo Chen reprimands Mo Yan for her actions and decides compensate Fang Yuan with 30 primeval stones, banish Gao Wan's family with 50 primeval stones as compensation, punish Mo Yan with 7 days of confinement. He warns her not to provoke Fang Yuan again and emphasizes the importance of understanding his decision-making. Days later, as rain falls, Fang Yuan reflects on the situation while eating. He anticipates the Mo family won't pursue Gao Wan's death further. Mo Chen values reputation and fears risking his grandson, Mo Bei, during turbulent times. Fang Yuan considers how strength and weakness can be used strategically. He recognizes that understanding the rules of their hierarchical society is key to mastering it. The little girl asks her grandfather to continue the tale of Renzu, a figure from Gu world mythology. The story picks up with Renzu growing old, unable to hunt or chew food, showing his physical decline. Hope Gu urges Renzu not to die, as it would lose its home. Renzu's heart. Renzu laments his lack of choice against fate but agrees to try capturing the longevity Gu based on Hope Gu's secret. Renzu finds the dark cave where two mysterious Gus reside. After struggling in the pitch blackness and nearly giving up, he hears the voices of two Gus, challenging him to guess their names. Despite exhausting his strength and nearly dying, Renzu refuses to abandon hope. His relentless attempts eventually succeed as he guesses their names, Regulation and Rule. The two Gus, impressed by his perseverance, agree to serve him, allowing him to capture the longevity Gu. Renzu regains youth. Demonstrating the power of rules and determination, Fang Yuan overhears the story and contemplates its meaning. Rules and regulations govern all life, mastering them requires navigating darkness, ignorance, and stumbling toward understanding. Fang Yuan credits his reincarnated self's deep understanding of rules for his current success against the Mo family. Fang Yuan recognizes that his knowledge of rules, social dynamics, and experience from 500 years of life outweigh the advantages of knowing future events. He compares his strategic mastery to Renzu controlling the rules and regulations Gu, declaring himself on the path of enlightenment. The chapter ends with caravans approaching Guyu village, hinting at new developments. Merchant caravan arrives in May. Farmers note the merchant's delayed arrival compared to previous years. Leader Jia Fu, rank 4 Gu master, exchanges formalities with Guyu clan's leader. Guyu Bo, village market, merchants open shops. Fang Yuan observes the crowd and notes its rarity, spots intimate grass, useful for feeding his moonlight Gu more efficiently, but postpones purchase due to limited resources. Fang Yuan's calculations, reflects on his finances, gains, compensation from Mo family and extortion schemes have brought his total to 98 primeval stones, expenses, daily aperture nurturing, Gu feeding, and investments like green bamboo wine. Fang Yuan explains the concept of hibernating Gu worms encased in stone, often gambled upon in dens, recalls a memory of a Gu master winning a mudskin toad, worth 500 stones, at this exact den, intending to seize that opportunity himself. A merchant girl informs him each rock costs 10 primeval stones. Fang Yuan recalls the mudskin toad's location from his past life and narrows down his choices to 6 rocks based on size, texture, and luster. She assumes Fang Yuan is a wealthy clan heir, considering his spending, offers to open the rocks for him, but he declines, insisting on opening them himself for luck and sentiment. Spectators ridicule Fang Yuan as a naive spender when he begins opening rocks himself, using his moonlight Gu to grind the rocks. His technique impresses some onlookers but yields no results from the first 4 stones. As Fang Yuan starts opening the 5th rock, it begins to show signs of containing something. Amidst the process, a man, Jia Jinsheng, attempts to purchase the rock from Fang Yuan, interrupting his work. Jia Jinsheng, the gambling den manager and Jia Fu's half-brother, tries to buy Fang Yuan's rock, offering 40 primeval stones. Fang Yuan boldly declines, reminding everyone that bullying a Guyu clansman is against the rules. Jia retreats but remains bitter. Fang Yuan opens the rock, revealing a living mudskin toad, a rare rank 2 Gu. The crowd is shocked by his luck, while Jia Jinsheng regrets not offering more to secure it earlier. Fang Yuan sells the mudskin toad to Jia Jinsheng for 500 primeval stones, walking away triumphant. He ignores the merchant girl's inquiry about the final rock, as it was never of interest. Back home, Fang Yuan reflects on his earnings and pragmatism, recognizing the dangers of carrying valuable assets with his current cultivation level. He discards unnecessary risks and focuses on opportunities like the flower wine monk's inheritance and other future plans. Fang Yuan looks for intimate grass at the marketplace but learns it has been sold out. The disappointment is fleeting as he silently moves on, his expression calm, indicating he already anticipated this possibility. As Fang Yuan walks through the vibrant market, he is drawn by the lively call of a wine vendor advertising 100 varieties of wine. He notices the peculiar seating made from innocent mushroom grass Gu, marveling at its ingenuity before entering to try their specialty. Inside, the shopkeeper recommends their signature horse monkey spirit. After the drink is served, Fang Yuan reveals his liquor worm, refining the wine and enhancing its quality. The owner is visibly shocked and attempts to buy the worm. But Fang Yuan remains indifferent, leaving after tipping generously. Later, Fang Yuan overhears merchants discussing market happenings, including rumors of someone earning a large fortune from a mudskin toad. He notes the lack of interest in his liquor worm, finding it unsurprising. He resolves to handle its exposure carefully, ensuring it remains unnoticed for now. Nearby, a commotion arises as a clansman accuses Jia Jinsheng, a merchant caravan member, of selling a fake goo. Tensions escalate as the clansman confronts him, but Jia Jinxing dismisses the accusations, arrogantly invoking the reputation of his powerful brother. Jia Fu, the caravan leader, Jia Fu, steps in to mediate. Despite acknowledging his brother's fault, he takes a diplomatic approach, compensating the scammed buyer and apologizing publicly. His professionalism restores calm, but Jinxing's reputation takes a hit. Watching from a distance, Fang Yuan assesses Jia Jinxing's character. He considers the merchant a potentially useful pawn for his future schemes, noting the gap between his arrogant demeanor and his brother's polished leadership. Jinxing sits alone, drinking wine and brooding. He reflects on the challenges he faces due to his poor aptitude and his eldest brother Jia Fu's dominance. He suspects that Jia Fu's intervention in the recent conflict was part of a larger scheme to diminish his reputation and secure a greater share of their father's assets. Fang Yuan approaches Jinxing and proposes a partnership, claiming he can help him deal with Jia Fu. Skeptical at first, Jinxing listens cautiously. Fang Yuan's knowledge of the Jia family's internal disputes raises Jinxing's suspicions, but the mention of a lucrative business opportunity captures his interest. Fang Yuan demands 2,000 primeval stones for the deal, emphasizing the risks and rewards. Jinxing, intrigued by the potential profits, especially from selling to the Bai clan, agrees. Despite lingering doubts, he decides to take the gamble, showing a blend of desperation and ambition. Fang Yuan leads Jinxing to the cave where the flower wine monk's remains were found. Jinxing marvels at the imagery displayed by the image goo, showcasing the flower wine monk's past exploits. Jinxing expresses confidence in the plan, seeing a chance to challenge Jia Fu. Jinxing questions why Fang Yuan chose him over Jia Fu, to which Fang Yuan explains that Jia Fu's higher cultivation makes him harder to control. Jinxing, flattered and motivated, feels vindicated in his decision to ally with Fang Yuan. The cave's walls reveal another recording from the flower wine monk, declaring that anyone who finds the cave will become his successor. This revelation further cements Jinxing's belief in the deal's legitimacy and reinforces his determination to follow through. Both Fang Yuan and Jinxing recognize the significance of the flower wine monk's inheritance. The image goo projects the monk's demand: the successor must annihilate the Guyu clan completely. Jinxing struggles with the morality of inheriting the powers of a demonic cultivator. Tempted by the promise of strength, he convinces himself that power transcends good and evil. Determined to seize the opportunity, he plans to eliminate Fang Yuan to claim the inheritance for himself. Before Jinxing can act, Fang Yuan, anticipating the betrayal, launches a surprise moon blade attack, killing Jinxing instantly. Over Jinxing's lifeless body, Fang Yuan coldly reflects on the folly of overthinking assassination. As heavy rain falls, the caravan packs to leave the village. Fang Yuan observes the weather, pleased it will help conceal evidence. The rain obscures smell tracking methods, and the waterfall ensures the cave is hidden. Fang Yuan strategizes about the impending investigation by Jia Fu. While Jinxing's death disrupts Fang Yuan's potential plans for manipulation, he resolves to stay in the village and advance his cultivation. He aims to reach the middle stage to face future challenges with more confidence. Fang Yuan contemplates the uncertainty and excitement of his demonic cultivation path. While admitting Jinxing's usefulness, he acknowledges the necessity of the kill, further cementing his ruthless nature. 4 days later, the academy training field is active. Fang Yuan and Fang Jing face off in combat. Fang Yuan defeats Fang Jing once again, marking his 33rd consecutive victory. Fang Jing refuses to admit defeat, determined to fight again. However, his body betrays him, and he collapses, vomiting blood due to the overwhelming blows. The instructor calls for the next challenger, but the other students, intimidated by Fang Yuan's dominance, hesitate to face him. Their fear grows palpable. The instructor reflects on Fang Yuan's growing dominance, realizing it could harm the morale of other students. He understands Fang Yuan's attacks are becoming fiercer due to exhaustion but laments that no one dares exploit this opportunity to defeat him. The instructor accuses Fang Yuan of unnecessary ruthlessness, arguing it's harmful to his classmates. Fang Yuan counters by defending his actions, stating that real combat requires full effort and accusing the instructor of hypocrisy for encouraging battles with prizes like primeval stones. Frustrated by the argument and recognizing his physical limits, Fang Yuan forfeits the match and leaves the stage. Satisfied with his performance despite the outcome, Fang Yuan contemplates the academy elder's intentions. He understands they aim to suppress his dominance to encourage other students. Despite this, he believes maintaining pressure serves his goal of collecting resources and asserts that their schemes are only beginning. The academy elder observes Fang Yuan's departure, troubled by the boy's arrogance and lack of fear. Unlike other rebellious students, Fang Yuan respects neither teachers nor clan authority. The elder resolves to wait until others improve before suppressing Fang Yuan effectively. Confident in the academy's system, the elder anticipates that bonds, rewards, and discipline will eventually subdue Fang Yuan. He reflects on the inevitability of structure overpowering individual rebellion, especially in someone as young. Mo Yen, sister, asks her brother, Mo Bei, about his injuries. Mo Bei reassures her, showing determination to overcome the setback. Despite his loss, Mo Bei senses Fang Yuan's limits and resolves to defeat him eventually by advancing to the middle stage and claiming the class head position. Mo Yen supports him, reminiscing about her own regrets of only becoming vice class head. She urges him to focus on nurturing his aperture and avoiding martial arts temporarily. The Qi family elder aids his grandson, Qi Cheng, by infusing primeval essence into his aperture. Acknowledging the risks of this practice, the elder warns of the lasting harm to Qi Cheng's aperture from this external infusion but hopes for solutions like the cleansing water goo, or the elusive talent-improving goo. The elder assures Qi Cheng of his commitment to find better nurturing methods, such as the rare liquor worm, inspiring Qi Cheng to strive for the Qi family's future. Fang Zheng works on advancing to the middle stage, confident in his A-grade talent and superior essence recovery. Despite his martial arts losses, Fang Zheng sees his cultivation speed as his advantage and vows to surpass Fang Yuan soon. Fang Yuan cultivates through the quiet night, pushing his aperture's primeval seed to its limit until he successfully advances to the middle stage. By dawn, Fang Yuan achieves his goal, demonstrating the fruits of his relentless effort. Guards interrupt Fang Yuan, accusing him of skipping class during the academy elder's lecture, and escort him to face punishment. Fellow students criticize Fang Yuan for his audacity, anticipating that the academy elder will finally discipline him. The elder sees Fang Yuan's truancy as an opportunity to suppress him, viewing it as a rare misstep from the cunning and fearless student. As Fang Yuan approaches, the elder plans to use punishment to break his rebellious spirit. He intends to make Fang Yuan stand for 3 hours as punishment. Fang Yuan knocks on the door, but when the student opens it, they're shocked by the blood on the door and the sight of Fang Yuan dragging one of the guards, who's lost an arm. The students panic, assuming Fang Yuan has killed someone. The elder demands an explanation, threatening severe punishment if Fang Yuan is lying. Fang Yuan explains that the guards interrupted his cultivation, which was dangerous for his breakthrough. He says they provoked him, insulting the clan's ancestors and even lying about elders' orders. He claims he didn't kill them, just maimed them. The elder expresses doubt and warns Fang Yuan that if he's lying, it will be the last mistake he makes. The elder inspects Fang Yuan's cultivation to verify his claim. After inspecting Fang Yuan, the elder is shocked to discover that Fang Yuan has reached the middle stage in his cultivation, validating his story and making it clear that Fang Yuan's progress is undeniable.
The elder, upon inspecting Fang Yuan's aperture, confirms the presence of the water wall, a symbol of the middle stage. This shocks him as Fang Yuan's advancement with a C-grade aptitude seems implausible. The students and even Fang Jing share the disbelief, questioning how Fang Yuan could achieve this feat. The elder demands an explanation. Fang Yuan, with a sly smirk, claims, "Heaven rewards the hard-working," attributing his success to diligence. His confident response irritates the students who mock his claim, recalling his nonchalant behavior in the marketplace. Yet, Fang Yuan's calm demeanor unsettles the elder, who cannot find a flaw in his story. The elder suspects Fang Yuan is hiding a secret method of cultivation. However, as an academy elder he cannot openly force the truth from him. His pride and responsibility clash, as he contemplates how to address the situation without damaging his authority or the academy's credibility. Sensing the elder's turmoil, Fang Yuan skillfully redirects attention to the injured guards, framing himself as a victim of circumstance. Internally, he recognizes the elder's predicament and relishes the power shift, noting that his actions were calculated to turn the situation to his favor. The elder feels trapped. Punishing Fang Yuan risks accusations of suppressing talent, while ignoring the guard's plight could undermine his image. This realization adds to his humiliation, as he perceives Fang Yuan's maneuvering as a direct challenge to his authority. Both characters engage in an unspoken duel of wits. Fang Yuan predicts the elder's eventual course of action, choosing to dismiss the matter for the sake of appearances, while the elder grapples with his inability to act decisively against Fang Yuan without repercussions. Begrudgingly, the elder praises Fang Yuan, suppressing his anger to maintain composure. Fang Yuan humbly credits the academy for his success, subtly mocking the elder's compromised position. Page 45. News of Fang Yuan taking first place spreads across the academy. The students speculate about how he achieved such an impossible feat. Doubts linger, but they believe the academy will eventually provide an explanation. The academy elder assigns 2 Gu masters to investigate Fang Yuan secretly, emphasizing the need for stealth. His thoughts reveal suspicion and an intense curiosity about Fang Yuan's mysterious advancement, which fuels his determination to uncover the truth. During class, the elder announces the results of the middle stage advancement test. Fang Yuan, Mo Bei, Fang Zheng, and Qi Cheng are named as top performers, with Fang Yuan at the top. He is rewarded with 30 primeval stones, which he counts openly, provoking annoyance in the elder, who inwardly mocks Fang Yuan's presumed dependence on resources due to his C-grade talent. Despite being named class head, a position of prestige and benefits, Fang Yuan declines. He tactfully reasons that he is unqualified for such an important role, catching everyone off guard. The elder is forced to assign the role to Mo Bei, his annoyance veiled by compliance with the rules. Fang Yuan's decision reflects his strategic thinking. He avoids unnecessary responsibilities while letting others become entangled in hierarchical obligations. As the newly appointed class head, Mo Bei enjoys respect and attention from his peers. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng is left puzzled by Fang Yuan's unusual decision, which diminishes the significance of his own position as vice-class head. Fang Yuan resumes his extortion at the academy's exit, demanding 1 primeval stone from each student. Fang Zheng, trying to assert his newfound authority, protests. Fang Yuan calmly adjusts the rules. Vice-class heads must give 3 stones. Mo Bei, emboldened by his position, confronts Fang Yuan, but his arrogance is met with a punch. After beating up Mo Bei, Fang Yuan solidifies his control, raising the stakes for contributions based on rank. He demands 8 stones from the class head, 3 from vice-class heads and 1 from regular students. This public display of power humiliates Mo Bei and reinforces Fang Yuan's reputation as someone who operates outside the conventional system. Page 46. In this chapter, the story begins with the guards having a private conversation. They are debating whether they should intervene after Fang Yuan beats the new class head Mo Bei. One guard points out that Fang Yuan is too dangerous to challenge, referencing the past consequences faced by those who opposed him, like Wang Da and Wu Er. The scene shifts to a group of students talking among themselves. They express their frustration over Fang Yuan's decision to decline the class head position. The students have come to the conclusion that Fang Yuan's real motive is to keep extorting primeval stones from them instead of holding a less lucrative leadership role. They're shocked at his cunning nature. The elder is seen getting increasingly irritated. He angrily reflects on Fang Yuan's audacity. The elder is frustrated because Fang Yuan rejected the class head position, which was meant to integrate him into the clan's system. By continuing his extortion of primeval stones, Fang Yuan is challenging the clan's power structure. The story moves to a detailed investigation report on Fang Yuan's past. The elder reads about Fang Yuan's early life and reveals some surprising details. Despite being born into a prestigious family, Fang Yuan became an outcast after being tested as a C-grade talent. He's lived a simple life, focusing on his cultivation and avoiding interaction with others, except for his unusual fondness for drinking wine. The elder reflects bitterly on Fang Yuan's current actions, understanding his motivations but still viewing him as a threat. Fang Yuan's rebellion against the clan system is not just a personal vendetta but an outright challenge to the clan's authority. Meanwhile, another scene shows the academy elder speaking with a guard. He learns that Jia Jinsheng, a key figure in the clan, has gone missing. The elder is alarmed by this because Jia Jinsheng's disappearance could severely affect the clan's power and reputation, especially with the Jia family, one of the most influential clans. The tension rises as the elder begins to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He knows that if the clan's involvement in Jia Jinsheng's disappearance is exposed, it could lead to a loss of respect and influence in the entire region. The elder arrives at the clan head's meeting room, where discussions are taking place. The clan head demands to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts, suspecting him to be connected to the recent upheaval. The scene opens with the academy elder hearing Fang Yuan's name. He thinks, why is that brat involved again? Then he reassures, at this moment, he should be cultivating at the dormitory. The clan leader intervenes, saying, Brother Jia is right now very suspicious. He thinks that his brother Jia Jinsheng's disappearance has something to do with Fang Yuan. I order you to go and bring him here immediately. Jia Fu stands firmly, refusing to sit. His internal thoughts unravel. I've truly let my guard down. This is both emitting pressure on the Guyu clan as well as giving father a form of assurance when I return. Fang Yuan enters the hall, greeting everyone calmly. The tension rises when the clan leader turns to the girl who previously interacted with Fang Yuan. I at him? The girl confirms, yes, there is no mistake. Suspicion grows as the clan leader mentally accuses Jia Fu. You lost your own little brother, and now you are here to denounce us publicly. Do you think we are that easy to bully? Aloud he challenges, you better look closely. Truth be told, this Fang Yuan has a twin brother. Are you sure it is him? Jia Fu defends the girl and insists on interrogating Fang Yuan. The clan leader internally strategizes, if Fang Yuan really is the culprit, we'll just give him to them for the worst. Even if Fang Zheng did it, Fang Yuan will still have to take the blame. The academy elder begins the questioning. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Let me ask you, do you know any information about that Jia Jinsheng? Fang Yuan replies coolly, who is Jia Jinsheng? The girl accuses him outright. He's lying. It's him. He purchased 6 purple gold rocks at our gambling den. All other Gu masters present that day can witness. Feigning realization, Fang Yuan responds, alright, if he is Jia Jinsheng, I've indeed met him then. But after the gambling den incident, I did not see him ever again. The tension escalates when a wine shop employee accuses Fang Yuan, saying, he's lying again. It's because of the liquor worm in your possession. The revelation of the liquor worm shocks everyone. Fang Yuan feigns worry outwardly while thinking, good, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. The interrogation continues with the academy elder demanding answers. Where did you get this liquor worm? Is it Jia Jinsheng's? Fang Yuan refutes, how could it be his? I opened this liquor worm in a stone. That's right, at this point, I won't conceal it anymore. The debate over Fang Yuan's story continues, with the girl confirming some of his claims but others casting doubt. Jia Fu presses, then did my brother chase after you? Fang Yuan provides a convincing story. He not only chased after me, but also added 50 pieces of primeval stones. He left after his scoldings and I've never seen him again after that. The scene closes with Jia Fu's internal conflict as he shouts, tell me, did you kill Jia Jinsheng? The hall was tense with Fang Yuan standing firm, his voice resolute. No. I didn't kill him. Jia Fu's expression was stern as he countered. You say that you didn't kill him, you better have a proof. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed with cunning as he shot back. You say that I did, where is yours then? The clan leader, observing the heated exchange, clenched his fists and thought bitterly. Jia Jinsheng dares to threaten the Guyu clansmen on Qingmao Mountain. He is not considerate of us whatsoever. Interrogating a clansman so forcefully right in front of us, the higher-ups of the clan. If this leaks, how disgraceful it would be for me, the clan head himself. Breaking the tension, the clan leader coughed and addressed Jia Fu. Brother Jia, it's not that I want to speak out of turn. Jia Jinsheng has gone missing for so many days. Hope is bleak. The culprit who caused this crime definitely left behind some traces. Did Brother Jia find anything yet? Jia Fu sighed heavily. Sigh. I understand Brother Guyu's words. If I had found any clues, I would not have come here to find the culprit. That murderer is obviously experienced with vile methods and meticulous handling. He didn't leave behind any clues. And on the day we left, there was a huge rain that washed away all the possible blood tracks. The clan leader furrowed his brows, contemplating before speaking. Brother Jia, I heard that your family has a tracing goo worm called the underworld path butterfly. It can emit soul fragrance and be implanted on goo worms. Once you use the underworld path butterfly and follow the fragrance, you'll be able to find the goo worms and thus your brother. Jia Fu shook his head, frustration evident in his voice. I used the underworld path butterfly long ago, but there was no effect. Once the goo worm dies, the fragrance dissipates. The culprit evidently killed all of the goo worms in my brother's possession. The clan leader mused aloud. That's strange. He did not take the goo worms or keep Jia Jinxing hostage to get a ransom. The murderer killed this tiny rank 1 goo master. What was the motive? The crowd murmured among themselves. Indeed, what was the motive? Regardless of whether Jia Jinxing is dead, the culprit has to have a motive. If not for goo worms nor primeval stones, could it have been for love then? Fang Yuan's lips curved into a sly smile as he interjected. Speaking of this, I've just happened to remember something. I've heard of this a long time ago. Your Jia family must split its assets. With a brother who just died, won't you then get more of them? Could it be that it is you who killed Jia Jinxing? The hall fell silent in shock, Jia Fu and the others visibly stunned. The academy elder barked at Fang Yuan. Shut it. Baseless accusation. Do not slander Sir Jia Fu. Turning to Jia Fu, the elder apologized. Sir Jia Fu, this brat is still foolish and ignorant. Please don't take it to heart. The clan elder thought carefully, his mind racing. There is no way Jia Fu could kill Jia Jinxing. This would cause more harm to him than reward. Hold on, even if he won't do it, that does not mean others won't either. Could it be? The Jia family's internal dispute. Everyone seemed to reach the same conclusion simultaneously. Fang Yuan smirked, his inner thoughts triumphant. Finally, they have thought of this. The clan elder's thoughts continued to unravel. The Jia family's leader wants to split the assets and impart the role of a leader. Because of this, his children underwent intense competition, especially Jia Fu and Jia Gui, both rank 4 goo masters. Jia Jinxing's misfortune is too strange. There is currently no evidence showing that Fang Yuan is the culprit. It was obvious that the motivation for murder was not just a liquor worm. But if Jia Gui was the one acting in the shadows, then it could be explained. Jia Fu's expression darkened, his mind clouded with suspicion. Father arranging Jia Jinxing to join the caravan was to test my temperament and nature. If something was to happen to him, I would definitely be implicated. The only one who would benefit from it is Jia Gui. Meanwhile, the academy elder silently analyzed. I've understood as well. Fang Yuan is innocent. Everything is clear now. He just coincidentally met Jia Jinxing before his last moments. Regarding his young age, how could he possibly erase each and every clue? Sigh, what an unfortunate kid. Fang Yuan's smile deepened. The bait is set. To make someone believe in something wholeheartedly, it is not through convincing but directing. Jia Fu's eyes narrowed as he considered his options. Without proof, accusing Jia Gui could backfire. Instead, he needed a scapegoat, and his gaze landed squarely on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, how can you prove that you didn't kill Jia Jinxing? Do you have any witness that can testify your presence? All eyes turned to Fang Yuan. He smirked inwardly. Here it comes. Jia Fu pressed further. You don't have to tell anything else. Just tell me if you have one or not. If you don't, you are the culprit. The elders murmured in disapproval. What? Jia Fu himself wants Fang Yuan to be his scapegoat. This is absurd. Fang Yuan maintained his calm demeanor, his mind sharp. A witness? Of course I have one. I've set him up already long ago. Jia shouts. So do you or not? Fang Yuan replies. No. The academy elder interrupts. Hold on. Of course he has a witness. That would be me. The elder glances at the clan leader, who nods approvingly. The academy elder continues. That's right. Me. These days, when Fang Yuan unexpectedly became the first to break through the middle stage, I sent my men to investigate him. His everyday activities and actions are recorded down. There was no time for him to harm Jia Jinxing. Fang Yuan thinks. Yes, this is it. Few days ago, I've already set you up as my pawn. Beating up the guards and ramping up the extortion wasn't only for sustaining my oppressing presence and resources but also achieving the most important part, getting your attention so you would become my witness. I have now ironclad evidence. The Guyu clan has no more reasons to see me as a discardable piece. What will you do now? Jia thinks. Damn it, the Guyu clan is determined to keep this Fang Yuan. Because once Fang Yuan is criminalized, the Guyu clan has to bear the evil name of harming a Jia family member. From then on, they would have to face the Jia family's retribution as well as losing their own reputation. Furthermore, future caravans would not dare to come here and trade anymore. The loss would be too huge. Jia says, "If so, why don't you let me use the footprint goo? Once this goo is used, it will show us his last 30,000 footprints on the floor. Now tell me, do you dare or not?" Fang Yuan replies, "No problem." Jia uses the footprint goo on Fang Yuan and instructs someone to follow its tracks. After a Jia stick's worth of time, they return and report. The investigator says, reporting to Sir Jia Fu, the footprints extended from the clan head pavilion into the dormitory, and then to the academy and circulated. Other than that, it reached the mountain village's inn. Other than that, he didn't go anywhere else. The elders remark, "It is your family's internal conflict after all. It is time to let it go." Jia says, "Alright, this is the last test. Once you make it through it, I won't aggrieve you anymore." He opens a small box, revealing its contents. The academy elder exclaims, This is? Green jade as its body, white light enveloping its form, there is no mistake. This is the bamboo gentleman. Brother Jia, but this bamboo gentleman is a precious rank 4 goo. It is not easily refined. Why would you waste it in a place like this?" Jia replies, "This bamboo gentleman was obtained through gambling rocks when I was young. This goo worm is fed honesty as food, being able to detect lies since birth. Only an honest gentleman who has never lied can refine and feed it. The rock was only opened halfway before it could no longer be extracted. Because in its state, it would have died in a short span of time if not fed immediately. Fang Yuan, I am today going all out with this rank 4 goo. You just have to open this rock and keep the bamboo gentleman in your aperture. Whatever I ask you, you will answer. Next, we will take it out and let everyone see if it changed color. If the goo changes color, it means that you're lying. How's that?" Fang Yuan replies, "No problem at all." The elders murmur, He really isn't giving up until the end. Let's see if that's still the case afterwards." Fang Yuan thinks, the bamboo gentleman, never would have thought he actually had a goo like this. However, spring-autumn cicada. Suppress. While suppressing the goo with his spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan reflects. But a mere rank 4 goo, what can you hope to achieve against me? Jia asks, Fang Yuan, did you kill my little brother Jia Jinxing? Fang Yuan replies, No. Jia asks again, do you know any information about him? Fang Yuan replies, No. Jia continues, everything you've told us until now, is it all true? Fang Yuan confirms, it is. Jia concludes, you can take it out. The goo is removed and to everyone's astonishment, its color does not change. The elders declare, it didn't change color as I thought. Jia addresses the clan leader, I have truly offended you today, brother Guyu. The clan leader responds, no matter. The truth is what we wanted to see as well. But what a pity for this bamboo gentleman. Jia replies, I have done my best to investigate. Unfortunately, it didn't lead to anything. Once I go back, I will employ the divine investigator Tai Xuelun. He will definitely get this matter cleared up. As they leave, the clan leader announces. The clan leader says, Alright, that's it for today. You can all leave. Yes, esteemed clan head. Academy elder, please stay back, I have a matter to discuss. The clan leader begins by telling the academy elder the ancient story of Renzu, who captured all the goo in the world but was unable to tame them using the usual rule and regulation goo. However, the wisdom goo tricked Renzu by learning the names of the rule and regulation goo, allowing whoever knew their names to control them. The elder, interpreting this, draws parallels to Fang Yuan, but he fails to grasp the deeper implication. The clan leader corrects him, explaining that Fang Yuan is crucial to the clan's future strength and should not be suppressed, as this would ultimately empower others. He further reveals plans to secretly train Fang Zheng starting the next day, hinting at long-term strategies to strengthen the clan. The atmosphere is charged with tension as Fang Yuan's role in the clan's future becomes ever more pivotal, setting the stage for new developments. The clan head stood, his calm demeanor masking the depth of his insight. He turned to the academy elder, delivering his words with steady weight. The moral being be more tolerant. He went from being hailed as genius to being treated as less than a commoner. It is normal that he is angry at the clan. He is actually very childish. You can tell from him trying to hide the liquor worm. How can the liquor worm be hid? Comparing him to the wisdom goo, I am thinking too highly of him. At most, he has some small intelligence, but lacks true wisdom and knowledge. The elder listened intently as the clan head continued. If he hid the fact that he advanced to middle stage or accepted the class head position without any displeasure, that would truly be deep scheming. A clan is not just about rules and regulations, there's also blood relation and kinship. Renzu wanted to use the rules and regulations to capture wisdom. Yet not only did he lose, but he also informed wisdom of the rules and regulations. The rules are inanimate but people are alive and relationships are deep. If you only know how to use rules and regulations to catch people, it will only increase resentment and cause Fang Yuan to be more dissociated with the clan. Fang Yuan is only AC grade. If he's lucky, after tens of years he will become but a low-influence clan elder. However, he is still Fang Zhang's twin brother. Do you understand? The academy elder nodded, his expression contemplative. I understand, esteemed clan head. With just rules and regulations the clan is inanimate. It only becomes alive with blood ties and kinship. It is just a matter of time before he becomes obedient. This is the power of bonds. The clan head's tone became even more resolute. Of course. I have now one more phrase for you, I hope you will remember it well. The elder's voice was filled with respect. Please admonish me, esteemed clan head. The clan head spoke with gravitas. Thousands of rivers flow into the sea, the reason is none other than its great capacity. Meanwhile, Jiafu and his servant were riding away on a giant toad. The servant, uneasy, broke the silence. Master, what are we going to do now? How will you answer to old master? Should we find a scapegoat first? Jia's tone was measured as he responded with a question of his own. Do you know what other gu besides strength and wisdom were in Renzu's net? The servant appeared puzzled, shaking his head. Jia elaborated. There were 3 in total, the belief gu, the suspicion gu, and the attitude gu. Renzu refused to let them go, so they had no choice but to negotiate and have a bet with him. Once Renzu opens the net, they would run out in 3 different directions, and whoever is captured by Renzu would be subdued. Tell me now, which one do you think Renzu caught? The servant hesitated. Was it the attitude gu? Jia nodded, a faint smile on his lips. Do you know why that is? The servant looked away, ashamed. No, master. Jia's gaze turned sharp, his words laced with meaning. Because attitude decides everything. No matter if father believes or suspects, I have already displayed my attitude. Jia Jinxing went missing, and I immediately conducted investigations in the caravan. Once I had a clue, I rushed towards the Guyu clan without stopping. I braved the danger of being slaughtered by an entire clan, confronted them face to face, and I didn't even sit down. In order to verify Fang Yuan's words, I even used a rank 4 gu, the bamboo gentleman. In addition, I will hire the divine investigator Tai Shuelin once I get back. Whether or not Jia Jinxing is alive, I have done everything in my power as his elder brother. My attitude towards my responsibilities is clear. And I didn't kill him, so I have nothing on my conscience. Whether father believes it or not, I have played my role of elder brother. If I do use a scapegoat, I'm likely to fall into Jia Gui's trap. The servant's eyes widened. Master, you really suspect that young Master Jia Gui was behind this? Jia's expression darkened. I once believed in our brotherhood. I never thought he would be this devious. Since he is not playing nice, he can't blame me in the end for doing the same. From a distance, Fang Yuan watched Jiafu and his servant depart on the giant toad. His lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. The trouble from killing Jia Jinxing is finally settled. My meticulous plans weren't done in vain. After this affair, the conflict inside the Jia family is going to get rougher. I wonder if that Gu Master competition will be pre-pawned? He paused, then smirked. Oh yes, there is still that divine investigator Tai Shuelin. He is well known in the righteous path. A pity that he is riddled with official business and has a tight schedule. It will take him at least 2 or 3 years to come here if they are serious about it. However, in 3 years I will be rank 2 or even rank 3. When the time comes, it will be a whole other story. Fang Yuan gazed at the moonlit horizon, lost in thought. This affair reminds me of a fable from Earth. The monkeys who tried to catch the moon. A group of monkeys latched onto each other and finally touched the surface of the water. When they did, the water rippled and the moon disappeared. It was merely a mirage. People in this world were like this. They would see the reflection of the moon and think that it is the real thing. Little do they know, it is but a mere reflection in the well, a reflection of their own selves, a reflection of what they desire. The night breeze carried his final whisper. Through the pines the bright moon shines, through the stones the clear spring flows. My only wish is to become the true moon, rising above the mountains and heavens, toying with the clouds and seas, writing history from that point on, and treading on the dark heavens beyond. Half a month later, Fang Yuan stood before a secret entrance, his breathing heavy and his face alight with triumph. I finally did it, the entrance to the flower wine's legacy. The new day began with anticipation in the academy courtyard. The academy elder addressed the gathered students, his tone commanding as ever. Today you are picking your second gu, he declared. Since Fang Yuan was the first to advance to the middle stage, he will choose first. Whispers broke out among the students. Damn it. He already has the liquor worm. This will be his third one. Sigh. Which one will he pick? Starting to have a lot of mouths to feed, huh? Hee. The jealousy and curiosity among the students were palpable as Fang Yuan stepped forward. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, the clan head met with Fang Zheng. The atmosphere was calm but charged with purpose. Fang Zheng, the clan head began, his tone both inquisitive and firm. You picked your second gu today. Which one was it? Fang Zheng, nervous yet respectful, replied, reporting to clan head, I chose a bronze skin gu. The clan head nodded approvingly. Not bad. It is a good choice. Fang Zheng hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Ugh, I actually picked it randomly. The elder chuckled lightly. I'm not praising you for no reason. This matter seems small, but through it we can see one's nature. You chose the bronze skin gu. Paired with the moonlight gu, it forms an offensive and defensive core. It shows your pure nature. Fang Zheng listened intently as the clan head explained further. In this world, toughness and softness, yin and yang balance is the key. Look at Mo Bei. He chose the yellow camel longhorn beetle, a gu that grants stamina and allows him to sustain battle. This shows his stubborn and strong attitude. And Chi-Ching? He picked the dragon pill cricket gu to increase his dodging ability. It shows he prefers tactics and wit over direct confrontation but also reveals a certain timidity in his character. Curiosity overcame Fang Zheng, and he asked hesitantly, Esteemed clan head, what did my brother choose? The clan head's gaze sharpened slightly, and his voice carried a subtle edge. Your brother chose the little light gu. This gu is used to assist the moonlight gu, making the moonblade attack stronger. It reflects his extreme, active and invasive personality, unafraid of testing limits. Fang Zheng lowered his eyes. Indeed, Big Brother seems to be like that. The clan head's thoughts wandered. I analyzed Mo Bei and Chi-Cheng's personalities for him, but he only asked about Fang Yuan. His preoccupation with his brother is undeniable. If only he had Fang Yuan's intelligence. Breaking the silence, the clan head presented Fang Zheng with a jade-like gu. By the way, Fang Zheng, take a look at this. Fang Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. This is the jade skin gu? The clan head nodded. Compared to the bronze skin gu, the jade skin gu is much better. It uses less primeval essence and offers greater defense. What do you think? Do you want it? Excited yet cautious, Fang Zheng replied, Yes, I do. The clan head smiled faintly but firmly stated, I can give it to you. However, as the clan leader, I must remain impartial. Thus, I have a condition. Fang Zheng hesitated. What condition? I want you to be the first to break through to rank 2 and lead in cultivation. This jade skin gu will be your advanced reward. Fang Zheng's face tightened in determination. Break through to rank 2? The clan head raised a brow. What's wrong? Are you afraid? If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to give it to someone else. Perhaps Fang Yuan will claim the first place once again. Fang Zheng clenched his fists and said with conviction, I accept. I will win. I will crush everyone this time and become the first to reach rank 2. The clan head smiled, his voice like tempered steel. That's the way? Far from the politics of the clan, Fang Yuan stood before a massive rock blocking his path. The secluded cave exuded an air of mystery. This huge rock blocking my path is too round and smooth, it was obviously man-made, he muttered, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the obstacle. This is an obstacle set up by the flower wine monk on purpose. But why? Kneeling to the ground, he noticed something peculiar. A faint wetness on the earth caught his attention. Huh? It's wet? How could it be? Something is off here. Digging into the spot with precision, he unearthed the earth treasury flower gu. A knowing smile spread across his face. So, it really is the earth treasury flower gu. And the gu sealed inside, it's the key to pass this obstacle. The flower opened, revealing a white boar gu. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed with understanding. The white boar gu. Its effect is strength enhancement. It's clear now, the flower wine monk wants me to refine it and use its strength to push the rock. Once I have enough strength, I'll move to the second test. He paused, considering the practicalities. But its food is pork. Pork meat is expensive in this world. If I buy it in large quantities, it'll attract attention. Well then there's only one way, hunting it myself. The dense forest was alive with the sounds of nature. Fang Yuan crouched low, observing tracks on the ground. These tracks, they were left by a mountain boar. If I follow them I'll find my prey. Suddenly he froze, his sharp instincts picking up on something unusual. Ha! Fang Yuan crouched by the dying boar caught in a hunter's trap. Its labored breaths betrayed its imminent end. He smirked, his voice calm yet carrying a sardonic edge. To think I'm reaping the rewards. Thanks for the meal then? The words barely left his lips when voices echoed from behind. Brother Wang, no one matches your hunting skills in our village. Indeed you've inherited the true secrets from your elder. A young man scoffed, his tone dripping with arrogance. What's amazing about hunting a boar? A real man aspires to a great future. One day I'll get out of this Qingmao mountain and travel the world. Turning, the young man's eyes locked on Fang Yuan. His bravado faltered momentarily at the sight of this lone figure. The scene shifted to a quiet village where a girl struggled with a water bucket by the well. Her father approached, his weathered face etched with both affection and worry. My silly girl. This bucket is too heavy. I told you to let me do it. Why are you secretly watering the plants behind my back again? The girl smiled, wiping sweat from her brow. Father. You were hunting until late last night. I wanted you to sleep in today. It's just a water bucket, I did it, see? Her father shook his head, a faint smile breaking through his stern expression. You just love to worry me. Here, father will help you, my beloved. Together, they watered the plants, the moment punctuated by quiet companionship. Sigh, I'm too old. Just a few buckets and I'm already exhausted. The girl teased lightly. Father, you finally realized it. How many times have I told you to let second brother do the hunting? You should rest and enjoy life at your age. Her father paused, reflecting. Your second brother? Relying on his abilities he can roam this mountain easily. With his archery skills he even surpasses me in my youth. But his heart is too wild. With just martial skills he wants to soar. It'd probably be good for him to be taught a lesson. He looked at her with a wistful smile. And then there's you. You're not young anymore, it's time to get married. My beautiful daughter is the pride of this neighborhood. You'll find someone for sure. Father, she whined, embarrassment tinting her cheeks. Her father sighed deeply. Life is not easy. As a hunter, how many have a good ending? All my partners and comrades from back then are already gone. I am all that's left. Once your brother suffers some setbacks and curbs his nature, I'll retire and never go into the mountains again. Then I'll find you a good family and watch you marry and have children. Hee, your father wants to take care of his grandchildren, that's all. Then your father can leave in peace. Their tender moment was shattered by a loud commotion. Turning, they saw Fang Yuan approaching with a group of injured hunters. His presence radiated an intimidating aura. You are old man Wang? Fang Yuan demanded. The old hunter's sharp eyes narrowed, his thoughts racing. A Gu master. Recognizing the danger, he quickly bowed low. This old man pays respect to Lord Gu master. Fang Yuan's voice was cold and unyielding. Old man Wang, your son dared to offend me. I have executed him. Bring his corpse forward. Shock rippled through the family as the young man's lifeless body was presented. The sister fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably over her brother's corpse. Fang Yuan's tone remained indifferent. Old man Wang, I heard you're a hunter, the best among the nearby villages. Draw me a map of all the traps in the mountain area, as well as the results of your observations of wild beast territories from your years of hunting. Do this and I will forgive your son's sin of offending me. If not, The girl's grief turned to fury. Her voice rang out, defiant and trembling. Murderer. You are the murderer that harmed my brother. You treat human lives like livestock and you dare to confront us? I will exact revenge for my brother. Her father's hand struck her cheek sharply, his voice hoarse with anguish. Disgraceful wretch. Your brother is already gone. Do you have a death wish as well? Tears streamed down his face as he continued. Could it be that you want your old father to die alone? Bowing even lower, the old man addressed Fang Yuan, his voice quivering. Lord Gu Master is right. My son has aggrieved you, and even his death cannot atone for his crimes. This old man will draw the map right away. Please show mercy and spare us. Fang Yuan's expression softened slightly. Be at ease. As long as you draw honestly, I will spare you. However, if I notice anything suspicious, your life will be forfeited. The old man knelt deeply, his voice trembling with submission. I understand. This old man understands? Fang Yuan turned to the two hunters at his side, his tone sharp and commanding. You two search the house and find paper and brush. Bring them out. The old man quickly interjected, his tone deferential yet resolute. No need to search. The paper and brush are on the square table in the kitchen. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Is that so? You heard him. Go get it. The old man sat, his hands steady despite the tension in the room, and began sketching on the parchment. Every stroke was deliberate, the culmination of a lifetime's experience. When finished, he presented the map to Fang Yuan with both hands, his head bowed low. Here, my lord. Please have a look. Fang Yuan passed the map to his hunters. Take a look. If there's any inappropriate areas, every mistake earns you 1 primeval stone. The hunters exchanged eager glances. Their thoughts raced as they scanned the map. So this valley has a herd of wild deer, haha, I must remember the spot. This is Old Man Wang's lifelong work and experience. This precious information is the bread and butter for a hunter. After careful inspection, they nodded in unison. There are no mistakes, my lord. The trap areas in these bamboo papers are all accurate. The old man, sensing danger, prostrated himself even lower. Lord Gu Master, this concerns mine and my daughter's life. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Fang Yuan's gaze darkened. Really? I swear it, the old man replied emphatically. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Very well. However, I don't believe you. With a swift motion, the moon blade materialized in Fang Yuan's hand. The old man's head fell to the ground in a single strike, his expression frozen in shock. His daughter's anguished scream tore through the air as she ran toward her father's body, but Fang Yuan's blade met her too. A brutal slash marred her face before she collapsed beside her father, tears staining her lifeless cheeks. The hunters fell to their knees, their voices trembling with fear. Lord Gu Master, spare us. Please spare us, my lord. Fang Yuan waved a dismissive hand. Get up. Go inside and search their house. I know that a hunter's family always keeps a beast skin map. On it is the terrain, trap locations, and the beast territories. Find it for me and I'll let you keep your lives. The hunters nodded frantically. Yes, yes, we will search immediately. Give us some time, Lord Gu Master. Desperation drove their actions as they tore through the small house. Where? Appear, please appear. Fuck, where is it? Their fear mounted with every passing second, their pleas turning frantic. Lord, please give us some time. We will find it right now. A cold, scornful voice echoed from behind. Useless trash. The two hunters fell to their knees before Fang Yuan, their faces pale with terror. Lord, forgive us please. We truly couldn't find it. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the ransacked house. The house has indeed been searched, he thought, but that shouldn't be right. Almost every hunter has a beast skin map, inherited through generations. These maps are refined over time, recording all the beast's territories and pitfalls. This is the livelihood of a hunter. How can they not have it? His gaze shifted toward the fireplace. Among the smoldering remains he noticed something unusual. Oh, this is no ordinary charcoal. Looks like... He reached down and snapped a blackened log in half, revealing a scroll hidden inside. Unrolling it, he examined the intricate map. This should be it, he declared, his lips curling into a cold smile. Cunning old bone, you indeed lied to me. His finger traced a red cross marked on the map. This red cross, for instance, it definitely isn't on mine. There should be a wild boar king at that spot, and it is nothing but a suicide mission with my current strength. He wanted it to kill me and avenge his son. Not bad, old man. Fang Yuan turned sharply to the hunters. I'm going to ask you, is there anyone else in Old Man Wang's household? The hunters stammered in response. There is no one else. The entire family is dead, Lord Gu Master. They were originally 5 in total. His wife died early and you killed 2 of their children. The eldest son, Wang Da, died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. Oh. One of them hesitated before continuing. He had a wife, but she died from sorrow. Fang Yuan's tone remained flat. Is that it? The hunters scrambled to continue. But rumor has it that she wanted to remarry, and she was actually beaten to death by Old Man Wang. When you killed him, Lord, you helped us citizens by rooting out the evil and bringing peace. Fang Yuan's expression remained cold. Spare me your praises. I just want this map. Both of you have shown satisfying behavior. You can go now. The hunters bowed deeply. Thank you so much for your mercy, Lord. Lord, your generosity and indulgence, we shall remember in our hearts forever. As the hunters began to leave, a sharp voice rang out. Hold it. A figure emerged, clad in Gu Master robes. His tone was commanding. Both of you cannot leave. Tell me what happened here, all of it. I am the Gu Master Jiang He of the Guyu clan who has been stationed here. And you are? The hunters immediately knelt again. We commoners greet Lord Jiang He. Fang Yuan recognized him instantly. Stationed? Right, he is one of those dispatched to reinforce the surroundings of the village, he thought. Unfazed, Fang Yuan revealed his moonlight Gu to the man. Jiang He's eyes flickered with recognition. The moonlight Gu. So you are a junior? Fang Yuan replied calmly. This matter is simple actually. Old man Wang's second son offended me, so I killed the entire family off in anger. These two can be my witnesses. Jiang He laughed darkly. Haha, you killed well. Just a bunch of measly peasant servants actually dare defend their masters? They deserve to die. However, his tone shifted, feigning regret. They were still villagers that I am in charge of. I'm afraid the clan's assessment toward me will drop during the examination at the end of the year. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. Trying to extort me? Without hesitation he replied, this isn't so difficult, senior. You just have to report the truth back. Just say that this entire family was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with senior whatsoever. Jiang He clicked his tongue in mock displeasure. Tiske. Then I will have to conduct business impartially here. Report your name. Fang Yuan answered smoothly. Surname is Guyu, name is Fang Yuan. Jiang He raised his eyebrows in recognition. So, you are actually Fang Yuan. I have been hearing about your tremendous achievements all the time from my little brother recently. Oh, his name is Jiang Ya. You should have already met. His tone turned jovial. All right, Junior. Let's forget about it and let me handle this matter. As long as you stop killing people around here. Fang Yuan inclined his head slightly. In that case, thank you very much for your advice, senior. Internally his thoughts were far colder. The map is mine. Tonight I hunt. Under the cover of night, Fang Yuan crouched in the shadows, his eyes locked onto a massive silhouette in the distance. A sly grin spread across his face as he whispered to himself. Finally, found you. Under the pale moonlight, Fang Yuan faced the wild boar, its enormous frame towering over him, its eyes glinting with feral rage. With calculated precision, he lunged forward, a mix of agility and brute force overwhelming the beast. Moments later, he stood over the lifeless body, breathing heavily. Huff, it was pretty tough. He summoned his white boar Gu, watching as it devoured the flesh in moments, leaving behind only the boar's skeletal remains. Fang Yuan's thoughts were as sharp as his blade. With this meal, the white boar Gu won't have to eat for at least 5 days. The next step is urging it to boost my strength. It is an enhancement over time. If I want to pass the first test, I'll have to hunt regularly from now on. The days passed swiftly, and soon it was the end of June. At the academy, Fang Zheng stood before the academy elder, his posture proud. You are the first to advance to the upper stage, the elder announced, handing him a reward. This is your reward. Keep up your efforts. Fang Zheng accepted the reward with a determined gaze, then glanced at Fang Yuan, who appeared to be sleeping in the corner. I finally did it. The first one to advance to the upper stage. Do you see that, big brother? I finally beat you for once. Pretending to sleep? It's no use, this is the reality. This is the first and there will be a second time, a third time. The murmurs of the students filled the room. Sai, that's a grade A talent for you. This is the difference between us and a genius. The academy elder addressed the students. Now you've all mastered your second Gu worm and even broken through into the upper stage. The following mid-year examination will be held 3 days later, and all students must attend. The examination content is to hunt wild boars. Furthermore, you are allowed to hunt in groups. Those who collect the most wild boar fangs will receive better scores. At the end of the examination, each wild boar fang can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones. Excitement rippled through the students. The mid-year exam is finally here, but it'll be difficult with my C-grade talent. Idiot, we can team up with each other. Besides, we'll be able to trade the fangs for primeval stones. Isn't it a wonderful reward system? Fang Yuan's mind, however, was elsewhere. It changed. I remember that last time's examination was to collect wildlife honey. To think that it changed to wild boar fangs. Is this the butterfly effect? If I continue changing things, will it cause history to become completely unrecognizable as well? In that case, the advantage from my rebirth would be significantly reduced. No matter what, since it has already happened, I can't stop it. What I need to do now is to actively change myself. Even if the events are completely different at the end, I will not slow down my growth because of such concerns. Standing at the exit of the academy, Fang Yuan contemplated the situation. Every fang for 10 primeval stones. This price is very high. Should I trade all those wild boar fangs I have stocked up at the cave? No, it's too much of a risk. If I arouse suspicions and expose the legacy, I'll be done for. His gaze darkened. I'm truly in an awkward spot at the moment. The whole clan believes I'm not loyal enough. As my cultivation base grows, the more the higher-ups will become concerned. Maybe I can use this change to construct my image again. But how? His musings were interrupted by the arrival of students. Among them, Fang Zheng stepped forward confidently. Big brother, I didn't expect you would dare extort again. You have already lost to me regarding the cultivation base. I advise you to behave. The surrounding students echoed the sentiment. Yeah. Fang Zheng has no equal. Fang Yuan smirked. You sure love spouting out nonsense, my little Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng's eyes glinted with resolve. I'm sorry, big brother, but I won't hold back today. Internally he thought, that's right, I've changed and this is the first time I've beaten him. Under the clan head's teachings, I'm no longer the weakling I was. The giant mountain between us has already disappeared. He raised his voice. Come on, big brother. Let me show you the results of my efforts. The aftermath was brutal. Fang Zheng lay beaten on the ground, his face twisted in disbelief. Damn it, how is this? Fang Yuan stood over him, his expression calm. My foolish little brother, you've been blessed by luck. From today onwards, I won't extort primeval stones from you anymore. In the academy, whispers floated among the students. You said that during Fang Yuan's extortion this time, although he defeated Fang Zheng, Qi Qing and Mo Bei, he let them go without taking their primeval stones? I dare not lie, Lord. It is indeed like this. Hearing this, the academy elder frowned, his mind racing. What is this Fang Yuan up to now? He is just getting more and more strange. Fang Yuan has hundreds of primeval stones on hand. He might not be too concerned with the 30 primeval stones. That is understandable. But giving up on extorting Mo Bei, Qi Qing and Fang Zheng? What is the reason? Qi Qing, Mo Bei and Fang Zheng represent the 3 factions of the clan. The clan head said that he would yield sooner or later. Could this be a proof of his loyalty toward us? Fang Yuan is, after all, a 15-year-old. How can he go against the clan system? I believe he is finally starting to worry about his future. 3 days later, the students were scattered across the hunting grounds, their goo worms aiding them in the exam. The examiners reported, Guyu Mo Bei, 5 boars hunted. Reporting to clan elder, the assessment is going well. There are no casualties among the students. The martial arts teacher remarked, an afternoon has already gone by since the mid-year exam started. To have no injuries, this is different from past years. It looks like this is all the academy elder's effort. The elder nodded. What about the ranking? A guard responded, at this point, Guyu Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng Mo Bei and Qi Qing are leading. Qi Qing killed 3 boars, Fang Zheng and Mo Bei killed 5. Fang Yuan has already killed 8 however. Fang Yuan crouched behind a dense thicket, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. That's 27 of them. I can win just with this sack. I wonder what expressions they'll show when I take out the other bag later? If I turned left and walked along the stream for 15 minutes, I would reach the location where I buried the bag. With my current location, I am only 500 to 600 meters away from the nearest Old Man Wang's red circle marking. Such a rare chance, I'll go take a look. If anything goes wrong, the exam supervisor Gu Master behind me will take care of it. Before long, Fang Yuan stood before a treehouse nestled in the dense forest. This is Wang's Huading Lodge? Let's take a look. He stepped inside, immediately noting the signs of life. Strange. Looks like someone is still living here. But I killed all of them. Who could? His gaze fell on a portrait hanging on the wall, a crude drawing of himself with a knife. His brow furrowed deeply. My portrait? What does this person want? Why is this person targeting me? No. Maybe Fang Zheng is the target. He is Guyu clan's hope after all. It could absolutely be an assassin sent by a rival village. But why did Old Man Wang's beast skin map indicate this treehouse? Maybe he was a spy serving another force? Memories flooded his mind and his deductions sharpened. Old Man Wang. Old Man Wang. No. This guy is after me. Come to think about it, Wang Er's fearlessness was out of the ordinary. It wasn't the behavior of a mortal. He must have had previous interactions with the Gu Master. But Old Man Wang's family is dead. Who could it be? Eldest son Wang Da, died on the mountains 3 years ago while hunting. Wangda. No, he didn't die. Not only did he not die, he even became a demonic goo master by chance. He wants to use this assessment to take revenge for his family. The air grew heavy, and a shadow emerged from the dim corner of the treehouse. A raspy voice broke the silence. Hee. Fang Yuan. I finally found you. Fang Yuan stood frozen, thoughts racing. If that's really the case, it explains everything. Then. His eyes locked onto a cloth draped over a pile. Pulling it aside, his breath caught. 2 lifeless bodies lay beneath, their faces hauntingly familiar. What? They are the 2 hunters I spared that day. Looks like Wangda has already collected complete information about me. Damn it. This is no place to stay. I need to escape. As Fang Yuan darted out, a cold voice echoed behind him. He running away? Do you really think I wouldn't dare exact my revenge just because of some exam supervisor goo masters? I'll slaughter them first. Fear coiled in Fang Yuan's chest as he fled through the forest. Damn it, what about his strength? Am I his match? He's been moving around the red-circled areas for 3 years, living on the fringes of the 3 villages. This shows he doesn't have the strength to roam outside. At best he's rank 2. His mind calculated. If he disappeared 3 years ago and is now rank 2, he should be A, B or C grade talent, with 40% to 70% primeval essence in his aperture. These 3 years, surviving while living at home despite Jiang He's observation means he has a stealth-type goo worm at work. Suddenly, Fang Yuan sensed something. His eyes darted back. The faint shimmer of the shadow follower goo moved through the trees, trailing him. Elsewhere, chaos erupted. A supervising goo master grunted in pain, a dagger buried deep in his back. The killer sneered. 1. I used 10% of my primeval essence. 40% left. I must make it quick or else I'll run out. Fang Yuan grimaced, his mind racing again. No. He is a demonic goo master, nurtured through a life of danger and unknowns. I am definitely not his match with my current battle strength. However, he knows I possess the beast skin map. He would have ambushed me during the hunt. My only way out is to act completely opposite to his expectations. That's my only chance at survival. The killer's voice rang out again, chilling in its mockery. Why are you running? Let's have some fun, brat. Another supervising goo master turned, his face hardening. Who goes there? He demanded, only to stagger as the assassin's blade pierced his back. The supervisor gasped. Is this the deadliest rank 2 poisonous goo love-life separation? The assassin smirked. That's right. It indeed is. You are already dead. The supervisor grimaced, blood dripping from his lips. Damn it. All right then. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a shimmering moonlight goo on his tongue. With a final burst of defiance, he snarled. I'm taking you with me. The moonlight goo shot through the air, piercing the killer's shoulder. The wounded goo master grimaced, but his resolve didn't waver. The dying supervisor, slumped on the ground, glared at him with disdain. Love-life separation. To refine it, one needs a lover's heart. You damn demonic cultivator. The killer chuckled darkly. You know nothing. You truly know nothing at all. You lot are no mortals, you can't understand. In this world where life is as cheap as grass, you can't survive without power. Mortals like me can only submit to the tender mercies of goo masters. His voice rose, dripping with venom. We are haunted with fear, hanging by a thread every single day. You goo masters snatch away all the resources, forcing us to live on the edge, slaughtering us like pigs and dogs. You're the real demons. I killed my beloved wife to refine this goo. It was all for survival. Power was my only choice. That's my resolution on the demonic path. His gaze shifted to Fang Yuan, still running. His tone turned cold. I gave up on love and only had kinship left. But you took them from me? With a roar, he charged at Fang Yuan, the fury of revenge burning in his eyes. A moonlight goo struck again, this time slowing the killer. He cursed. Damn it. There was another one? Activating his shadow follower goo, his figure flickered, evading sight, only to be intercepted by a flash of light. An older man appeared, his aura sharp and unyielding. I am Guyuso. Lad, if you surrender now, my clan might still spare your life. The killer clenched his teeth. Damn it, the shadow follower goo is heavily crippled. It needs 3 hours to recover. Spare my life? Ah. With reckless determination, he charged the elder. I'll kill you first. The elder raised a hand, summoning the acupuncture goo to defend himself. The killer growled in frustration. Damn it. Love-life separation doesn't have strong attacking abilities. If that's the case, I have no choice but to kill Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan, dashing through the forest, grimly analyzed the situation. Never thought this mess would happen over a mere beast skin map. If I hadn't killed them on the spot, Wang De would have known everything immediately. The killer's shadow loomed closer, his voice echoing through the trees. Dream on. Die. He lunged at the figure in front of him, but something was wrong. The victim turned around, wide-eyed. Ha. It wasn't Fang Yuan. It was Fang Zheng, his twin brother, caught in the chaos. The ferocious attack closed in on Fang Zheng, but just as the claws were about to reach him, another figure interposed himself. Dream on. The killer's eyes narrowed. Another one? The newcomer stood firm. Guyu Xingyang to the rescue. Damn demonic cultivator, you better surrender on the spot. The killer sneered and lunged forward. Surrender? I shall kill you first. Zheng Yang's arms turned to stone as he activated his stone skin goo, intercepting the killer's claws. A harsh crack echoed through the forest as the claws shattered upon contact. Without hesitation, Zheng Yang swung his other arm forward, his voice roaring with power. Azure Whirlwind. The punch landed with devastating force, sending the killer tumbling back. Blood spewed from his mouth as he landed hard against the ground. 5% of primeval essence left. Looks like I'm done for. His eyes burned with defiance as he muttered. Xingyang loomed over him. You are indeed. The killer's lips curled into a crazed grin. Before dying, however, in a desperate surge, the killer dashed toward Fang Zheng. I will take you with me. Xingyang cursed under his breath. Damn it. From behind, the elder Guyu So summoned his hair goo, sending tendrils of hair to intercept. The hair ensnared the killer, slowing him but not stopping him entirely. Too late. The killer spat, his claws inches from Fang Zheng's chest. Fang Zheng activated his jade skin goo, a faint glimmer covering his body. The killer scoffed. It's but a mere rank 1 goo. Do you really think it will block my love-life separation? The elder's hair lashed out in a final, desperate attack, binding the killer with all its might. The claws stopped just shy of Fang Zheng's eyes, trembling as the last of the killer's strength faded. Damn it. So I failed? His final breath whispering a name. One air. A haunting memory surged forth. He stood before his wife, a blade in his trembling hand. Her tearful eyes gazed into his as she softly asked, Why? I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice breaking. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him in a final embrace. I see. I understand. Take care of yourself. Her words, full of love and forgiveness, tore through him as her body went limp. He fell to his knees, cradling her lifeless form. Tears streaked his face as he screamed internally, Do I regret it? I do. So much that I would rather die. Yet, amidst his torment, he resolved, That's why I swore to myself, I must protect the rest of my family. Back in the present, he hung suspended in the elder's constricting hair. His body weakened, his mind drifted. But, if I could start over from the beginning, one air, I guess I would have still done the same. Nearby, Fang Zheng collapsed, blood trickling from his forehead where the claw had grazed him. Panting heavily, he muttered, Is it finally over? The adrenaline faded, and darkness crept over his vision. His thoughts turned bitter. I indeed haven't trained enough. News of the attack spread through the village like wildfire. Conversations buzzed everywhere. Have you heard? There was an attack just now. Not only Fang Zheng got gravely injured, but even some rank 2 examiners died. Fang Zheng is truly unlucky. I wonder if he'll make it. He won't be unscathed even if he does. He might lose his A-grade talent. Fang Yuan overheard the chatter, a wry smirk forming. Fang Zheng got assaulted? No wonder nothing happened to me. So it was indeed because of lack of information. He mistook him for me. He added internally, the higher-ups are probably suspecting the other 2 villages right now. In the academy, Elder Guyu reviewed the mid-year test results. Guyu Qiqing 16 boar fangs. Mo Bei 14. Mo Bei's chest puffed with confidence, certain of his victory. But then a voice rang out. Hold on. Heads turned to see Fang Yuan entering, his calm demeanor unshaken. Qiqing scowled. Fang Yuan, you're late. The test ended an hour ago. 4 of your boar fangs won't count according to the rules. Fang Yuan shrugged, casually dropping his sack of fangs. I accept the penalty. Gasps echoed among the students as they saw the sheer number of fangs spill out. How did you get that many? Fang Yuan, you cheated? The elder's gaze hardened. Fang Yuan, did you hunt these yourself? I hunted dozens myself, Fang Yuan replied with a smirk. But I coincidentally found this sack. A hunter probably hid it. The rules don't state we must kill boars to get their fangs. We just have to gather them, don't we? The elder hesitated but nodded. The winner is Fang Yuan. Outrage erupted among the students. This can't be real. It's so unfair. How could this be? He's way too lucky. That night in the elder hall, the clan leaders convened. The clan leader spoke gravely. Guyu Yaoji, you are the #1 healer of our clan. Tell me, how is Fang Zheng doing? Yaoji replied, his state has stabilized. His life isn't in danger, but he is still unconscious. And he didn't lose his A-grade talent? The clan leader sighed in relief. Very good. Have you investigated the assassin? An elder reported, we have, a male, 35 years old, identity unknown. He was a demonic cultivator and possessed 2 goo worms, shadow follower and love-life separation. Gasps of shock spread across the room. Love-life separation? The clan head's expression hardened as he said grimly, love-life separation. The deadliest rank 2 poisonous goo. No wonder he managed to kill 3 of my goo masters. The elders erupted into discussion. Clan head, we must investigate further. It's either the Bai clan or the Xiong clan. Or perhaps an outside demonic faction goo master seeking affiliation with a clan, instructed to assassinate Fang Zheng to prove loyalty. The clan head nodded. Yes indeed. But internally he thought, I didn't expect these rivals to align so quickly at such a critical moment. The academy elder interrupted, his voice heavy. Esteemed clan head Fang Zheng, The clan head cut him off. No need to worry. Fang Zheng will recover. More importantly, what about the assessment results? Fang Yuan was the winner, the elder reported. Thanks to a sack of boar fangs hidden by hunters, which he coincidentally found. The room fell silent as suspicion flickered across the elders' faces. Coincidentally? What kind of far-fetched lie is this? Their thoughts raced. Someone must have helped him behind the scenes. But who? It could only be us, the clan elders, or even the clan head himself. One elder reflected grimly, Fang Zheng's A-grade talent means he could one day reach rank 4 and become the next clan head. Fang Yuan, despite his C-grade talent, is still valuable as Fang Zheng's blood relative. He could become a useful chess piece in the future. The Qi family elder muttered, I didn't solicit Fang Yuan. Who could have? Another rival elder mused, breaking the norm of recruiting during year-end exams? Acting now during mid-year? Could be that old Bona Mochen. Or, his eyes narrowed. The clan head himself? The clan head observed their reactions carefully. These two. When did their acting skills become so impressive? Their expressions looked genuine. But could someone else be involved? Rising from his seat, the clan head declared, one shall return as good as one receives. The enemy dared to target Fang Zheng. Our Guyu clan is not to be taken lightly. We must retaliate. Dark Hall Elder, formulate a plan and report to me later. His tone softened as he added, as for Guyu Fang Zheng, he is an A-grade talent and the hope of our clan. To prevent further incidents, I shall personally oversee his training from today onwards. Turning to the academy elder, he said, Guyu Fang Yuan achieved first place with his C-grade talent. A remarkable feat, reward him 30 primeval stones. Tell him to continue his efforts. The other elders bristled inwardly. 30 primeval stones? What a superficial reward. So it wasn't the clan head either. Then who is this shadowy influence? When the meeting ended and the hall emptied, the clan head murmured to himself, Guyu Fang Yuan is truly intriguing. I'll need to keep a closer eye on him. Meanwhile, in his room, Fang Yuan smirked as he surveyed his progress. It's been only 10 days since the mid-year assessment, and I've already reached rank 1 upper stage. I'm progressing far faster than in my past life. His gaze shifted to the white boar goo. It enhances my strength to a boar's level, and I've already reached its limit. With the prerequisite fulfilled, it's time to dive deeper into the flower wine monk's legacy. Fang Yuan stood in the dim cave, his hands pressing firmly against the coarse rock. His voice echoed softly in the tunnel as he counted his steps. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. I was worn out after reaching 45 steps last week. How far will I make it this time? His breathing grew heavier as he climbed deeper into the passage. 48, 49 steps, 50. Finally he arrived in a spacious hall. Before him stood a crude, hastily constructed stone door. He studied it for a moment and muttered, "Another haul?" Looking at this coarse and crude rock, it must be one he finished in a hurry. Approaching the center, he noticed a faint glow. The second Earth Treasury flower goo. It must be useful for the next test. Let's see which goo is inside this time. Sliding the door open, he spotted a delicate goo wriggling on a pedestal. His eyes gleamed as he recognized it. The jade skin goo? To think the flower wine monk already prepared it for me. I was wondering where I could get one. Now, with this and the white boar goo, I can refine the stronger white jade goo. Its defensive properties will perfectly complement my growth and strength. His thoughts darkened slightly as he calculated the cost. However, feeding it won't be easy. It requires 100 grams of jade every 10 days. To feed the white boar goo, I hunted wild boars regularly. Do I have no choice but to mine jade now? Fang Yuan opened the stone door, stepping into a new expanse. Above him, crimson light shimmered faintly. This stone forest should be within Qingmao Mountain. Its size is roughly over 30 mu. But why do the rocks and stones emit this dim red glow? It was the same in the tunnel? Could it be caused by something in the area? He paused and smiled knowingly. I believe I understand why the flower wine monk prepared the jade skin goo. If I'm not wrong? Spotting a small hole in the rocks, Fang Yuan sent a sharp slash toward it. A creature scrambled out, screeching, a monkey. Fang Yuan acted swiftly, killing it with precision. As he looked closer, more appeared, their stone-like bodies glinting faintly in the eerie light. It really is an underground colony of jade-eye stone monkeys, he said, examining the fallen monkey's remains. When they die, their bodies turn into rock fragments, but their eyes transform into jade pearls, each weighing exactly 50 grams. His lips curved into a sly grin. Looks like the flower wine monk wants me to practice here. The next clue to his legacy should also be somewhere in this stone forest. Fang Yuan scanned the stone pillars surrounding him. Each pillar houses at least hundreds of monkeys. Who knows how many are in the entire forest? With my current strength, I'm done for if I'm surrounded by just 4 of them. He calculated his movements carefully. Luckily, they won't leave their pillars as long as I stay 10 meters away. That means my routine will now involve feeding and training the jade skin goo here. 2 months later, Fang Yuan stood before a massive wild boar. His expression was calm as he activated the jade skin goo, ready to test its power. The wild boar charged fiercely, its tusks gleaming as it lunged at Fang Yuan. With a calm expression, Fang Yuan raised his arm, activating the jade skin goo. His skin glimmered with a faint jade sheen, absorbing the boar's tremendous impact. Now, Fang Yuan muttered, his fist striking down with overwhelming force. The boar let out a final groan, collapsing on the forest floor. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan retrieved the white boar goo, releasing it to feed on the boar's lifeless body. The goo absorbed the essence of its prey, pulsating with vitality. He exhaled softly, glancing at his palm. This jade skin goo truly consumes too much primeval essence, he remarked. I've used it only a few times and already half my essence is gone. Pausing briefly, he reflected on recent developments. Fang Zheng. He slept a whole week after that attack. Once he woke, he began cultivating hard. By now, he's likely broken through to rank 1 peak stage. And I'm not far behind, though with a C-grade talent, it's far more complicated. His gaze drifted toward the stone forest. Lately, my pace has slowed. Looking for clues in this forest has taken time. I've checked the outer areas, but there's nothing. The next clue must be somewhere near the center. Suddenly, the bushes rustled and a wolf emerged, its piercing eyes locked on Fang Yuan. A wolf? Fang Yuan whispered, his muscles tensing. But before he could act, the wolf's posture shifted unnaturally, it crumpled, lifeless. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he spotted a figure stepping out from the shadows. A hulking man with a wolf slung over his shoulder came into view. Guyu Qishan? Fang Yuan thought, recognizing the figure immediately. Qishan glanced at Fang Yuan but offered no greeting. He simply strode past, his presence heavy and commanding. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. Guyu Qishan. An elite among the ranked 2 Gu masters and Qingmao Mountain's greatest colossus. Much like me, he was hailed as an A-grade genius, though in reality he's B-grade. As Qishan disappeared into the distance, Fang Yuan's focus shifted back to his own predicament. The end-year assessment is approaching, he mused. Once it's over, I won't be able to stay in the dormitory anymore. Returning to Uncle's household isn't an option. Where will I go then? His mind wandered further. Feeding 6 Gu while breaking through to rank 2 stage. I'm going to run out of primeval stones soon. Winning the assessment and claiming the reward is my only option. Snow blanketed the academy grounds as students stood in line, their breath visible in the frigid air. The academy elder addressed them, his voice commanding yet solemn. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed, he began. Tomorrow you will face the year-end examination. This is the culmination of your hard work, and your performance will determine your future. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The clan leader, elders, and even your family seniors will attend to observe. Those who perform well will be selected for special teams, while the winner will receive 150 primeval stones and priority in selecting a goo worm. The elder began calling out cultivation progress. Guyu Jinzhu rank 1 middle stage. Guyu Jianghe rank 1 initial stage. Guyu Zaiyu rank 1 upper stage. Finally it was Fang Yuan's turn. Guyu Fang Yuan, rank 1 peak stage. Gasps rippled through the crowd. No way. Fang Yuan reached rank 1 peak stage. It must be luck from that liquor worm of his. Even against A- and B grades he holds his own. Chi-Ching scoffed. Even if he's at peak stage he's still a C grade. He's no threat to us. The elder moved on. Next Guyu Fangzheng. A buzz spread through the students. Fangzheng? The A-grade genius? He must be at peak stage too. Fangzheng strode forward, his thoughts simmering. Big brother, you've surprised me. But watch carefully now. Guyu Fangzheng ranked 2 initial stage. Stunned silence fell over the assembly, followed by an explosion of awe. Rank 2 already? As expected of an A-grade genius. Even the clan leader observed proudly. A-grade talent. The hope of our clan? Fangzheng stood tall, his heart swelling with pride. Clan leader, I've proven myself. From now on, I'll rise even higher, earning the approval of everyone. His gaze shifted to Fang Yuan. Big brother, I've left you behind. You're no longer the shadow in my heart. Tomorrow, I'll defeat you once and for all. The snow continued to fall, cloaking the academy in an icy silence as the students prepared for the ultimate test of their abilities. Fang Yuan stood amidst the murmurs of the crowd, his expression calm as he thought to himself, rank 2 initial stage, even higher than in my previous life. My actions in this life have influenced Fangzheng greatly. A few days later the year-end tournament was in full swing. The crowd gathered around the arena, excitement crackling in the cold air. Meanwhile on the sidelines Guyu Yaohong, a rank 2 middle stage Gu master, spoke to Guyu Qingshu, a rank 2 peak stage master. This year's physical fighting skills are impressive, Yaohong remarked. Qingshu chuckled. All thanks to a certain junior named Fang Yuan. He trained them with beatings. Ruthless even to his little brother. On the fighting stage the judge announced the next match. Rank 1 middle stage Guyu Jinzhu versus rank 1 peak stage Guyu Mo Bei. As the competitors entered, the audience murmured. Mo Bei is from the Mo family. Jinzhu is no match for his peak stage cultivation. The fight was swift, with Mo Bei emerging victorious. Cheers erupted from his family. Well done, little brother. From the sidelines, Fangzheng observed, his thoughts burning with determination. Big brother, did you see that? This is the difference cultivation makes. When the time comes, I'll show you how terrifying rank 2 can be. The matches continued. Guyu Qi-Ching, nimble and calculating, dodged his opponent's furious strikes. Fight me fairly if you dare, his opponent shouted. Qi-Ching smirked as he dodged. Only a fool would fight you up close. Qi-Ching won easily, earning praise from Yaohong. As expected, middle stage fighters are no match for peak stage opponents. Fangzheng, Mo Bei, and Fang Yuan all won their respective matches, displaying their strength and precision. Meanwhile, students began forming groups. Little junior sister, your life breath grass goo would be perfect for our team, one senior suggested. Others debated over attack-focused goo masters, while captains eyed the junior students, planning their recruitment strategies. On the sidelines, Qingshu nudged Yaohong. Captains are already picking juniors? Yaohong yawned, unimpressed. The tournament's getting boring. I might fall asleep? The clan head observed the matches. The strongest ones here are Fangzheng, Mo Bei, and Qi-Ching. Nothing else matters until the finals. As evening approached, the announcer declared the next match. Rank 2 initial stage Guyu Fangzheng versus rank 1 peak stage Guyu Mo Bei. On the stage, Mo Bei faced Fangzheng, his eyes blazing with defiance. Fangzheng, don't think I'll lose just because you're rank 2. Today I'll challenge the higher realm and beat you. The match between Guyu Fangzheng and Guyu Mo Bei began with tension in the air. Fangzheng rushed forward, yelling, Shut it and bring it on. Mo-Bei analyzed his opponent's movements, thinking, normally, we'd exchange moonblades before hand-to-hand combat. Isn't he afraid of getting injured in close quarters? He leaped and sent sharp moonblades toward Fang Zheng. Effortlessly, Fang Zheng dodged and countered with his own moonblade, landing a clean hit on Mo-Bei. The crowd murmured in excitement. That side's interesting. Watching from the sidelines, Guyu Yaohong observed, they're fighting so closely. Fang Zheng has guts. Qing Shu nodded. It must be the clan leader's teaching. Most students fight at a safe distance, but Fang Zheng's battle range is now within 6 meters. His ability to dodge and counter is impressive. He's worked hard under the clan leader's guidance. The battle continued with Fang Zheng relentlessly pressing his advantage, striking Mo-Bei with precision. Finally, Fang Zheng emerged victorious. As the match ended, Fang Zheng thought with pride, "Esteemed clan head, I did not disappoint you." Memories of the clan head's words filled his mind. Fang Zheng, you are hardworking and talented. Show them the results of your efforts. This stage is yours. Determined, Fang Zheng vowed, this student will not let you down. The clan head observed the scene with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mo-Bei, bruised and defeated, shouted, "No. I haven't lost yet. Let me fight." Guards restrained him, remarking, Fang Zheng's strength is already beyond the graduating standards. An A-grade talent truly stands apart. On the sidelines, others whispered. He received personal guidance from the clan head. No wonder he's so amazing. Next, the announcer declared. Rank 1 peak stage Guyu Qiqing versus Rank 2 initial stage Guyu Fang Zheng. Qiqing smirked, his mind brimming with ambition. Fang Zheng defeated Mo-Bei, but if I beat him, it'll be 2 birds with 1 stone. As the fight began, Fang Zheng charged forward, forcing Qiqing to activate his Dragon Pill Cricket Goo for enhanced speed. Qiqing taunted, Fang Zheng, you don't have a speed-boosting goo. You'll never keep up with me. Your tactics might have worked on Mo-Bei, but they're useless against me. Fang Zheng retorted, is that so? Keep dodging. But every time you use the Dragon Pill Cricket Goo, you drain your primeval essence. You have green copper essence but I have red steel, 3 times your endurance. Your talent is inferior to mine. Eventually you'll run out and the loser will be you. Qiqing froze for a moment, his expression dumbfounded. I feel like he's got a point. The crowd buzzed with admiration. Fang Zheng is such a strategist. Qing Shu added, this brat has become stronger and smarter. He's no longer the rash hothead we knew. Gritting his teeth, Qiqing growled, damn it. If that's the case, bring it on. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Guyu Fang Zheng stood victorious after defeating Qiqing. On the sidelines, Qing Shu observed, thinking, an A-grade talent, no doubt. Amazing. This Fang Zheng might truly be the rising star of our clan. If he continues to grow, he could be the one to resist Bai Ning Bing from the Bai clan. The elders commented among themselves, it seems Fang Zheng is this year's winner. The match ended dramatically with Qiqing being punched out of the stage. The announcer declared, Guyu Qiqing is out of the stage. Winner, Guyu Fang Zheng. Elated, Fang Zheng celebrated his victory and looked toward his brother in the audience, thinking, did you see that, big brother? I've completely changed. This time I will definitely beat you. In the elders' pavilion, a discussion stirred. Fang Zheng represents the clan leader's faction, while Mo-Bei and Qiqing are the future leaders of their own factions. At this rate, the clan leader's influence will heavily dominate, suppressing the 2 elders. Then came the announcement for the final match. Last match. Rank 2 initial stage Guyu Fang Zheng versus Rank 1 peak stage Guyu Fang Yuan. The crowd's energy surged as the brothers stood across from each other. Oh, interesting, someone exclaimed. A showdown between brothers. This is going to be exciting. A clan elder quietly observed, thinking, Fang Zheng, your greatest obstacle is your brother Fang Yuan. You have the Jade Skin Goo and Red Steel Primeval Essence now. Go ahead and defeat him. On stage, Fang Zheng confidently addressed Fang Yuan. Admit defeat, big brother. I am already rank 2 with over 80% Red Steel Primeval Essence, while your Green Copper Primeval Essence is only at 44%. You have no chance. But Fang Yuan responded calmly, his tone dismissive. You're surely clear about my Primeval Essence level, but don't spout nonsense. If essence alone decides the victor, what's the point of fighting? Fang Zheng was silenced by the sharp rebuttal but quickly steeled himself. He charged toward Fang Yuan, shouting, since you're so determined, you leave me no choice but to attack. The crowd murmured, this again? Fang Zheng's moonlight goo glowed as he rushed in close, aiming for a quick victory. Yet, Fang Yuan remained still, calmly observing his brother's approach. At the last moment, Fang Yuan suddenly charged forward himself, closing the distance between them. Stunned by this unexpected reaction, Fang Zheng's mind raced. What? Fang Zheng gritted his teeth in frustration and shouted, "Damn it!" launching a barrage of moonblade attacks at Fang Yuan. The sharp crescents of energy sliced through the air with precision, but Fang Yuan's movements were fluid and calculated, dodging them with ease. Stunned, Fang Zheng exclaimed, "He dodged it?" As Fang Yuan closed in, he struck Fang Zheng with a powerful blow, sending him sprawling to the very edge of the stage. Panting, Fang Zheng murmured, "That was close?" The audience erupted with astonishment. He's seen through Fang Zheng's trump card. This Fang Yuan is even more daring. What a battle maniac. Fang Yuan's cold, piercing glare bore into his brother as Fang Zheng struggled to his feet. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan launched another charge. "Come on!" Fang Zheng shouted, sending out another flurry of moonblade slashes, trying desperately to keep Fang Yuan at bay. But Fang Yuan effortlessly evaded the attacks, closing the gap between them. With a sudden, precise strike, Fang Yuan landed a punch to Fang Zheng's stomach. The force of the blow made Fang Zheng cough up blood as he stumbled backward into a defensive stance. The audience collectively gasped, shocked by the relentless display. Fang Zheng, his vision blurred, opened his eyes trying to locate Fang Yuan. But his opponent wasn't in front of him. A low, chilling voice came from behind. Behind? Before Fang Zheng could react, Fang Yuan landed a devastating punch from behind, sending his younger brother crashing to the ground again. In the elders' pavilion, one of them noticed the clan leader's tense expression and whispered, "Clan leader." On the stage, Fang Zheng tried to speak, his voice weak. "Do you?" Fang Wai, but before he could finish, Fang Yuan stepped forward, planting his foot firmly on Fang Zheng's face. Blood spilled from Fang Zheng's mouth as the younger brother lay utterly defeated beneath the elder's heel. The arena fell silent as the students stared in shock. "What?" they murmured, their disbelief palpable. Bloodied and determined, Fang Zheng gritted his teeth and pushed against the floor, trying to stand. But with a cold, unrelenting gaze, Fang Yuan stomped his head down again, sending cracks spidering across the stage. Fang Zheng's forehead bled profusely, and he roared in defiance, "Damn it!" Summoning all his strength, Fang Zheng attempted to rise again, but Fang Yuan pressed his foot harder, forcing him down. This time he used his full body weight, smashing Fang Zheng's head into the ground. The audience gasped in horror. Even the clan leader's expression froze, visibly shaken. The stage groaned under the impact, blood pooling beneath Fang Zheng's face. Nearby, the rank 2 girl whispered to Qin, her voice trembling. "This Fang Yuan is too much. How could he be this ruthless?" Racked with pain, Fang Zheng's thoughts raced. "He's so strong. What should I do? Right, I still have the Moonlight Gyu. At this range, he won't be able to dodge it." But as if reading his brother's thoughts, Fang Yuan slashed Fang Zheng's hand with his own moonblade. Fang Zheng's scream echoed through the arena. "Ga! MIH hand!" The crowd stood in outrage, their cries rising in unison. This Fang Yuan is too cruel. How could he treat his own little brother like this? Defeated, Fang Zheng lay trembling on the ground, his thoughts spiraling. "That's it. It's over. In the end, I still couldn't beat him." Fang Yuan stood silently, his cold demeanor unshaken. Among the students, a voice broke through the tension. Mo Bei stood shouting, "Fang Zheng, stand up. Stand up. Defeat Fang Yuan." The crowd joined in, their voices rising into a chant. "Defeat Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, hang in there. Stand up. We're with you. Fang Zheng, you can do it. You can do it." The tension in the air was thick, all eyes locked on Fang Zheng as the crowd support swelled around him. The arena was alive with chants that surged like a storm. "You can do it, Fang Zheng. Get up. Defeat Fang Yuan." The roar of the crowd crashed against Fang Zheng's ears as he lay sprawled on the stage, blood pooling beneath him. Pain racked his body, but the weight of the cheers pressed heavier. His heart trembled. "Everyone has expectations of me," he thought, his gaze blurring. Memories unfurled like a tide. His uncle and aunt's voices rang in his mind. "Fang Zheng, this end-year assessment is your stage. Go and show them the strength of an A grade." He saw his classmates, their faces filled with hope and desperation. "Fang Yuan is too much, constantly bullying us. You are our only hope, Fang Zheng." His fists clenched tighter. "Everyone has been supporting me," he murmured inwardly, his heart pounding with a rising determination. The clan head's solemn words echoed. Fang Zheng, others cannot dispel the shadow in your heart. You can only rely on yourself. And then, her voice, gentle and full of promise. Young master, once you get first place this time we can finally... His chest burned. A surge of energy coursed through him, igniting a fire that consumed his despair. Everyone has been believing in me. The crowd's voices grew louder, a thunderous wave of support. Get up. Get up. You can do it, Fang Zheng. His eyes snapped open, his resolve unshakable. How could I lose? How could I fall here? A roar erupted from his throat as his body glowed with an emerald light. Slowly he pushed himself off the ground, the green aura of the jade skin goo enveloping him like armor. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Fang Zheng got up. It's the jade skin goo. On the sidelines, the clan head leaned forward, eyes gleaming with hope. Come on, Fang Zheng. Break the darkness and be reborn. You are the true hope of our Guyu clan. Fang Zheng stood tall, a vision of unyielding will. Turning toward Fang Yuan, he bellowed, Big brother, I am back. This time, I will defeat you. Fang Yuan, calm and unmoved, narrowed his eyes. Oh, you want to defeat me? He raised a fist, taking a battle-ready stance. You are still far from it, he declared. Fang Yuan lunged forward with speed like a striking serpent. His punch landed clean on Fang Zheng's face, shattering the glowing barrier of the jade skin goo. Fang Zheng stumbled back, eyes wide with shock. What? He actually pierced through the defense of my jade skin goo? Impossible. Impossible. Before he could recover, Fang Yuan's second punch snapped upward, crashing into his chin. The sheer force lifted Fang Zheng off his feet. His thoughts spun in disarray. Gah! How could this be? He hit the stage with a thunderous thud, his body crumpled. Blood trickled from his lips as the arena fell silent. Fang Yuan's own knuckles bled from the ferocity of his strikes. Turning to the stunned crowd, he spoke with icy detachment. My apologies. It seems that I have disappointed you all. The students, the elders, and even the clan head sat frozen, their disbelief palpable. Fang Yuan's dominance was undeniable, and his cold demeanor sent a chill through every onlooker. The arena, once alive with cheers for Fang Zheng, now lay heavy under the shadow of Fang Yuan's might. The arena was silent, every spectator stunned. The shattering of Fang Zheng's jade skin goo defense had shaken them to their core. How can this be? One voice broke through. Another followed, incredulous. Breaking the jade skin goo's defense with 2 punches? Is this? The girls in Fang Zheng's class stared at Fang Yuan, their disbelief tinged with unease. How savage, one murmured. Even the jade light got smashed by him. Does he not feel pain? The murmurs turned into a rising commotion. Without any defensive goo worm and using his bare hands to break the jade light. This is genuine self-harm. Fang Yuan stood on the stage, blood dripping from his knuckles. His calm, icy demeanor only amplified the unease in the crowd. From his vantage point, the clan head observed with narrowed eyes, his thoughts heavy. He is ruthless with his own little brother and even more so with himself. The academy elder stepped forward, his expression unreadable. I'll go take a look, he announced, moving to inspect the unconscious Fang Zheng. Bending down, his sharp gaze scanned the boy's injuries. Looks like his life isn't in danger. The huge blow to his head only caused him to fall unconscious. He concluded silently. Yet his brow furrowed deeper. Unbelievable. Despite the jade skin goo's defense, he still suffered such heavy injuries from someone using bare hands. He approached Fang Yuan next, his eyes falling on the boy's bloodied knuckles. The skin was torn, the flesh mashed, and cracks ran along the bones. He is heavily wounded, the elder thought grimly, and yet, he doesn't even frown. The pain must be terribly intense. Endure it, the elder instructed aloud as he began healing. The healing process is itchy and quite painful. As the soft glow of healing goo enveloped Fang Yuan's hand, the elder's focus sharpened. While he's distracted by the pain, now's the chance to inspect his aperture. The elder's senses swept through Fang Yuan's body. Only the moonlight goo and little light goo are in the palm of his right hand. No other goo worms. Did Fang Yuan really use his own strength to break the jade skin goo? Such strength is far beyond a mortal adolescent. And he's only 15 years old. How could this be possible? When the healing was complete, Fang Yuan straightened his posture and addressed the elder with measured politeness. Clan elder, thank you for your treatment. Even though it still hurts a bit, the wound has healed. His gaze flickered and a faint smirk danced on his lips. And the academy elder's true goal was to inspect my aperture. I had expected this from the start. Fang Yuan's thoughts turned inward, his tone cold and assured. I put the white boar and jade skin goo in my second secret cave. As for the spring-autumn cicada, it is a rank 6. If it wanted to hide, even Guyu Bo, the rank 4 clan head himself, wouldn't be able to find it. A faint scoff. So, no matter how he inspects, how could he find anything? The crowd erupted in disbelief, their voices a mix of awe and confusion. To think that, in the end, Fang Yuan had the last laugh, one exclaimed. He actually took down Fang Zheng, who possessed a jade skin goo? Another shouted. The discussion grew louder, speculative. What is there to be suspicious about? There are people born with strange talents, super strength, super intelligence. Remember Qishan? When he was a kid, his strength already surpassed an adult's. Qishan, standing in the crowd, scowled. So noisy, he muttered. The murmurs continued unabated. Looks like the heavens had other plans and compensated Fang Yuan with strength. If I could get a black boar goo in the future, I'd have even greater strength than him. But Fang Yuan was calm, his thoughts quietly cold. 6 months ago, I risked danger to create a second layer of protection using wild boar fangs. Now that effort has begun to show its worth. From his seat, the clan head sighed, his mind heavy with disappointment. Under my guidance, Fang Zheng was the first to advance to the upper stage. But this confidence I carefully nurtured. It has vanished like smoke. Rising to his feet, he addressed Fang Yuan in a voice that commanded attention. Fang Yuan, you have earned first place with your C-grade talent. For this achievement, you will be rewarded with 100 primeval stones and the right to choose a new goo worm. The crowd buzzed with envy, but the clan head wasn't done. In addition, you may now join any group of your choice. Simply name the group and you shall be their new member. I believe no clan elder present will have any objections. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts already racing. This is trouble, he realized. If I join any of the 3 most powerful groups, I'll offend the others. I wanted to join Tang He's group initially, but it's backed by the Punishment Hall elder. Joining them abruptly could be risky too. The elder, sensing hesitation, pressed him. If you don't choose Fang Yuan, I'll select for you. Fang Yuan's lips curled in a faint smirk. Forcing me, huh? He thought. That won't work. I need to pick a group that draws no attention. A voice suddenly broke through the tension. Why don't you join our team? We're lacking an attacker, said Guyu Jiao-san, a sickly-looking youth. The clan elders exchanged glances, their thoughts dismissive. Guyu Jiao-san? That's just a weak team with no background. Fang Yuan studied Jiao-san briefly, his decision made in an instant. Jiao-san? He thought with a chuckle. The higher-ups must be so disappointed now. Perfect. I shall join your group, Fang Yuan declared. The crowd gasped, unable to believe their ears. Has Fang Yuan lost his mind? He refused to join the outstanding teams and chose Jiao-san instead? 3 days later, amidst the snowy wilderness of Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan's new group of 5 raced through the frost-covered terrain. Jiao-san, his expression gentle, offered encouragement. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. The first mission is usually simple. Fang Yuan's response was curt. Yes. The number 1 carved on his belt glinted faintly, marking his rank as a first-stage goo master. Jiao-san smiled kindly. When we're on missions outside the village, we sprint most of the time. Are you getting used to it? Fang Yuan glanced at Jiao-san's face, something about the man's demeanor stirring an old memory. This kind expression of his. He thought, it reminds me of Renzu. The scene shifted in Fang Yuan's mind, his thoughts diving into the legends of Renzu, the first human. Renzu obtained the rules and regulations goo, gaining strength but losing wisdom, the tale whispered in his mind. He left behind 3 goo worms, suspicion, trust, and attitude. Renzu, the story said, once caught the attitude goo. Human, you caught me, the goo had declared. From now on, I'll be at your command. Wear me and you will gain my ability. But no matter what Renzu tried, the goo refused to stay. Even tying it with a rope was futile, for it would always fall off. The attitude goo wriggled and spoke in a tone both mocking and contemplative. I understand now, O human. You have no heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart, and without a heart, how can you wear me? A heartless person cannot wear me. In other words, attitude is a mask for those who have one. The scene shifted, Fang Yuan observing his surroundings with a calculating gaze. His thoughts turned cold and analytical as he watched Guyu Jiao-san. This kind and warm attitude of his, Fang Yuan mused, is nothing but a mask. What is his real intention? Jiao San's voice broke the silence. The sky's getting dark, he announced. Our mission this time is to collect permafrost-decayed soil. We must speed up the pace. Fang Yuan, just tell us if you can't keep up. You're a newcomer, so don't worry. We'll take care of you. Fang Yuan's lips curled slightly in disdain. Was that an attempt at authority? He thought, his eyes narrowing. Let's go. Jiao San commanded, his voice sharp. 30 minutes later. Jiao San glanced back and, to his surprise, found Fang Yuan keeping pace effortlessly. Good job, he exclaimed. You actually followed behind me and didn't lose pace even once? Noticing the weariness of the others, Jiao San's tone hardened. Stand straight, all of you. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Look at Fang Yuan, then look at yourselves. The team grumbled among themselves, their pride stung. Strange, one muttered, how can this Fang Yuan be so experienced? Sigh. We have ordinary strength. How can we compete with this monster? Another added bitterly, not only did we fail to see him struggle, but now we're the ones being scolded. The group arrived at a small valley, the destination marked by the frost-covered soil. This small valley is our target, Jiao San declared. Let's split up and harvest the frozen soil. Meet back here in an hour. Kong Jing, distribute the tools, he ordered. Kong Jing complied, summoning a large belly goo that spat out the tools one by one with wet, croaking sounds. The team wrinkled their noses. As expected of a logistics goo master, one said, trying to mask their disgust. But why is it croaking every time it spits something out? And all this saliva? Gross. As Fang Yuan ventured off alone, the others whispered among themselves, smirking. He's a newbie after all, rushing in like that? Is the permafrost decayed soil that easy to harvest? If he can't differentiate it, he might just collect ordinary frozen soil and waste his efforts. Another snickered. Differentiating it is tough. Newcomers have to rely on luck at first. 1 hour later. When the group reconvened, jaws dropped as they saw Fang Yuan's bucket brimming with permafrost decayed soil. All of it? Is permafrost decayed soil? One exclaimed, disbelief evident. A girl from the group couldn't help but ask, Fang Yuan, how did you gather so much of it? Fang Yuan's reply was measured and calm. The academy elder once explained that permafrost decayed soil is a common resource, a fertilizer formed when snow freezes a swamp. It has a tint of purple in the blackness. Being highly fertile, it's often used to grow crops, fruits and vegetables. He paused, then added, the purpose of this mission is likely to gather soil for the underground cave, to fertilize the moon orchid flowers. Jiao San nodded approvingly. Fang Yuan, you have done well. This way our mission is complete. Let's head back. Afternoon, Internal Affairs Hall. Jiao San distributed the 6 primeval stones they received as a reward. He kept 2 for himself and handed 1 to each team member. Fang Yuan's thoughts turned calculating again. When a newcomer joins a small group, the clan typically increases the reward as support. Normally this mission would yield at most 2 primeval stones. Thanks to me the reward was tripled. Yet, Jiao San used the opportunity to suppress me, taking the lead during the sprint, forcing me to harvest alone, and now distributing the stones unevenly. Why is he suppressing me? Could it be that? Fang Yuan's eyes glinted coldly, his mind already working to unravel Jiao San's true intentions. Jiao San addressed Fang Yuan in a patient, explanatory tone. You've just graduated from the academy and might be unclear about some things. Let me introduce you to them. Firstly, each goo master must complete at least 1 mission per month. The more you complete and the better they are carried out, the higher your evaluation will be. Secondly, the missions are distributed by the Internal and External Affairs Halls. Each goo master can only accept 1 mission at a time, and once accepted, they must complete it. Thirdly, under special circumstances, a goo master may choose to abandon a mission, but this will lower their evaluation. Only rank 2 goo masters or above can do so, rank 1 goo masters cannot. After a pause, he continued, Alright, we've completed the permafrost decayed soil mission. Next, I've accepted a wild deer hunting mission. The danger is low, so it's suitable for you to practice. Fang Yuan's expression remained neutral as he replied, Thank you for your concern, group leader. Another member chimed in, grinning. Little brother Fang Yuan, you should really thank the group leader properly. Although simple missions are easily completed, their rewards are small. The group leader is being considerate toward you. 2 female group members joined in teasingly. Yeah, little brother Fang Yuan, actions speak louder than words. Why not treat the group leader to lunch as thanks? Little brother Fang Yuan, you just left the academy. Society is complicated and human relationships are very important. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us during the meal. Jiao San waved his hand dismissively. Come on, don't put him on the spot. He just got out of the academy and must be short on primeval stones. Fang Yuan bowed slightly. I understand what you all have said. I still have something to do, so I'll be taking my leave. As Fang Yuan turned away, his inner thoughts dripped with disdain. To these ignorant and lowly peasants, evaluation is the most important thing. To me, however, it's not even worth a fart. The group members exchanged puzzled looks, muttering among themselves. What does he mean by this? Did he not hear what we said? Does he have comprehension problems? Jiao San called out, trying to salvage the situation. Come on, Fang Yuan, don't leave so quickly. Just ignore their nonsense. You're going to rent a house, right? Let us go with you. I'm familiar with the renting market. Fang Yuan paused, considering briefly before replying. I am indeed going to rent a house since I cannot stay at the academy dormitory anymore. Do you have any suggestions? The group wandered through the bustling market, hearing snippets from landlords. 15 primeval stones a month. No second price. Wishing to rent my house for 8 primeval stones? In your dreams? You must pay a deposit, 25%. Other vendors are doing this too. As they debated, a servant woman appeared, her voice cutting through the noise. Young Master Fang Yuan, I finally found you. Your uncle and auntie have prepared a banquet in your honor and asked me to invite you. Jiao San smiled. Fang Yuan, I think you should stay at your uncle's house. Renting will cost you a lot of primeval stones. Fang Yuan's thoughts turned sharp and calculating. Nanny Shen's timing is perfect. As I suspected, those pulling the strings are my uncle and auntie. And Jiao San is nothing but their tool to suppress me. The scene shifted to his uncle and aunt in discussion. The uncle sighed. I wanted to calm him down with kind words and keep him in the house. To think he rejected my invitation outright, leaving no room for negotiation. The aunt scowled. That scoundrel is already 16. If he requests the family inheritance, what do we do? The uncle smiled darkly. For Fang Yuan to get the assets, he must apply for them. The Internal Affairs Hall would then issue a mission to test his qualifications. But their missions are group-based. If Fang Yuan wants to complete it, he'll have to rely on his team. The aunt nodded, a malicious grin forming. Dear, you're too wise. With Jiao San on our side, Fang Yuan won't be able to complete the mission alone. The uncle chuckled sinisterly. Even if Jiao San fails, there are other ways to deal with him. Perhaps the Internal Affairs Hall won't even issue the inheritance mission. Fang Yuan, now holding an umbrella, walked through the snow-laden streets. His thoughts churned with clarity and resolve. The snow has stopped. Jiao San will keep accepting new missions, always staying one step ahead of me. This will prevent me from accepting the family assets mission, making him a permanent obstacle. He stopped before a familiar house, a faint smile playing on his lips. This is the house I rented in my previous life. Back then, after being chased out by my uncle and aunt, I barely had 15 primeval stones to my name. After days of sleeping on the streets, I found this place. He stepped inside, his expression cold. I don't know if there are traps waiting elsewhere, but based on my past life, there are none here. That night, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, cultivating. To break through from rank 1 peak to rank 2, I must completely destroy the crystal wall blocking me. He concentrated, channeling all his primeval sea's energy into crashing against the wall. But as the fissures closed and disappeared, his face darkened. My C-grade talent limits me to 44% green primeval essence. Without at least 55%, breaking through is impossible. Exhaling a bitter chuckle, he muttered, the breakthrough failed. 9 out of 10 things in life never go as planned. And they're nothing but wind and frost. The sun had barely risen when Jiao San stood with his group in the village square, his patience visibly thinning. His voice boomed, trying to maintain order. Calm down and just wait. It is inevitable that a newcomer is late. But one of the group members fidgeted, his tone laced with irritation. Something's not right. Last night, we agreed to meet at this time and place, but it has already been 15 minutes. What is he doing? Another chimed in angrily. Did this Fang Yuan actually see through our ploy and leave the group? Nevertheless, we are waiting, and even the group leader has to wait for him. This lad thinks too much of himself. Jiao San scoffed, his tone dismissive. You think too highly of him. Even if he is the first place in the year-end exam, he is still a young newbie. His age is apparent. The tension boiled over and Jiao San snapped, his voice cutting through their chatter. Find him. Go and find him. The village is only so big and there are only so many rental houses. We must find him and not give him the time to break through to rank 2. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in his modest rental room. His brows furrowed as he calculated his dwindling resources. I'm running out of stones. If this continues, I can only hold out for 2 months. I must get back my family assets. That is the greatest financial support. But to get them back, the first step is to advance to rank 2. There is only the hard way left, forcing the push with primeval stones. As he meditated, his mind churned with strategy. I've only got 44% primeval essence at best, and it's not enough to destroy the crystal wall. However, if I attack the wall while absorbing primeval essence from the stones, it will take me at most 4 to 5 days to break through. The day dragged on and Jiao San grew increasingly frustrated. You've been searching for a day and still haven't found him? He barked. Another member grumbled. That brat actually did not rent any house we showed him. He must be hidden somewhere else. Suddenly one of the women exclaimed. Found him. We found him. Fang Yuan is at a worn-out bamboo building. He's rented the 2nd floor. Based on the owner's description, it should be him. Jiao San's lips curled into a knowing smirk. As I expected, he really hid somewhere to break through into rank 2. Come, let's make ourselves guests in his room and show him some concern. He is a newcomer after all. Outside the house, Jiao San called out mockingly. Little brother Fang Yuan, are you in there? Breaking through into rank 2 isn't a simple task. Fang Yuan, can you hear us? Oh, did he pass out? One of the members stepped forward eagerly. Kong Jing, break the door. Yes, came the reply, followed by a resounding crash as the door was forced open. But the room was empty. Jiao San stared, dumbfounded. What's this about? Where is he? Another muttered angrily. This brat is stingy as hell. He gave 1 month worth of rent and brought so much stuff, so he probably wants to close himself here. We shall wait for him. Inside his mind, Fang Yuan's resolve crystallized. The translucent crystal wall that had stood as a barrier now bore deep fissures. As his green copper primeval sea drained to 1/3 capacity, the wall could no longer hold. With a final surge of effort, it shattered. His eyes snapped open, exhaustion evident but satisfaction undeniable. I did it. I finally broke through into rank 2. Collapsing onto the bed, Fang Yuan reflected on the grueling days behind him. I went through 4 days and 3 nights of relentless cultivation. It was intense and my body is close to collapse. I didn't get disrupted or disturbed at all. It seems my setup at the rental house worked. This sum was well spent. As the door creaked open, Fang Yuan looked up, his expression guarded. A figure stepped in, his voice firm. You are finally out. I would have broken into the room if you still did not come out for the next few days. Fang Yuan greeted him respectfully. Senior brother Jiang He. Jiang He smiled, though his words carried a hint of caution. To think that you really succeeded, reaching rank 2 in one go. Little brother Fang Yuan, you better be careful out there. It's recently quite a mess near the wolf nests. In my opinion, you shouldn't leave for now. How about staying here for another night? Fang Yuan shook his head lightly. I just got lucky and I plan to return to the village today. On his way back, Fang Yuan noticed Gu masters running in a hurry. Their urgency piqued his curiosity. Faster, don't fall behind. The clansmen ahead are fighting a bloody battle, and they are waiting for our backup. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Did something happen? Qi Qing, running alongside, spotted him and called out mockingly. Fang Yuan, why are you still here? Oh geez, you still don't know yet? A small-scale beast tide has formed near the village. Fang Yuan's mind raced. According to my calculations, the real outburst of the wolf tide should happen next year. However, this small-scale beast tide is a subsidiary of that. The wolf pack will continue growing bigger and stronger, and this will cause other beast packs to lose their living space. Qi Qing chuckled condescendingly. Danger lurks everywhere during a beast wave. All kinds of wild beasts roam about. A battle at night is far more dangerous than during the day. You are just a little rank 1. Unlike a rank 2 like me, you better be careful, hee hee. Fang Yuan replied calmly. Then I'll follow you guys and set out together. I'll return to my team once we get to the front lines. Qi Qing frowned. What? Ugh, who wants to bring you? But Fang Yuan countered sharply. The clan rules state, Gu masters that are left behind must merge into the closest group to their location. They have an obligation to keep fighting. Qi Qing, you didn't even know this? Qi Qing's brother nodded curtly, acknowledging Fang Yuan's statement. Indeed, this is the case. Let us depart, you keep up? As they ran, one of the team members grumbled under his breath. Why do we have to drag him around? He's nothing but a rank 1 goo master. Chi Cheng's brother remained focused, issuing instructions. We will be nearing the beast tide ahead. Chi-Shi, start the reconnaissance. Understood, Chi-Shi replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Moments later he reported, before us, 3 medium-sized animals have appeared. Suspected to be wild deers. Chi Cheng's brother shouted decisively. Drive them away. A tense silence filled the air before Chi-Shi added, shift. A group of medium-sized creatures. Suspected to be turtleback apes. A middle-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It has found us and is quickly approaching. Engage. Chi-Shi's voice rose again. I found the sickly snake group in front. They are currently contesting with a wild boar king. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's gaze sharpened. A wild boar king. If I want to combine goo worms, the wild boar king's tusks are the most suitable. The group hesitated, one member muttering nervously. I'm afraid they might not reciprocate. Even if we do not rescue them, we still have to send someone over, don't we? Go support them. Chi Cheng's brother ordered. Ahead, Jiao San's group had already engaged the wild boar king. Jiao San commanded sharply. Red rock python, coil around him. Chi Cheng's group observed from a distance, noting the boar's condition. Looks like this wild boar king was already injured beforehand. Do you guys think that it possesses the black boar goo? One of Jiao San's members noticed them and called out. Oh, it is Lord Qishan. There's no problem here now, we can handle it. There are many wild beast groups in front. They need your support? Chi Cheng's brother replied coldly. This wild boar king is theirs. Support them? A skeptical member of the group scoffed. What do you mean you can handle it? You're clearly lying through your teeth. I can see that this python isn't going to hang in there much longer. The situation escalated as he shot a web from his mouth, trapping the boar king. With their intervention complete, Chi Cheng's group prepared to leave. We are done here. Let's go. Back at the scene, Jiao San sneered as Fang Yuan arrived. Fang Yuan, you finally come. Quick, the spider web is not going to hold. Go and restrain it to buy us time. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan grabbed the boar king's tusks, steadying its movements. I will hold on for a moment. Rest assured, group leader. Jiao San smirked inwardly, his thoughts dripping with malice. As long as I slow down Fang Yuan's growth, I will obtain the fortune promised by Gu Yudong too. He's gonna get injured badly. Let's see if he can still break through into rank 2 after that. And there are so many beasts in this horde anyway. I'll just borrow external strength. He barked another command. Very good, Huaxing, go and plant the corrosion grass goo. Yes. Huaxing complied, releasing her goo to entangle the boar further. Fang Yuan's mind remained calm despite the chaos. Having killing intent on clansmen is going against the traditional moral values of the clan. But it's not like I care. I'll suddenly withdraw strength. True to his plan, Fang Yuan released his grip at a critical moment, causing the boar to lash out violently. The beast struck both Fang Yuan and Huaxing with a devastating blow. Fang Yuan winced, the sharp pain in his back reminding him of how close he'd come to disaster. I used the jade skin goo on time, he thought, forcing calm into his mind. Other than this ache, I'm unscathed. Jiao San's furious voice shattered the tense silence. Fang Yuan, didn't you say you could hold on? Before Fang Yuan could respond, another teammate stormed toward him, anger flashing like lightning in their eyes. You bastard. You killed Huaxing. Fang Yuan's voice wavered, thick with false remorse. I didn't mean it. I couldn't hold any longer. Jiao San cut him off with a sharp bark. We'll talk about this later. Kong Jing, take out the knife scale web. Kong Jing obeyed immediately. Understood. The sticky web lashed out, restraining the thrashing boar. Jiao San eyed the beast with grim dissatisfaction. What a waste of this fur, he muttered. Finally, one of the members sighed in exhaustion. Finally. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Let me help you, he said, summoning a moon blade. With a casual flick, he sent the crescent slash tearing into the boar's hide. Shock rippled through the group. Jiao San spun on him, his fury barely contained. Fang Yuan, you idiot. Look at what you've done. You're practically the boar's ally. Fang Yuan's face was a mask of panic. Group leader, you must believe me, it wasn't intentional. Silence. Jiao San roared, his voice dripping with venom. Stay aside. Don't interfere again. A thick, noxious mist began to pour from Jiao San's goo, spreading over the battlefield like a creeping plague. The boar coughed and wheezed, its movements faltering. Fang Yuan seized the opportunity and turned to a female group member. "Can you please heal my leg? It's injured," he asked with feigned vulnerability. Her glare could have burned through stone. "My friend is dead because of you, and you dare to ask for help?" Fang Yuan's voice softened, dripping with insincerity. "I didn't mean it." As the boar began to collapse under the poison's effect, Fang Yuan's thoughts turned calculating. What a pity. The wild boar king is going to die. This battle has crippled Team Sickly Snake. Their strength is completely shattered. Jiao San's voice broke through his reverie. "Come here and start dissecting the corpse. Hurry, we need to retreat." His face was pale, his energy reserves drained. "This was my last resort," he thought grimly, clenching his fists. "I have almost no primeval essence left." The group moved to obey, but a haunting howl sliced through the air. "Wolves!" someone shouted, panic taking hold. "Wolf pack is here." Another voice chimed in. The lightning wolves actually appeared. Chaos erupted as the group turned to flee. "Forget the boar," one member screamed, retreating. "Run?" Fang Yuan, however, stayed rooted, his mind racing. "I don't have a goo worm to enhance my speed," he realized. "I won't be able to escape. Tao San and the others have no primeval essence left. Even if they did, they wouldn't last long against the wolves." With a sharp strike, he knocked the woman unconscious, dragging her toward the boar. "First, I'll hide in the boar's belly. Her body will block the entrance and conceal my presence," he decided coldly. The wolves encircled the boar, their glowing eyes cutting through the gloom. Hidden within, Fang Yuan calculated his odds. A lightning wolf pack appearing during the first beast tide. The clan will send reinforcements. As long as I hang on, I'll survive. Tao San and Kong Jing are doomed. The wolves will hunt them down. His breath steadied as his focus narrowed. No time to waste. I must start recovering my primeval essence now. My survival depends on it. The hunt outside raged on, but Fang Yuan remained calm, methodically preparing for the next step in his plan. Fang Yuan emerged from the wild boar king's belly as the reinforcement team arrived, feigning relief. "The reinforcement team is finally here," he exclaimed, his act seamless. As they assessed the scene, the healer examined the unconscious female teammate Fang Yuan had used as a shield. "She's dead, cardiac arrest caused by the wolves' bites." "You coward." The healer's condemnation was sharp. "You're a disgrace for hiding behind a woman." Fang Yuan remained unshaken, his response cold and calculated. "She fought me for the spot and I won. If you think I've committed a crime, report me to the punishment hall." "I don't care." Enraged, the healer nearly lost control, but a senior member intervened. "Even if we report it, the clan won't punish him." As Fang Yuan walked amidst the carnage, his mind weighed the aftermath. Once upon a time, a man on a sinking ship pushed another off a plank to save himself. It's not a crime to preserve one's life under extreme circumstances. The punishment hall won't touch me. Surveying the bodies, his sharp eyes landed on Jiao San, who was somehow still alive. Fang Yuan knelt, a hand tightening around Jiao San's throat. But before he could finish him off, the healer appeared. "Junior brother, I'm from the medicine hall. Let me help." Fang Yuan barked back, his voice seething with anger. "Get lost." The healer's tone softened, trying to pacify him. "I know your pain. But the clan needs the goo worms back. Every goo is recorded and must be returned after death." Fang Yuan replied coldly, "You suspect me of stealing his goo worms?" The healer denied it, his words placating. "No, but please restrain your grief and live on for their sake." Fang Yuan's inner voice mocked the sentiment. "For their sake? Fine. I'll live on, for myself." At the Interior Affairs Hall, Fang Yuan was turned away. "Your mission will be ready in 3 days." Nearby, a group of students invited him to a memorial assembly for a schoolmate. Fang Yuan dismissed them indifferently. "People die every day. You get used to it." "I don't have time." Whispers followed him as he walked away. "He's heartless. Rumor has it he hid in a boar's belly, using a woman as a shield. How disgraceful." Fang Yuan smirked inwardly. Superficial people care too much about curses and praises. The truly strong walk their own path. In this world, the devil runs free. Welcome back to my Reverend Insanity Recap series. Get ready to uncover Fang Yuan's latest schemes, his unmatched intellect, and the lengths he'll go to achieve immortality. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe for more epic manhwa recaps like this. Now, let's jump into the twisted world of Reverend Insanity and see how Fang Yuan defies the odds yet again. Fang Yuan's uncle paced in his quarters, his thoughts shadowed with unease. News of Fang Yuan's advancement to a rank 2 Gu master had reached his ears. His voice broke the silence, tinged with disbelief and worry. What? That brat is rank 2 already? And he's even applied for the family assets mission? A Gu master beside him nodded grimly. I've delayed it for 3 days, that's all I could manage. If you want to act, you need to do so soon. The man's tone was curt, impatient. The uncle, his brows furrowed, produced a pouch of primeval stones. He pushed it toward the Gu master, his voice honeyed with false camaraderie. Don't be so hasty, brother. There's more I might need your help with. The Gu master accepted with a wry smile. Rest assured, I'll assign Fang Yuan the hardest mission possible. As the man left, Fang Yuan's uncle leaned back, his mind spinning. How did he grow so fast? Qiao San and the entire team perished, yet this brat came out unscathed. His luck is too sinister. I must prepare for the worst. In another corner of the clan, Fang Yuan received his mission briefing. His sharp eyes scanned the parchment. Gathering honey wine? He chuckled softly, his mind piecing together the intent behind the task. This mission demanded a defensive Gu worm, something his adversaries assumed he lacked. Their petty schemes, too bad they've miscalculated again. He stepped back to his quarters, laying out his resources. The fusion of his moonlight and jade skin Gu weighed on his mind. His gaze lingered on the spring-autumn cicada within him, its weak aura offering no assistance in this endeavor. He calculated coldly, I have enough primeval stones for one attempt. Failure means financial ruin, but success is the only way forward. Meanwhile, the clan head guided Fang Zheng through his own fusion. The elder's voice carried authority as he explained, fusing Gu worms is the evolution of life itself. Maintain your consciousness throughout or risk failure. Sweat dripped from Fang Zheng's brow as he tried to merge his moonlight and jade skin Gu. Light shimmered around him, but the process faltered. Damn it, he cursed, his frustration mounting. The elder's warning was sharp. Failure weakens the Gu. Too many failures and both will perish. Back in his chamber, Fang Yuan was calm, focused, and razor-sharp in his thoughts. He sat cross-legged, holding the white boar and jade skin Gu in his hands. With a deep breath he began. Fuse? The process was meticulous. The Gu glowed, their energies intertwining under his precise guidance. Fang Yuan added the final element, the snowy tusk of a wild boar king. The room filled with an intense, pulsing light. When the glow subsided, Fang Yuan held the completed white jade Gu in his hand. His lips curved into a faint smile. Done. The road ahead grows smoother. 10 days later, Fang Yuan ventured deep into the mountains. The underground stone forest loomed before him, an eerie maze of jagged pillars. From the shadows, glowing eyes emerged, jade-eye stone monkeys. Their growls echoed as they encircled him. Fang Yuan activated his white jade Gu. A pale, shimmering armor enveloped his body, deflecting the monkey's frenzied strikes. His face remained stoic, calculating his next move with ruthless efficiency. Their aggression is formidable but predictable, he thought. The air was thick with tension, but Fang Yuan thrived in chaos. This was his battlefield and he would emerge victorious, no matter the odds. Fang Yuan stood amidst the scattered bodies of the monkeys, the scent of blood heavy in the air. His sharp gaze surveyed the carnage, his mind working through the implications. The next clue must have been hidden at the center by the flower wine monk, he thought, his expression unchanging. Descending deeper into the labyrinthine cave, he arrived at the second secret chamber. The dim glow of the walls revealed the chamber's treasure, a jade eyeball resting on a pedestal. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he analyzed it. A newly born white jade Gu tends to feed on the same thing as the jade skin Gu, which is jade rocks, he mused, running calculations in his head. He fished out his belongings, counting what little he had left. I only have 2 primeval stones left on me, he noted grimly. It is high time to report the family assets mission to the Internal Affairs Hall. A fleeting memory of a prior encounter surfaced. Him braving the dangerous gold wasps, the jade skin Gu shielding him long enough to collect honey wine. Those days felt like a gamble, but Fang Yuan always played the odds. The streets of the Guyu village bustled with life. Fang Yuan walked, his quiet confidence making him stand out amidst the crowd. Suddenly, a small toy clattered against his foot. A little girl gasped and froze, her father quickly pulling her behind him. Sorry? We are truly sorry, Lord Gu Master. Please forgive us, the man pleaded, bowing low, his voice trembling. The girl whimpered as her father turned and barked at her. Stop crying, you troublemaking scoundrel. his hand raised, ready to strike her. Fang Yuan's hand shot out like a viper, catching the man's wrist mid-swing. The air seemed to freeze. He crouched down, his cold expression softening slightly as he patted the girl's head. "It was nothing, just forget it," he said calmly, his voice low and measured. "Don't be afraid, it's fine." The man stumbled over his words, bowing repeatedly as Fang Yuan walked away. "Thank you for your forgiveness, my lord. Thank you so much." Elsewhere, Gu Yudong too adjusted his ornate uniform, his thoughts clouded with anxiety. "I am wearing my long-lost Gu master uniform on this occasion to intimidate Fang Yuan," he muttered to himself, brushing away imaginary dust. "I must manage to have him give up on the family assets at all cost." As Fang Yuan approached, Dong Tu's eyes widened. His nephew carried an aura of effortless power, his confidence undeniable. What? He actually broke through into rank 2. At 16 years old, as a C-grade talent? The thought stung like a slap. It must be the liquor worm's doing, but it's useless now. Dong Tu cleared his throat and called out. "Fang Yuan, I do believe we need to talk." Fang Yuan stopped, his gaze sharp. "What about?" The older man launched into a speech recounting his youth and trials. He spoke of his early successes, his devastating defeat, and the years it took to recover. His tone grew somber as he warned, "Fang Yuan, you are just like my younger self, thinking you can accomplish anything. Sometimes we need to lower our heads and take a step back. Give up on this mission and I'll offer you my gratitude and connections." Fang Yuan's lips curved into a slight smirk. "Uncle, you don't wear that often, do you? A Gu master's uniform isn't that clean and neat. It's covered with sweat, mud and blood." His voice turned icy. "You are old, uncle. This life of comfort has corrupted you." Dong Tu sputtered, his composure cracking as Fang Yuan revealed the gourd of honey wine. "Where did you get that honey wine? Could it be that you completed the mission alone?" "No, it can't be." Fang Yuan didn't slow his stride. His parting words cut deep. "Uncle, how pitiful it is to be permanently bound by rules and regulations. The gourd is right here, yet you do not dare snatch it away?" Dong Tu's voice rose in desperation as his nephew walked away. 1,000 primeval stones won't do. Let's say 2,000. No, 2,500. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts remained cold and detached. He is old indeed. The day he lost to that Gu master he was already an old man. The scene shifts to a Gu master speaking to Fang Yuan's uncle. His expression is grim, his tone final. "Brother Dong Tu, there is nothing I can do anymore. The results are set in stone and have entered the Internal Affairs Hall's procedure. Brother Dong Tu, this inventory list states clearly the inheritance items and amount. Please return them all and don't make my life difficult." Fang Yuan's aunt, panic-stricken, clutches at her husband's arm. "Is there really no other way? Damn it, you cannot do this to us. This is all ours. Dear, say something. Without these assets, we will have nothing left." Her desperation turns to stunned silence as her husband slaps her across the face. His voice is laced with venomous authority. "Silence. The clan rules are there. You think you can break them as you please? Stupid, ignorant. Naturally. All these things I will return them. I will return everything without fault. But Fang Yuan, I cannot stop the Internal Affairs Hall, but I can deal with you. Don't think all is well that ends well now that you have the assets, humph." Fang Yuan, standing in the quiet of his newly inherited estate, muses silently. To think this inheritance was so abundant. Over 10 mu of farmland, 8 family servants, 3 bamboo houses, even a wine tavern. No wonder uncle was so insistent, thinking of all ways to stop me. His gaze sharpens as he examines a vital object. But the crucial point isn't the servants or the buildings, it's this grass goo. After refining the 9-leaf vitality grass, every leaf torn would be a vitality leaf. A rank 2 goo worm with healing powers. A moving gold mine. This is without a doubt the most important asset of all. His thoughts linger briefly on the future. Even if spring is far, a new chapter of this life has already started. Later, Fang Yuan steps into the wine tavern. The air is heavy with the aroma of spirits, and the workers look up in confusion and awe. He speaks simply but firmly. "This is my tavern now." A worker approaches nervously, bowing deeply. "Young lord, please take a seat." Fang Yuan surveys the establishment with a critical eye. "It is decent enough but a bit small. So you are the shopkeeper? All right, bring me the accounting books." The worker stammers, his hands trembling. I dare not. "Young lord, whoever you choose as a shopkeeper is the shopkeeper." Fang Yuan flips through the accounting books, his sharp gaze narrowing. "Why is there money missing?" The worker's face pales as he drops to his knees. Young lord, the previous landlord came to take it personally. We did not dare interfere. The coldness in Fang Yuan's expression sends shivers down the man's spine. Young lord, have mercy. But instead of punishment, Fang Yuan speaks with calculated generosity. I won't bother about the past matters, and I see that your wages are somewhat low. Waiters' wages will be raised by 20% and the shopkeepers by 40% from now on. Work properly and you will get more benefits. The workers bow repeatedly, their voices trembling with gratitude. Thank you, young lord, for your great kindness. Young lord, you are our benefactor, please take care. Fang Yuan steps out, his thoughts calculated and calm. Displaying might alongside mercy has always been the best way to control subordinates. But these tricks are superficial. The true way is raising one's strength. At the bamboo houses, Fang Yuan evaluates his newly acquired property. These 3 bamboo houses were well operated by Uncle. The rent was customized to maximize profits. Even though their earnings weren't as high as the wine tavern, the difference wasn't significant. With this base I've gained independence. Now to unearth the flower wine monk's inheritance and cultivate to rank 3. Once achieved, I can leave this village and step into the wider world. As Fang Yuan settles, Fang Jing appears outside, calling up to him. Big brother, come down. We need to talk. Fang Yuan looks through the window, his expression indifferent. So what if you're A-grade talent? In the end, you're just uncles and aunts' pawn to fight for the family assets. You have no idea how insignificant you are. Fang Jing, voice shaking with emotion, continues. Big brother, you are too much. I didn't expect you to be someone like this. Fang Yuan steps out, his tone mocking. Oh, what did you expect then? Fang Jing's anger spills over. After our parents' death, uncle and aunt took us in. I never thought you would be so heartless, returning favor with revenge. Fang Yuan's reply is cold and biting. How strange. These assets were mine in the first place. What is there to be said about favor and revenge? Fang Jing pleads, his voice filled with righteous indignation. This inheritance is from our parents. You have to leave some for uncle and auntie so they can enjoy their retirement. Half of the servants at home are already retrenched. They cannot afford it. Brother, how can you be so cruel? Fang Yuan thinks briefly, seeing through the manipulation. With the wine tavern's monthly profits alone, they can afford all those servants. Pretending to be poor just to rile Fang Jing into causing trouble? Pathetic. His words cut sharply. My dear little brother, you've already acknowledged them as your parents. You've lost the right to inherit the assets. Fang Jing's face hardens. I know. That's why I'm here to challenge you. Let's have a match in the arena to decide. If I win, you'll have to return a portion of the assets to them. Fang Yuan smirks, his voice dripping with disdain. It seems uncle and aunt specifically told you to do this, huh? But as someone who's already lost to me before, where did you find such confidence? Fang Jing's eyes blaze with determination as he activates his moon raiment goo. Things are different now, brother. The tension thickens as Fang Jing, filled with pride, confronts Fang Yuan. With a self-assured smile, he declares, this time I have successfully refined a rank 2 moon raiment goo, you won't be able to pierce through my defense again. His voice rings with a sense of victory as if the battle was already won. Fang Yuan, ever calm, meets his brother's boast with a mocking, calculating smile. So it really is the moon raiment goo, how foolish of you revealing your trump card like that, he says, the words laced with disdain. In his mind, Fang Yuan analyzes the situation with meticulous care. The moon raiment goo was a solid defensive tool, but it wasn't invincible. Moon raiment goo is a rank 2 goo worm with defensive properties. Although its defense is slightly lower than the white jade goo, it could assist others in defending and have greater contribution towards small group fights. He muses, already strategizing how he could counter Fang Jing's advantage. Fang Yuan's tone shifts to one of casual derision. But did you think I didn't expect this? My persistent little brother, of course you can challenge me, but have you gotten the approval of your teammates? You might as well go back and ask your leader Guyue Qingshu first. I will be waiting for you guys at the Eastern Gates Wine Tavern. Without hesitation, Fang Jing replies with determination. Brother, I will go right now. But let me tell you this, delay tactics are futile. The scene transitions to the wine tavern, where the air is thick with unspoken tension. Guyue Qingshu, always composed, gestures for Fang Jing to leave them alone. Fang Jing, go take a stroll around, I have something to discuss with your brother, he says, his voice a quiet command. Once Fang Jing leaves, Qingshu turns to Fang Yuan, his expression shifting to one of cold calculation. I know about you. Fangulin, you are a very interesting, smart person. I will be direct with you, I want to buy your liquor worm. How much are you willing to sell it for? Fang Yuan's mind whirs with thought as he processes the offer. He knows this isn't just about a simple transaction. Qingshu has his own hidden motives. Guyue Qingshu, a truly talented person, but what a shame. In the wolf tide a year later, the northern gate would fall. In order to protect his clan members, he stepped forward to block this gap. He forcefully used a rank 3 goo worm while only having rank 2 cultivation and successfully defended the village. However, his aperture was destroyed because of this, and in the end he turned into a treeman and died. The thought lingers in his mind, a reminder that even the most powerful are not immune to their fate. Qingshu presses on, his voice smooth, trying to appeal to Fang Yuan's pragmatic side. The liquor worm can only refine rank 1 green copper essence, but you are already a rank 2 goo master. The liquor worm has no use towards you anymore, so why keep raising it for no reason? Fang Yuan's eyes narrow, his mind racing with the possibilities. He knows Qingshu is offering only part of the truth. But what he doesn't know is there's another secret recipe to fuse this liquor worm, which is also the best route. First is to fuse the liquor worm to a rank 2 4 flavor liquor worm and then to a rank 3 7 fragrance liquor worm. Both have the ability to refine primeval essences. However, it's not easy to fuse a 4 flavor goo worm. This fusion requires 2 liquor worms, and secondly, it requires 4 types of wine. Qingshu, sensing that Fang Yuan may be hesitating, presses harder, attempting to leverage Fang Jing's position. Fangulin, if you sell the liquor worm, I won't let Fang Jing challenge you to a goo battle for family assets. Fang Yuan's laughter rings out, dark and cold. You think I will lose if we fight? Qingshu's voice falters slightly, but he recovers quickly. Fights are unpredictable. However, Fang Jing already has a rank 2 moon raiment goo. Fang Yuan grins widely, his confidence unshaken. Haha, I will lose, I definitely lose. Not only will I lose so miserably that I will personally hand over my parents' inheritance to him, and from then on I will sleep on the streets and wander about begging in the village. His words drip with sarcasm, making it clear he has no fear of such an outcome. If anything, he's playing a deeper game. Qingshu's face tightens with frustration. But inside he's already calculating the consequences. This is a treat. Fang Jing is being raised as the next clan leader. If it was made known that he had recognized others as his parents and used his cultivation and aptitude to bully his big brother and snatching his inheritance, then there would be a devastating damage to his reputation. Fang Yuan's words hit their mark. That's why I believe you will give up the notion of buying the liquor worm and also persuade Fang Jing to not challenge me, am I wrong? Qingshu, clearly irritated, clicks his tongue. TSK. Interesting, we will do just that. As night falls, Fang Yuan focuses on his cultivation, but frustration gnaws at him. The Moonglow Goo experiment has failed. Failed to refine the Moonglow Goo. Luckily it was not the Moonlight Goo that died but the Little Light Goo. He reflects on his failure, but it doesn't break his resolve. Luckily it's easy to replenish once a goo worm gets injured. The chance of successful fusion will drop drastically. I will wait for them to recover before trying again. Days pass, and with unrelenting persistence he succeeds. 3 days later, I finally succeeded in refining a rank 2 Moonglow Goo. Its power is 3 times that of a Moonlight Goo. Fang Yuan's excitement is palpable, but he knows that even greater challenges lie ahead. His mind shifts back to his ultimate goal. I need to fuse the liquor worm no matter what. Without the liquor worm, my progress will be slower by at least half. His resolve hardens as he strategizes his next steps. Meanwhile, as he continues his work, Jiangya approaches him with the daily report. Owner. Not good. Someone is causing trouble again. The warning cuts through the air, signaling that trouble is never far behind in Fang Yuan's world. The atmosphere in the wine tavern was tense, the air thick with unease as a worker hurriedly approached Fang Yuan, his face pale with worry. It's Guyue Mansi. I heard he specializes in defense and has great strength. He is currently Mansi Group's group leader. Lord, this Mansi is one of the few people who managed to escape from Bai Ningbing. He cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan's expression remained calm, almost dismissive as he replied, using his loss as a glorious fame. What fear is there for these kind of people? His voice carried a chilling confidence that unnerved even the worker. The scene shifted to the tavern floor where Mansi sneered, holding a cup of wine with disdain. Pooh! What kind of wine is this? It tastes like horse pee, yet you dare to sell me this? I must be compensated. I was in a good mood before, but now you guys have ruined it. You have to compensate me at least 500 primeval stones. The worker, desperate to calm him, bowed and stammered, "My lord, please be appeased, this servant will give you the best wine free of charge." The crowd murmured among themselves, their voices carrying a mix of pity and scorn. "This is the third time already," one remarked. "Looks like the owner of this wine tavern has offended some people." Another whispered, "Let's watch first, I heard Mansi has a retired elder backing him up." "Sigh, let's not drink here anymore." Fang Yuan arrived at that moment, his presence commanding immediate attention. Mansi's eyes lit up with recognition as he addressed him. "HM? You're Fang Yuan, right? Junior, you're scamming my money. I will give you a chance to repent and apologize in public. As long as you apologize and bow to me, I will let this matter go. I walk my talk, I will do as I promised." The crowd gasped, their whispers growing louder. "If he apologizes, he would no longer be able to raise his head, and anyone can come over to step on him," someone muttered. "But if he doesn't apologize, that would be the same as disrespecting his seniors, and he will be ostracized by the whole community." Another exclaimed, "Yeah, he's stuck with two difficult decisions. Holy shit." Before anyone could process what was happening, a sharp blade of moonlight sliced through the air. Fang Yuan had unleashed his moon blade with ruthless precision. The crowd recoiled in shock. It's Moonglow Gu's moon blade." Mansi stumbled, his bravado faltering. "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" he shouted, his voice laced with panic. The onlookers whispered in hushed tones, "That is definitely not Moonlight Gu but the Moonglow Gu. He didn't even say anything and immediately went for a fatal attack. Isn't he afraid of killing Mansi and paying for his crimes?" Fang Yuan, unperturbed by the growing tension, sent another moonblade flying toward Mansi. The attack left Mansi beaten and bloodied, his earlier arrogance replaced with desperation. "Met Angolently me you kill be arrested by the punishment hall. Why you can't kill me?" he stammered. Fang Yuan's reply was cold and calculated. "I won't kill you," he said, his tone devoid of empathy. Mansi's thoughts raced in panic. "Damn, Asat Cod of Guardiard were injured from the start, how could he, ugh." Fang Yuan stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with menace. "But I can cripple you, breaking one of your arms or legs. You will spend the remainder of your life in bed, and you will no longer be able to execute missions again." Mansi's gaze locked onto Fang Yuan's, and a cold chill ran down his spine. This pair of eyes. His mind spiraled back to a haunting memory. 2 years ago, Bamboo Forest. A younger Mansi stood trembling before Bai Ningbing, the white-clothed prodigy whose reputation had struck fear into even the most seasoned Gu masters. Mansi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, God damn it. If I had fused my monolith Gu, how could you possibly break my defense?" Bai Ningbing's laughter echoed through the forest. "Oh, in that case I shall not kill you. Once you've fused your monolith Gu, we can exchange moves again. Aha, I hope in the future you can bring a tint of excitement to my life. Why haven't you scrammed yet?" That encounter had seared itself into Mansi's memory, a chilling reminder of how powerless he had been. Now, facing Fang Yuan, he felt the same helplessness. "I didn't think I would encounter these pair of eyes in my own village." Fang Yuan's voice cut through Mansi's thoughts like a blade. "You can scram now." As Mansi limped away in defeat, the realization dawned on Jiangya, who had been silently observing. In that moment he finally understood the difference between himself and Fang Yuan. In this moment, Jiangya finally understood why Fang Yuan had such an achievement. Because he was never the same kind of person as himself. The sun began to rise over Qingmao Mountain, casting a warm, golden glow over the arriving caravan. The morning air buzzed with activity as the caravan pulled into the clan's bustling grounds ahead of schedule. In the clan's main hall, the Guyue clan head met the caravan head with an air of camaraderie, their voices booming with laughter. "Brother Guyue, how have you been?" the caravan head greeted warmly. "Haha, Brother Jiafu, you're quite early this year," the clan head replied with a smile. Jiafu, his tone shifting to one of business, continued, "This time, I have brought many precious goods. I believe that the noble Guyue clan will have lots of needs." The clan head nodded. "It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is our clan's awakening ceremony, and I would like to invite Brother Jia to attend it." Jiafu's expression turned serious. "Actually, there is another matter. It is regarding Jia Jinxing's death. I have specially brought over a few investigation experts from my clan. I hope that you can make things more convenient for us during the course of our investigation." The clan head's face remained neutral, but his thoughts churned. Looks like Jia Jinxing's death has put Jiafu in a difficult position within his family's inheritance competition. I heard Jiafu had an intense fight with Jia Gui recently. The scar on his face could very well be a trace from that confrontation. The scene shifted to the caravan's Gu treehouse, where the air was thick with the scent of exotic herbs and rare treasures. This bustling hub, built from grasswood Gu and known as the 3-Star Cave, housed countless Gu masters eager to trade. On the first floor, a lively crowd gathered around a display. Wow, it's actually a liquor worm? Seriously? They're only selling it for 500 primeval stones, one exclaimed. Amidst the crowd, Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed as he studied the worm. Liquor worm, he murmured, his voice low and contemplative. And I was worried about not being able to find a second liquor worm. I didn't expect fate to send this one to my doorstep. However, he quickly tempered his excitement with pragmatism. I'm only a rank 2 initial stage. Looks like I'll have to purchase it fair and square this time, he thought, his mind briefly entertaining the idea of theft before dismissing it. Nearby, a young girl tugged at her grandmother's sleeve. Grandma, this liquor worm only needs 500 primeval stones. Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Can I gift this liquor worm to Aunt Ning? The elderly woman Guiyue Yaoji chuckled softly. Fine, if my good granddaughter wants it, then I will buy it for you. Fang Yuan glanced at the pair, recognizing Yaoji immediately. Guiyue Yaoji? She's our clan's #1 healing Gu master. She saved many clan elders and built a strong network within the clan. This won't be easy. The grandmother and granddaughter continued their discussion. Good granddaughter, the liquor worm here can't be bought like that. Go bring me a pen and paper, then we'll bid for it. If our price is the highest, this liquor worm will be yours. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. So it's like that, how interesting. Grandma, will this price be enough? Yaoji replied confidently, it should be enough, but life is unpredictable. If someone does outbid me, they'd be overpaying. Don't worry, this liquor worm will most likely be ours. The crowd murmured as Yaoji submitted her bid. Sai, let's go. Lord Yaoji has just tossed in a paper. I saw it too. Looks like I have no fate with this liquor worm. Fang Yuan watched them leave, a faint smirk on his lips. Sometimes, the opportunity is right in front of you, but people still choose to give up. I still have a chance. His thoughts turned sharp. Guiyue Yaoji, just now you purposely said those words to scare away competitors. A mere old woman who's lived her life in Qingmao Mountain wants to obstruct me from obtaining my liquor worm? Old woman, you're far too tender. Meanwhile, the granddaughter noticed another Gu and asked her grandmother, Grandma, what Gu is this? Yaoji explained, this is a white silver relic Gu. It can only be used once but instantly raises a rank 3 Gu master's cultivation by a small realm. The price is 30,000 primeval stones. The girl gasped. So expensive? Yaoji chuckled. This Gu should sell for at least 50,000 primeval stones. Alright, let's head back to the first floor reception desk. The results for the liquor worm should be out. When they returned, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The liquor worm has been bought by someone else? Her indignation flared. Who's so bad to snatch away my precious liquor worm? Yaoji calmly approached the counter girl. I know the rules. I only want to know what the final price was. The girl shook her head apologetically. My apologies, but we can't divulge our customers' information. Each business has its own rules. Please forgive me. The final price is also confidential, but it was definitely the highest among all bids. A man appeared, addressing Yaoji with a polite smile. Lord Yaoji, this must be your granddaughter, right? She looks intelligent and sweet. Since you want a liquor worm so badly, I can secretly transfer another one over. Of course, it will be priced based on your bidding price. Yaoji replied coolly, I am not looking for a bargain. The price will be the same as the price of the previous liquor worm then. What, is the price so high that you're afraid I won't be able to afford it? The man hesitated briefly. Of course I don't mean it that way. Alright then. We'll do as you say. Here's the price. The girl glanced at the new price and shouted in shock. What? It's only 20 primeval stones more than us. And there you have it. The dark brilliance of Fang Yuan continues to unfold as he manipulates, betrays, and rises to power. What do you think of his actions so far? Will his ambition finally bring him the immortality he craves, or will it destroy him in the process? If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more Reverend Insanity recaps. Let me know your thoughts on Fang Yuan's journey in the comments below. What's your prediction for the next arc? Stay tuned for the next episode, where we'll break down even more twists, turns, and shocking moments. You won't want to miss it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Until then, keep exploring the world of Reverend Insanity. Welcome back to my Reverend Insanity Recap series. Get ready to uncover Fang Yuan's latest schemes, his unmatched intellect, and the lengths he'll go to achieve immortality. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe for more epic manhwa recaps like this. Now, let's jump into the twisted world of Reverend Insanity and see how Fang Yuan defies the odds yet again. The soft light filtering through the treehouse illuminated Fang Yuan's face, calm yet resolute. His thoughts were sharp as a blade. The second liquor worm is already in my possession. Right now, I only need 4 types of wine: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. I am only concerned about the bitter wine at the moment. His eyes flickered with determination. Right now, I lack 2 critical goo worms, a scouting type and a movement type. The wolf tide will attack Qing Mao Mountain next year, and the caravan won't come again before then. I need to prepare in advance. Neither my cultivation nor goo worms can fall short. On the table before him lay a gleaming black boar goo. Fang Yuan regarded it with interest. I bought this earlier. The black boar goo can increase a goo master's fundamental strength. Combined with the white boar goo, their effects will superimpose, significantly boosting my power. The second floor of the treehouse was abuzz with energy. Voices filled the air as the crowd gathered around the auction platform. Wow! It's a red steel relic goo, someone shouted, excitement rippling through the audience. If I can obtain this red steel relic goo, I would be able to increase my cultivation to the middle stage. The price is only 3,000 primeval stones. Hurry and make a bid. Fang Yuan observed the chaos silently, his thoughts moving faster than the bidding. The final price of this red steel relic goo will definitely exceed 5,000 primeval stones and could even reach up to 8,000. I need to obtain it, but I don't have enough primeval stones. He narrowed his eyes. The sale time for this goo is only 1 day. To gather such a large amount of stones so quickly, the only option is to mortgage my wine tavern and bamboo building. But how can I sell them within a single day? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, perhaps there's one person who can help me. The door to his uncle's residence creaked open, and a maid greeted him with wide eyes. Ah, it's you. Greetings, young master Fang Yuan. Welcome home. Fang Yuan's tone was cold as he replied, Home? From the depths of the house, a familiar voice roared. His aunt stormed into view, her face twisted with fury. Fang Yuan, you still dare to come here? You traitorous scoundrel. How did we raise you? Did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Fang Yuan met her tirade with calm indifference. I came here today to sell my wine tavern and bamboo building. I wonder if aunt and uncle are interested in it? Her laughter was mocking. Pah! You traitorous wolf, what good intentions could you possibly have? You want to sell your wine tavern and bamboo building? Her tone shifted suddenly. What? You want to sell your wine tavern and bamboo building? Better get uncle here to discuss with me, Fang Yuan said flatly. Speak another word of nonsense and I'm leaving. I believe others would also be interested in these assets. Fang Yuan and his uncle sat at a low table, steam rising from their tea. The air was heavy with unspoken tension. Fang Yuan, I will be frank with you. Why do you need to sell your wine tavern and bamboo building? His uncle asked. Fang Yuan's response was straightforward. Because I want to buy a red steel relic goo. The uncle's brow furrowed. So it's like that. Then, do you want to sell your 9-leaf vitality grass goo too? That is impossible, Fang Yuan replied without hesitation. I only want to sell the wine tavern, bamboo building, the land, and the 8 servants. Later, Fang Yuan's aunt held the transaction papers, her expression smug. Husband, that lad must have gotten stupid from cultivating. He actually sold away such a profitable business. Her husband snapped, Will you die if you stop talking? Shut up. Don't get too complacent. With this wine tavern and bamboo building, we need to keep a low profile. A huge tree will attract the wind. Who knows what will happen in the future? He sighed deeply, his gaze heavy with thought. To give up and abandon his future comforts for a red steel relic goo, such resolve. Would I be able to do the same? The crowd at the auction buzzed with speculation. I wonder who will win this red steel relic goo? I think it's Moyan or Qishan. With this goo, they'll be at the same level as Qingshu. This afternoon, someone saw Lord Yaoji casting a bid. Looks like she's preparing the way for her granddaughter. In a treehouse room, a servant approached Fang Yuan. Young Master Fang Yuan, please head to the 3rd floor. Lord Jiafu would like to have a chat with you. Fang Yuan climbed the stairs and entered. Jiafu greeted him warmly. Young brother Fang Yuan, we meet again. Greetings to Lord Jiafu, Fang Yuan replied courteously. Jiafu smiled. I've observed your bids over the past few days. Each of your bids is very close to the final price. Fang Yuan remained calm. I wonder what advice Lord Jiafu has for me? Little brother, are you interested in working for me? Jiafu asked. This? I am greatly honored by Lord Jiafu's kindness, but I do not wish to leave my clan, Fang Yuan replied. Little brother, you misunderstand. 1 year ago, I did have doubts about you, but after using the bamboo gentleman your suspicion has been cleared. Also, I have hired the divine investigator Tai Shueleng. There are no unsolvable mysteries in his eyes, Jiafu said with a smile. Fang Yuan's expression shifted subtly. Divine investigator Tai Shueleng. This will be troublesome. I wonder when this divine investigator will arrive at Qingmao Mountain? Fang Yuan asked. He's busy. It might take until the year after, Jiafu replied, handing Fang Yuan an insignia. Take this. If you decide to work for me in the future, this will serve as proof of my welcome. Fang Yuan's mind churned. 1 year ago, I befriended Jia Jinxing to borrow his identity and enter the Gu fighting competition. In the end, I had to kill him, but using Jiafu is the same. This token will be my future entry ticket into the Gu fighting competition. In the dim cave, the glimmer of Fang Yuan's moon glow Gu illuminated the jagged walls. The sharp arcs of his moon blades flew with deadly precision, slicing through the oncoming horde of jade-eye stone monkeys. If I can successfully fuse the 4-flavor liquor worm and refine my primeval essence, I would be able to shoot out 8 moon blades at once, Fang Yuan thought as sweat glistened on his brow. The relentless hammering of the stone monkeys bore down on him, but his resolve was unshaken. The stone monkeys are just like a hammer, and I am the ingot fresh from the cauldron. With every hit, I become sturdier, more refined and compact. Bodies of stone monkeys littered the cavern floor, cracked and lifeless. Fang Yuan mentally tallied his efforts. I killed 41 jade-eye stone monkeys this time. 17 to 18 fell with just 3 moon blades, that's nearly half of them. His focus shifted to the last pillar ahead. His intuition sharpened. I finally reached the last pillar. Looks like there's a monkey king living inside this cave. He recalled the tales of the sickly snake group who had once killed a wild boar king, a king of thousands of beasts. That boar could control thousands of its kind, but this monkey king can only command a few hundred stone monkeys at a time. It's a smaller threat, but a threat nonetheless. Fang Yuan flexed his fingers, the weight of his next move pressing down on him. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence is ineffective here. It's time to use the red steel relic Gu. I'll give this monkey king a shot with rank 2 middle stage cultivation. In the second secret chamber, the red steel relic Gu pulsated with energy as Fang Yuan activated it. His body surged with power, his primeval essence condensing into a denser and more potent state. I successfully advanced to rank 2 middle stage, he thought, feeling the transformation within. My primeval essence is far more condensed than the light red essence of the initial stage. For a Gu master, higher cultivation means a stronger fighting force, better survival and more missions completed. More missions mean more primeval stones. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan stood in the central stone forest, scanning the group of monkeys before him. His sharp gaze searched for signs of the Monkey King. The Monkey King hasn't shown itself yet. Could it be that there isn't one here? He furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. If someone infringed on its territory, it would be the first to appear. Wait, maybe it's already here. Suddenly, a subtle shift in the air. His instinct screamed. A vital Gu's warning. It's the Monkey King. Before he could react, an invisible force slammed into him, sending him stumbling backward. His white jade Gu shield activated just in time to absorb the brunt of the attack. There's actually a wild concealing type Gu worm residing in this stone Monkey King. Fang Yuan's mind calculated the odds in an instant. Gu worms live inside these beasts, allowing them to use Gu powers. Without a detection Gu, I'm at a severe disadvantage. He's concealed himself again. I don't know where he's hiding. If I keep this up, all my primeval essence will be depleted. I need to retreat. His gaze darted toward the chaotic stone forest. The best retreat path is to run into another stone monkey's territory. A wry smile crossed his lips. If the monkeys fight each other, the stone forest will be thrown into chaos. But the Monkey King is still relentlessly chasing me. Even if I can react to his attacks, I won't have time to counterattack. He clenched his fists, his primeval essence dangerously low. With only about 10% primeval essence left, even entering the second secret room and closing the stone door won't save me. The Monkey King could break it down. He's hiding, waiting to deal a fatal blow. Fang Yuan's thoughts sharpened like a blade. Since giving up my life isn't an option, my only chance is to strike at the exact moment the Monkey King attacks. I have to trust the spring-autumn cicada once more and bet on this single opportunity. The atmosphere grew tense. A faint rustle. Fang Yuan's eyes snapped to the left. On the left. The air tensed as the invisible Monkey King struck Fang Yuan, its attack swift and brutal. But Fang Yuan's reflexes were sharper. With a determined shout, he threw his jacket into the air. Don't even think of escaping. The jacket unfurled mid-flight, draping over the unseen figure. The stealthy predator was now partially revealed, its movements betraying its position. Now is the time. Fang Yuan roared, channeling his remaining energy into a decisive slash. The crescent-shaped moonblade tore through the air, hitting its mark. The Monkey King let out a strangled cry before collapsing. Fang Yuan stood over the fallen creature, his mind racing. Although the goo worm can grant stealth, it cannot hide the blood. If my guess is correct, it should be a rank 1 stealth rock goo. The monkey's body hardened, turning into stone as its life ebbed away. From the corpse, a small goo worm emerged, glowing faintly. As I thought, it is a stealth rock goo, Fang Yuan murmured, his tone calm but triumphant. He turned his attention to the towering Monkey King pillar. The intricate carvings and faint goo energy emanating from it signaled the importance of the location. The cave below this stone pillar should be the next clue, he muttered, his voice echoing in the silent cavern. But what a pity I don't have any detection goo. My current condition isn't good either. Haste brings no success. I've achieved my goal by finding this inheritance clue. It's time to head back. July, early autumn. In the clan meeting hall, the atmosphere was somber as the clan head addressed the gathered elders. 3 days ago, a river-swallowing toad appeared near the village at the foot of the mountain, the clan head announced, his voice steady but serious. The room stirred with unease. If we ignore it, the village will be in constant danger, the clan head continued. I would like to ask all the elders present if you have any ideas to drive this toad away? Elder Chilian was the first to speak. If this news gets leaked, those with evil intentions might provoke the river-swallowing toad to harm our Guyue clan. Another elder added gravely, if the river-swallowing toad floods Qingmao Mountain, the wolf lairs will be submerged. The wolf hordes will move up the mountain for survival, triggering a wolf tide earlier than expected. We'll be forced into a desperate battle with countless wild beasts for survival. The room fell silent as they recalled the clan's storied past. When the first-generation ancestor established this village, a rank 5 blood river python attacked, one elder reminisced. But the first-generation clan head killed it. Compared to that python, this river-swallowing toad is far less threatening. Another elder nodded. It has a warm temperament and is harmless to ordinary people. It only reacts to goo auras or serious injuries, which cause it to spit out a river. The clan head frowned. These are just rumors. This situation is too critical for assumptions. We must send a group of goo masters to investigate. After some deliberation, the elders agreed. If so, then Chishin's group will lead the effort, one elder declared. This requires someone from our chief family. If he cannot handle it, then no one else in the clan can. Fang Yuan at the wine tavern. At the wine tavern, Fang Yuan questioned the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, a few days ago I asked you to gather information regarding the bitter wine. Is there any progress yet? The shopkeeper nodded. The bitter wine you mentioned was drunk in by village. It's made using a special type of conch found in deep ponds. These conchs, called bitter shells, dissolve sand and stones to produce bitter water, which is fermented into bitter shell wine. It's unique with a bitter yet fragrant taste. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Does Bai Village still have this kind of bitter shell wine? It's unlikely they have much of it, the shopkeeper replied. Fang Yuan waved him off. All right, you can leave now. There's nothing more for you here. The shopkeeper hesitated. Young master, can you please buy this wine tavern back? The old owner deducts half our wages. It's hard for us to support our families. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. I've already sold this tavern. I have no interest in running it. Leave now. The shopkeeper fell to his knees, pleading. But, young master, we can't go on like this. Please show some mercy. The sharp crack of a shattered wine cup echoed through the room as Fang Yuan slammed it against the table. Do you really think I won't kill you? Get lost. The shopkeeper scurried away, leaving Fang Yuan to his thoughts. There will always be weaklings begging the strong for charity, Fang Yuan mused coldly. They act shamelessly, not knowing their place. Weaklings should accept their fate or work hard while keeping a low profile. Nearby, a group of people whispered excitedly. "Did you hear about the river-swallowing toad?" one asked. "Who hasn't?" another replied. "That's a rank 5 goo. If it's not dealt with properly, the entire village will be in crisis." Fang Yuan's eyes glinted with interest. River-swallowing toad? It must have drifted along the Huanglong River and accidentally entered a tributary, ending up at the foot of Qingmao Mountain. Jiang Fan was a humble servant, assigned to care for a fishery owned by his cruel and miserly master. One day, a river-swallowing toad, enormous and otherworldly, appeared at the coast. The creature lay motionless in the water, belly up, seemingly dead. 4 months, Jiang Fan struggled to deal with this immovable corpse. As a mere mortal, no amount of effort could budge the giant toad. Yet, failure to meet his master's quotas meant certain death. Every day Jiang Fan vented his frustration and despair, yelling at the toad, punching it and cursing his misfortune. But this apparent corpse was no ordinary creature. The river-swallowing toad stirred one day half asleep, and its massive eyes opened, locking onto Jiang Fan. Facing the awakened beast, Jiang Fan spoke bitterly. "Toad, oh Toad, you are just like me with only one last breath left in you. You're about to die too, huh?" In his desperation, Jiang Fan climbed onto the toad's belly, gazing at the sky. His words carried both resignation and melancholy. "Old toad, to think that I'm going to die first. Being able to know you must be fate. I hope you will live well for the rest of your days." The deadline arrived and Jiang Fan prepared to meet his grim fate. But then the unexpected happened. The toad shifted, flipping itself belly down and submerging partially into the water. Startled, Jiang Fan exclaimed, "Old toad, oh old toad. So you can actually move. I wouldn't need to die if you had moved sooner." Ignoring Jiang Fan's outburst, the toad began gulping down river water, quenching its hunger. Moments later, it looked back at Jiang Fan, burped and regurgitated a bounty of seafood. Jiang Fan, overwhelmed with relief, shouted in joy, I'm saved, I'm saved. This seafood is enough for me to meet 3 months' worth of quotas. Old toad, oh old toad, it is all thanks to you." Word of the toad spread, drawing the attention of nearby villagers and goo masters. A conflict ensued, but the toad, carrying Jiang Fan on its back, unleashed a deluge of water that devastated the aggressors. In time, Jiang Fan's bond with the river-swallowing toad became legendary. Though a mere mortal, his companionship with a rank 5 goo worm stunned the goo master world. Jiang Fan established a village of equality and compassion, free from the oppression he had endured. However, his noble ideals drew hostility, and he was ultimately assassinated. The river-swallowing toad, mourning its companion, departed after his death. Fang Yuan reflected on this tale. With his mortal self, Jiang Fan challenged the societal order of goo masters. Naturally, he attracted their wrath. He wondered, I have already altered the course of events in this life. Will Jiang Fan still rise to fame? In the Guyue clan's meeting hall, the elders convened. Even Qishan can't wake up this river-swallowing toad, one elder exclaimed. If even Qishan can't do it, then who else in our clan can? Should we seek reinforcements? Qishan interjected, requesting a brute force longhorn beetle goo to augment his strength. However, the elders rejected the idea, reasoning that any goo worm's aura might provoke the toad into rampaging. The elders deliberated until Qishan suggested, There's someone stronger than me, Guyue Fang Yuan? The elders murmured amongst themselves. Isn't this the same Fang Yuan who recently sold his family assets for a red steel relic goo? Another elder added, he broke through the jade skin goo's defense during the arena battles and won the championship. Qishan revealed that Fang Yuan had also acquired a black boar goo, which enhanced his physical strength. Convinced, the clan head issued a compulsory order for Fang Yuan to attempt moving the toad. If he fails, the clan head mused, it will give us a pretext to punish him. Qishan found Fang Yuan and informed him of the task. The clan has ordered you to wake the river-swallowing toad. Let's go. Upon arriving at the lake where the toad lay, Qishan gestured toward the enormous creature. We're here. Fang Yuan, it's up to you now. Fang Yuan tried to push the toad, but it remained immovable. Qishan asked skeptically, can you do it? Fang Yuan replied, if one must rely on their own strength, it's not completely hopeless. But I'll need your help. Qishan hesitated. If we do this together, won't it be considered cheating? Even if the toad wakes, will it acknowledge you? Fang Yuan smirked. As long as you all keep your distance and remain undetected, it will work. After all, it's just a goo worm. Fang Yuan approached the colossal river-swallowing toad with calm determination. Harnessing his strength, he activated both the white boar goo and the black boar goo. The combined power coursing through his body granted him the strength of 5 to 6 fully grown men. He analyzed the situation carefully. First, I used the white boar goo and the black boar goo to enhance my strength. Having the strength of 2 boars, I should have the strength of 5 to 6 adults. But I won't be able to push awake this river-swallowing toad alone. However, if I can borrow Qishan and other people's strength, I can do it. It's here? With a grunt of effort, Fang Yuan slowly lifted the toad's massive body inch by inch. His muscles strained under the immense weight, but his calculated movements paid off. The toad stirred. Suddenly, the river-swallowing toad woke, its enormous eyes gleaming as it began to absorb the river with an overwhelming suction force. Moments later, it spat the water back out in a massive deluge. Along with the water came a bounty of seafood. Qi Cheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! He vomited out so much seafood. Strange, why is there a wine smell?" Qishan, more experienced in such matters, responded, "That should be the 100-year bitter shell. The bitter shell can turn the sand and rocks into bitter water juice and can turn into wine. My family's current leader loves to drink this bitter wine." Fang Yuan's mind raced as he identified the bitter shell among the scattered seafood. His thoughts brimmed with excitement. Not too long ago I was still racking my brain on how to obtain this bitter wine. I didn't expect it to appear right in front of my eyes. Truly the phrase, spending lots of effort looking for something fruitlessly, but it appears in front of you when you least expect it. I've collected 6 bitter shells. I can start refining the 4-flavor liquor worm now. The river-swallowing toad, having completed its spectacle, slowly left the area. Qishan and Qi Cheng could only watch in stunned silence before murmuring to themselves. We actually succeeded. What? We actually scared it away so easily. If I had known this earlier, we could have done it ourselves. But now we let Fang Yuan become a hero so easily. The scene shifted to the Guiyue clan's village hall, where the elders gathered to discuss the outcome. One elder beamed with pride. Good. Good. Very good. The clan head nodded approvingly. Guiyue Fang Yuan has the credit of chasing away the river-swallowing toad. We'll make it an exception to promote him to a team leader and reward him with 500 primeval stones. Meanwhile, members of Xiong village approached the Guiyue clan's territory. A sense of foreboding lingered among them as they observed the once dominant Guiyue clan's current state. Not long ago, the Guiyue clan was like these Qingmao bamboo, evergreen all year round, the overlord of Qingmao Mountain. Now they are actually falling behind, a member remarked. The group leader, Xiong Li, reflected silently. Once the wolf tide is over, Qingmao Mountain's old structure will be shattered. Bai Ningbing has already reached rank 3 in only a couple of years. It's truly terrifying. Their journey had dual objectives: to deliver a personal letter from their clan head to the Guiyue clan head and to investigate the matter of the river-swallowing toad. As they moved closer, one of the members alerted Xiong Li. "Clan leader, someone's here." Qishan emerged, his expression sharp. Recognizing Xiong Li, he spoke curtly. "Xiong Li? Qishan?" Xiong Li replied, tension thick in his voice. The two engaged in a brief but pointed exchange before Qishan motioned for the group to follow him into the clan's territory. In a secluded chamber, Fang Yuan meditated, his focus entirely on the task ahead. Before him lay 4 jars of wine, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. The ingredients were precise: golden honey wine for sweetness, white grains wine for spiciness, redberry wine for sourness, and bitter shell wine for bitterness. He carefully brought out the liquor worm and began the delicate process of fusion. In the process of fusing the redberry wine, I need to keep tossing primeval stones inside. 1 piece, 10 pieces, 50 pieces. As the wines fused, each primeval stone he added caused a ball of white light to shrink steadily. Fang Yuan's hands moved with practiced precision, his thoughts focused. Finally, the light condensed into the size of a fist, reaching its limit. "I've succeeded," Fang Yuan declared silently, a small but triumphant smile playing on his lips. The 4-flavor liquor worm was complete, a testament to his unrelenting ambition and meticulous planning. Fang Yuan examined the 4-flavor liquor worm in his hands. The goo flickered with 4 distinct colors, red, yellow, green, and blue, emanating from its tiny body. He let out a relieved sigh. "Phew, my luck isn't so bad this time. I succeeded on my first try." Fang Yuan reflected on the difficulty of fusing goo worms, his thoughts pragmatic and calculated. Fusing goo worms, once you reach rank 4 or rank 5, their success rate would be less than 10%. By rank 6, the fusion success rate drops to as low as 1%. However, when successful, the benefits are enormous. This 4-flavor liquor worm can refine rank 2 primeval essence and increase it by a small realm. My battle strength will double, and it will nourish my aperture, increasing my cultivation speed. Still, Fang Yuan wasn't satisfied to rest on his laurels. He turned his attention to his next task. Next, I need to fuse the stealth rock goo into the stealth scales goo. The stealth rock goo is only a rank 1 goo. Once it advances to rank 2 as the stealth scales goo, it can conceal a goo master's clothes as well. At the Gyue clan's entrance, Xiong Li of the Xiong village confronted Qi Shan. His confidence was evident in his demeanor as he challenged Qi Shan. Qi Shan, you are indeed blessed with super strength. But I have a brown bear innate strength goo and possess the strength of a bear. You are no match for me. You want to get the title of the strongest in Qingmao Mountain? Dream on. Qi Shan sneered in response. What are you proud of, defeating me? I am no longer the strongest person in the clan. If you have the skills, then speak after defeating Fang Yuan. Xiong Li's expression shifted as he processed the name. All Fang Yuan? I heard an A-class genius emerged from the Gyue clan named Fang Zheng. So, who is this Fang Yuan? Qi Shan explained with a smirk. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. He also possesses a strength-enhancing goo worm. Previously, he was the one who single-handedly pushed away the rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Shock registered on Xiong Li's face. Fang Yuan? A rank 5 river-swallowing toad? Meanwhile, Fang Yuan continued his exploration of the underground cave. His mastery over the Moonblade goo had grown significantly. He thought to himself, at rank 2 initial stage 4 Moonblades can be shot out. By middle stage 8 Moonblades can be shot out, and by upper stage the amount doubles to 16 Moonblades. With steady progress, he mused, I cleared up 3 stone pillars within just 2 days. I'm doing this much faster than before. I should be able to reopen a path to the central area in about 1.5 months. The underground cave in the central pillar should be the next barrier. It's highly likely there will be another earth treasure flower goo at the barrier. But considering his injuries, I'm guessing there will be 2 more obstacles remaining at most. His thoughts turned strategic. There are probably 2 more earth treasure flowers left. I hope one contains a scouting or movement type goo worm. If I don't acquire one soon, I'll fall to the wolf tide. As the first snowfall of early winter blanketed the forest, Fang Yuan hunted wolves. He methodically gathered their skins, teeth, and other materials, understanding the value of quantity even if individual market prices were low. He looked at the desolate winter landscape with a cold perspective. Things are struggling to survive. The world is using life and death to unfold a brilliant stage. The wolf tide will break out soon. I must obtain a scouting or movement type goo, or I'll be swallowed by it. Qi Shan sought out Fang Yuan and spoke urgently. Do you know that Xiong Li from the Xiong clan has been looking for you to compete in strength these days? Fang Yuan replied evenly. I know. Qi Shan's tone grew serious. Xiong Li isn't competing with you as a mere competition. In reality, it involves the alliance of the 3 clans and how to distribute each clan's interests and profits. These days, the 3 clans are at a stalemate because of that. I've competed with Xiong Li before. He has the brown bear innate strength goo and the grand bear goo. Together he has the strength of 2 bears. I am no match for him. He paused, then added with an almost pleading note, you are also not his opponent, but you cannot lose. You were the one who woke up the river-swallowing toad, the hero who saved Qingmao Mountain. Once you lose, our Gyue clan's interests will be compromised. So, for our clan's interests, please discard your personal honor and dodge his challenge. Sacrificing one's reputation for their clan is only natural. But since this all started because of me, I will compensate you as a part of my goodwill. Qi Shan handed him 200 primeval stones. Fang Yuan took the stones, his tone cold. So my reputation is only worth 200 primeval stones? Qi Shan frowned, replying bluntly. I tried to console you with kind words earlier and have you avoid this challenge, but the truth is, this is an order from the higher-ups in our clan. I hope you understand your position. As Fang Yuan left, his thoughts churned. In order to get the greatest benefit, the Gyue clan has already used the event of me chasing away the river-swallowing toad as a chip in negotiation. And in order to get rid of this chip, the Xiong clan sent Xiong Li to challenge me. Reputation is merely praise from others, a chain that binds people. But I have to thank Qi Shan for sending me 200 primeval stones for no reason. Later that night, Fang Yuan discussed business with a clan member. You want to buy the black boar goo? Fang Yuan asked. He thought to himself, I've already gained the strength of a boar, so the black boar gu has no value to me anymore. Its best advancement path is the steel main gu. Although it's a gu with both offense and defense, to me who already has the white jade gu, I have no use for it. I might as well exchange it for a fish scale gu. The clan leader nodded. Fish scale gu? I know you lack a defensive gu worm. The fish scale gu can be fused into a rank 2 scale armor gu. It provides good defense? Fang Yuan replied, the black boar gu is more valuable than the fish scale gu. If we exchange it, you must compensate me for the difference in price. The leader agreed. Naturally. Are you really not selling the liquor worm? It's useless to you already. Fang Yuan's voice turned icy. Don't mention the liquor worm again. It's not for sale. The leader pressed on. Do you know Guyue Yaola? She's the granddaughter of Medicine Hall elder Guyue Yaoji. She once tried to buy a liquor worm in the treehouse but didn't succeed. Lord Yaoji really wants this liquor worm for her granddaughter and is willing to pay a high price for it. She even promised that if you get injured in the wolf tide, you'll receive special treatment from the medicine hall. Fang Yuan smirked faintly. So it's like that? Fang Yuan leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing as the leader pressed further about the liquor worm. His voice was steady but cutting. So it's like that. Since Yaoji is so insistent on buying it, why doesn't she find the gu master who bought the liquor worm? The leader sighed, frustration evident in his tone. We don't know which clansman has it. There's been no news about that person. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk. No matter what, I am not giving way for this liquor worm. From the side, Fang Zheng frowned, stepping forward. Brother, the liquor worm is already useless to you. Why cling to it? Granny Yaoji is very kind. She'll take good care of the liquor worm. Why hold on to it and not let go? Aren't you being a bit too petty? Fang Yuan turned his sharp gaze to Fang Zheng. My good little brother, are you lecturing me? This liquor worm is mine. Even if it rots in my hands, you have no right to dictate what I do with it. The leader observed the exchange, his mind racing. Looks like bringing Fang Zheng here was a bad move. These brothers have a poor relationship and are always at odds with each other. I've shot myself in the foot. He quickly intervened, his voice stern. Fang Zheng, go outside and take a stroll. Fang Zheng hesitated but eventually turned away, muttering as he left. Either way, I cannot understand you on this matter, big brother. Fang Yuan's reply was curt. I don't need your understanding, Fang Zheng. The leader redirected the conversation, attempting to smooth the tension. There is another matter. It's regarding the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fang Yuan's tone remained unyielding. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale. The leader quickly clarified. I know. This is personal and related to my group. I hope you can supply the produced vitality grass to us. Of course, we will pay you an appropriate compensation for it. Fang Yuan's response came swiftly. Then 65 primeval stones per leaf. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Even our clan is only selling it for 60 primeval stones per leaf. Fang Yuan's voice carried a hint of mockery. Finding it expensive? After the wolf tide, the clan will tightly control resources, and the vitality leaf will be in high demand. By then the prices will soar again. Inwardly, Fang Yuan calculated. Looks like my price has scared him. He's underestimating the wolf tide's severity too much. During the wolf tide, the price of the vitality leaf will skyrocket to over 100 primeval stones apiece. Right now, I need to accommodate the situation and gradually raise the price. Qing Shu will definitely come back. Winter descended on the Alliance slope, where the 3 clans convened for the annual meeting. Snow blanketed the mountains as murmurs filled the air. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing is already a rank 3. He's definitely not among the rank 2 gu masters. I remember that 3 years ago on the Alliance slope, it was Bai Ningbing who first stepped out and started the gu battle. In just 3 short years he became a rank 3 clan elder. Thinking about this makes me shudder. The clan head stepped forward, addressing the crowd. The 3-clan alliance will pull together in times of trouble. For the gu battle tournament, in the spirit of competition, competitors shall stop before fatality occurs. Let it begin. The crowd erupted in excitement. Who will be the first to step out this time? It's Xiong Li's group? Isn't that too domineering? Are they trying to bully our Bai clan? A gu master from the Xiong clan stepped forward. Xiong Jian, I want to challenge brother Bai Bingi. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Among the Bai clan's younger gu masters, he's only inferior to Bai Ningbing. He wants to challenge a stronger foe. Can he do it? Bai Bingi sneered, stepping forward. Xiongjian, you dare to challenge me? You have some courage. How do you want to compete? Xiongjian smirked, his confidence unwavering. I specialize in defense and you specialize in attack. How about this, I defend and you attack. I'll give you 3 attacking opportunities and we'll compare the results after. Bingyi's eyes glinted with disdain. Xiongjian, you are still a rank 2 Gu master. Do you really think you can block my water drill Gu? Xiongjian's voice was steady. We wouldn't know unless we try, right? Come. He activated his rank 2 roaming zombie Gu, his body transforming into a zombie-like state. The crowd murmured. Zombies have better resistance against physical attacks and greater regeneration rates. They're afraid of fire, lightning, and light, but have greater resistance to water, wind, and poison. Bingyi launched his attack. Cough cough. Then take this. He unleashed his rank 2 water drill Gu. The attack hit Xiongjian, forcing him back, but the Gu master laughed despite the impact. Bingyi staggered, coughing blood. How can that be? Xiongjian smirked. It's the Shadow Bond Gu. With this, no matter how much injury I receive, you'll have to take 10% of it. While you're a pure attacker with poor health, even 10% of the damage is deadly to you. You won't be able to take it. The crowd erupted in outrage. Too unscrupulous. Absolutely cunning and shameless. To think that he had a Shadow Bond Gu. Senior Bai Bingyi was completely outplayed. Bai Bingyi coughed lightly, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone resigned yet cold. Cough cough. Good, very good. You planned well with such great tactics. I lost. Xiongjian smiled modestly. I'm flattered. If we really fought, the final winner would still be Brother Bai. The Shadow Bond Gu's range is limited. I hope Brother Bai can take good care of me during the upcoming Wolf Tide. Bingyi nodded, his expression unreadable. Of course. From the stage, the clan heads murmured among themselves, nodding in satisfaction. Xiong Li's group is off to a good start. Hee. As the matches proceeded, Xiong Li himself stepped forward, his imposing figure drawing attention. Who is Fang Yuan? Please step out. I heard you chased away the river-swallowing toad alone. Why don't we have a contest of strength? From the crowd, Qi Shan gave Fang Yuan a pointed look. Fang Yuan, looks like you can't avoid it anymore. Sai, you can only go ahead and battle. Fang Yuan's lips twitched into a faint smile as he stepped forward. Oh, is that so? Xiong Li addressed him with a polite yet challenging tone. I hope you would generously advise me. Fang Yuan met his gaze calmly and said without hesitation, I admit defeat. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Admit defeat? He actually admitted defeat. I didn't hear wrong, right? He doesn't even have the guts to fight. What? He directly admitted defeat. That's admitting your own cowardice and making your clan lose face. Xiong Li shook his head, smirking. So it's like that. I didn't think the warriors of the Guiyue clan were only like this. Fang Yuan's expression remained indifferent as he thought to himself. In my memory, Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the Wolf Tide. But the accident 2 years later would completely destroy them. What I need to do right now is to use this time to improve myself as much as possible and then leave this clan to avoid this fatal disaster. The leader of Fang Zheng's group, Guiyue Qingshu, stepped onto the stage, his confident stride catching everyone's attention. Xiong Li, how about sparring with me? Xiong Li grinned. Oh, brother Qingshu, how do you want to compete? Qingshu replied evenly, let's compete on your strength. If you can break away from my green vine's binding, I will admit defeat. Xiong Li chuckled, the confidence in his voice palpable. Hee, good suggestion. Inwardly he analyzed his chances. I already have the strength of a bear, and with the strength increase from my Grand Bear Gu, I possess the strength of 2 bears. Although the green vine is tough, with the strength of my 2 bears, I have absolute confidence that I can break away. Qingshu activated his Gu, sending thick, green vines to entwine Xiong Li. Xiong Li roared, summoning his enhanced strength to resist. Grand Bear Gu, strength of 2 bears. He bellowed as the vines began to strain and tear under his might. He laughed triumphantly. Ha, brother Qingshu, looks like I'm going to win this match. But Qingshu remained calm, his voice steady. We're not so sure about that. Rise. Xiong Li's expression shifted as he felt the vines tightening and regenerating. Damn it. The vines are becoming stronger, and the broken vines are growing back and reconnecting together. The twisting force of the vines increased dramatically, tightening around him with relentless strength. After a fierce struggle, Xiong Li sighed, his voice carrying resignation. I admit defeat. Qingshu smiled politely, bowing slightly. You let me win. Fang Zheng, watching from the sidelines, couldn't hide his admiration. As expected of senior Qing Shu, big brother can't compare to him at all. Fang Yuan, standing quietly in the crowd, observed the match with calculating eyes. As I thought, it's the wood charm gu. His thoughts ran deep as he analyzed the implications. Using the wood charm gu lets one battle as a tree spirit, directly absorbing natural essence in the air to replenish their primeval essence. But it's a double-edged sword. Its fusion advancement is extravagant, requiring precious lifespan gu. Few gu masters would use such a recipe, as the lifespan gu is invaluable for extending life. He recalled the tragic end of Qing Shu in his previous life. The wood charm gu is powerful but has its flaws. Prolonged use transforms the user into wood. In the end, Guyue Qing Shu turned into a wooden corpse. A pity but not my concern. On the stage, challengers eagerly squared off. Voices rang out from the crowd. Moyan, I challenge you. Come, Xiong Jiaman. I'll have a match with you. The three-clan alliance tournament carried on, the atmosphere charged with tension and anticipation. The alliance gathering between the Guyue Bai and Xiong clans concludes with a fragile yet functional agreement to unite against the Wolf Tide. The clans temporarily set aside their enmity, agreeing to assist one another during this time of crisis. Internal conflicts and killings are prohibited, and an investigating battle group is formed. A battle merit board is established to incentivize performance. Merit points can be earned by killing lightning wolves and used to exchange for valuable resources like gu worms and primeval stones. The competition for the top ranks on the merit board is fierce. It becomes a source of pride for the clans, with the top 3 positions shifting constantly. As winter turns to spring, Fang Yuan is seen dissecting a wolf carcass, his expression calm yet calculating. His thoughts are sharp. Another pack of wolves is quickly approaching. Soon after, he finds himself surrounded by a pack of lightning wolves. Calm under pressure, Fang Yuan activates the stealth scales gu, turning invisible. He observes, I can easily dodge these lightning wolves because they rely on sight, not scent. But having the stealth scales gu doesn't mean I'm completely safe. Many other gu worms can detect it. Gradually he reappears, choosing his next move with precision. The scene shifts to the center of the square, where the clansmen eagerly watch the battle merit board. Excited murmurs ripple through the crowd. Why is first place still by clans by Bingi group? Wait. Changed. Qing Shu's group is now in first place. They pushed by Bingi to second. Fang Zheng observes the changes and remarks to Qing Shu. Lord Qing Shu, you are indeed our number 1 rank 2 gu master. Then Fang Zheng notices Fang Yuan among the crowd, silently standing apart. A pang of frustration hits him as he thinks. Big brother, you're still alone. No wonder you've been at the bottom of the rankings since the start. If only you'd let go of your pride and join others, you'd find warmth and happiness in the clan. Fang Yuan looks at the board, spotting his position. Rank 267, Fang Yuan's group. Unbothered by his rank, Fang Yuan's mind sharpens as he reflects on the approaching summer. Spring is here and the lightning wolves are busy mating. When summer comes, the strongest and healthiest wolves will launch devastating attacks, causing immense damage to the 3 clans. This year's wolf tide will surpass all others in severity, leaving most gu masters dead. He contemplates human limitations. What stalls a person's success isn't talent, it's mindset. Those who want to surpass humanity's achievements must break free from these mental shackles. Sadly, most people are trapped, even wearing these chains as a badge of honor. Fang Yuan ventures into the stone forest, reaching a place he hasn't visited in over a month. At the end of a path, he encounters a stone door with intricate carvings. His eyes light up as he discovers a rank 2 grass gu called the Earth Communication Ear Grass. Fang Yuan examines it and thinks, this gu is perfect for scouting. It can detect up to 300 paces, the best range among rank 2 investigative gu worms. With this, I can navigate the wolf tide with ease and possibly achieve some of my goals. Feeding it is simple, it only requires ginseng roots. But heaven is fair, using this gu comes with a price. He glances at the stone door and speculates, behind this door lies a dangerous territory. I'll need the Earth Communication Ear Grass to avoid danger. After all, how can one gain anything without paying a price? Back in his room, Fang Yuan prepares for the next phase of his journey. He sets a knife and water pot before him, his mind coldly determined. Grasping the knife, he muses. Moonlight like frost fills the night, the dagger gleams with a cold light. If not for the harshness of winter, how could we look forward to spring? The chapter ends with Fang Yuan readying himself for the challenges ahead, his resolve unshaken and his ambition burning bright. In the dim light of his room, Fang Yuan takes up the knife, expression calm and focused. Without hesitation, he cuts off his left ear and carefully replaces it with the earth communication ear grass goo. Blood trickles down, but his face remains unmoved, a testament to his incredible tolerance for pain and his unyielding resolve. As the goo fuses with his body, roots extend from his left ear, growing and writhing slightly. Fang Yuan closes his eyes, concentrating. He hears faint sounds, 50 steps away, then 100 steps. His lips curl into a faint smirk. This way, I have a recon-type goo. Fang Yuan shifts his location to the rock cave and stands before a stone door. Activating the earth communication ear grass, he directs its roots to stab into the wall. They dig in shallowly, transmitting faint sounds from within the cave. He thinks. The earth communication ear grass can hear noises up to a 300-step radius. But from inside this cave, all I hear is scrambled, confusing noise. I'll have to open the stone door to figure out what's going on. With measured strength, Fang Yuan pushes open the door. Inside, he spies a captured deer and addresses it coldly. You have some use now. Fang Yuan uses the deer as bait, releasing it into the cave. With the earth communication ear grass, he listens intently, the roots sinking into the ground to relay every sound. Within 50 steps, he hears the deer's heartbeat and footsteps. At 70 steps, faint crawling sounds emerge. He deduces, those are centipedes. The deers encountered a group of them. The noises grow chaotic. Fang Yuan listens as the deer rolls and struggles against an onslaught of centipedes. Soon its heartbeat falters and stops completely. A distinct sound echoes through the chamber, catching Fang Yuan's attention. This sound is a rank 3 wild goo worm, chainsaw golden centipede emerges. Fang Yuan observes through sound alone. Over a meter long with the breadth of 2 fists. It's crawling towards the deer's corpse. He hears the centipede tearing into the deer's flesh, its sharp chainsaws grinding the bones to powder. Fang Yuan's expression darkens as he analyzes. Even the white jade goo's defense can't withstand this chainsaw golden centipede. It seems the flower wine monk intended for me to use the earth communication ear grass goo to avoid this danger. Fang Yuan considers his options. Despite the obvious threat, his mind sharpens with ambition. I have the spring-autumn cicada. It's not impossible to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede. However, it's too early to act. He assesses the challenges. First, higher-rank goo worms are expensive to feed. Second, they are harder to use and require more primeval essence to activate. For now I'll wait. This matter cannot be rushed. With this conclusion, Fang Yuan retreats from the cave, leaving the centipede undisturbed, for now. Dark clouds gather over Qingmao Mountain, casting an ominous shadow as Fang Yuan battles a pack of wolves. His moves are precise but strained. His thoughts betray his growing frustration. TSK. I've almost used up all of my primeval essence. At rank 2 middle stage, I don't even have 50% of primeval essence left in my aperture. Looks like it's still not enough after all. Despite his growing exhaustion, Fang Yuan presses on, his ambition and survival instincts burning brighter than ever. The chapter closes with him standing amidst the wolf corpses, blood splattered and determination unyielding.